At North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance, you're more than a policy, you're family. With offices in every county, we're close by when it matters most. Our local agents customize coverage to fit your life. And our award-winning claims team delivers fast, quality repairs. It's no surprise Forbes ranked us the #1 auto insurer in America. North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance. Helping you is what we do best.
Now, all across North Carolina, it's Carolina Newsmakers. Each week, leaders from politics, education, business, and the arts join Don Curtis to share insights and ideas shaping our state. Listen on radio stations throughout North Carolina and on demand at carolinanewsmakers.com. Carolina Newsmakers is presented in part by the North Carolina Academy of Family Physicians, advancing family medicine in North Carolina since 1947.
To the WNBA Finals, where the Las Vegas Aces are up 2-0 on the Phoenix Mercury. Final score 91-78. Jackie Young and Asia Wilson, the WNBA's top-scoring duo, combined for a staggering 60 points. Young led all scorers with 32 points, followed by Wilson's 28. Former Duke player Chelsea Gray also had a double-double of 10 points and 10 assists, grabbed 8 rebounds, had 3 steals, and blocked 3 shots to help the Aces win. Coach Becky Hammonds, after the game,
I just told them at some point you have to do it. Like, we could talk about it till we're blue in the face. We know the problems. We know the issues that we had in game 1. Like, let's fix it now, not wait till after the game or halftime. And they really buckled in on that end.
The next 2 games are in Phoenix, starting on Wednesday. John Champion, NCN Sports.
Sometimes you just want to say,
life moves pretty fast.
Now I need a new sidekick.
Here's some advice for you, friend. Don't press your luck.
97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
2 local powerhouses, Carolina Air and Carolina Power and Generators, have united to bring you something bigger, smarter, and stronger. Introducing Carolina Air and Power. Now you don't have to choose between keeping your home comfortable or keeping your home powered up. Because with Carolina Air and Power, you get both. That means reliable heating and cooling systems backed by the security of whole home power solutions. And right now, take advantage of Carolina Air and Power's special limited time offer. Get $2,000 off HVAC installations and $1,500 off generator installations. That includes a free 10-year parts and labor warranty on your generator. Because life doesn't stop when the power goes out. And your family deserves comfort and confidence no matter what. Carolina Air and Power. Comfort and power together at last. Call today at 910-241-4677 to learn more and experience the strength of 2 trusted names, united as one. That's Carolina Air and Power.
Speed Queen washers and dryers are the #1 rated laundry pair in America and are designed to last. Hi, this is Katherine Phelps, owner of Appliances and More, where creating relationships is our business. We now carry a full assortment of Speed Queen washers and dryers, all coming with 3, 5, and 7-year parts and labor warranties, in stock and ready for pickup or local delivery. Shop your locally veteran-owned Appliances and More at the Town & Country Shopping Center, Aberdeen.
If you're in the market for a new car, there are a lot of reasons to make the short drive to Cooper Ford in Carthage, but it really comes down to just 2: exceptional customer service and the lowest prices guaranteed. Cooper Ford is proud to be the only locally owned Ford dealership in Moore County, and they're also proud to announce that once again they've won the coveted Ford President's Award for an unprecedented 5th year in a row. Online at cooperford.net. The locally owned, award-winning Cooper Ford in Carthage, always working hard to be your hometown dealer.
And I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free.
Pride Plumbing is proud to serve Moore County with superior workmanship and dependable plumbing service, including 24/7 emergency service. Like the name says, we take pride in our work and your safety. Our employees must pass background and drug tests and share Pride Plumbing's reputation for quality service. From simple leaky faucets to new water heaters and sewer lines, backflow testing and installation, drain cleaning, plumbing repairs, and, if necessary, replacement and remodeling. A family business with over 50 years of prideful service. Go online to callprideplumbing.com and check out our 5-star customer reviews. We offer a 10% discount to all veterans and active military. Call Pride Plumbing of Moore County at 910-295-0152. 910-295-0152. Serving with pride since 1965.
With me in the studio is Sue Maxwell, who is a patient at Pinecone Medical Center, where Dr. Sharon Wright practices chiropractic medicine. Now, Sue, you went there with pain. What kind of pain was it, and what did you do about it?
Yes, I had arthritis in my cervical spine, and I had pain that radiated out through my shoulder, down my arm. I went to see Dr. Wright, and she did the pressure wave therapy on me. Through treatments and everything, I actually eliminated the pain in my spine and in my shoulder.
So did the pressure wave work as advertised?
Oh, my goodness, it did. Yes, I am pain-free.
And would you recommend it to your friends?
Absolutely, and I have. I have told many friends.
If you're suffering from pain, why not schedule a free, no-obligation appointment with Dr. Sharon Wright at Pinecone Medical Center? Call 910-420-1911 or visit on the web at pineconemedicalcenter.com.
With over 20 years of experience, visit Hardy's Equipment and see the new and improved LS Tractor MT2 and MT2E available now. These improved versions of everyone's favorite 32-plus horsepower tractor with an increased lift capacity of 2,000-plus pounds now has more standard features and more operator comfort like added air conditioning and a redesigned roof configuration, providing additional head space for increased visibility. With an LS Tractor, now you can do more for less with legendary LS Tractor reliability. So mow it, grade it, till it or move it, join the LS Tractor family and do more today. See the complete line of LS Tractors assembled right here in North Carolina at Hardy's Equipment, 4809 Bass Carthage Road, or call 910-245-1644. That's 910-245-1644.
Welcome a new season bursting with abundant color by saying hello to your knowledgeable friends at Olmsted Village Hardware. They'll introduce you to a selection of fall fertilizer products that will nurture your lawn and vegetation and keep your grounds thriving as temperatures moderate. Longing for a landscaping upgrade? Ask our experts to show you a variety of mulch and pine bark nuggets. Cooler weather means it's a great time for outdoor chefs. Our True Value store on Central Park Avenue, just off Highway 211 and next door to Lowe's Foods, features a Grill Master showroom where you can choose from traditional, flat top, and electric grills. As favorite recipes sizzle, get cozy by treating the family to a new fire pit. Gather round in Pollywood chairs that you'll find next door at Olmsted Patio. Furnishings by Home Decor Poly are available in 30 custom colors and come with 20-year warranties. Olmsted Village Hardware, open 7 days a week, plus shop online for bargains on tools, paint, and household products.
My name is Tony Keith of Keith Hardware in Carthage, North Carolina. I'm the third generation of a family-owned business. We've been in business for 83 years. We sell live bait, crickets, minnows, and worms, fishing tackle, nuts and bolts and screws by the piece. You can still come in and get nails weighed out by the pound, or ones or twos, however you'd like.
The guys, they know what they're doing. You don't have to ask for service. You tell them what you need. If they ain't got it, usually they can conjure it up.
Keith Hardware has been a tradition in this town for as long as I've been in business, 42 years, and they run a good business and they're good people.
I came in with 2 pieces of plumbing. I handed it to this guy, and he took off the back and picked it up and brought it back. Their knowledge is invaluable to me.
With Keith Hardware for 28 years. I rent the building from them next door, and Tony and Ginger are doing an excellent job. I'm proud of them.
Come visit Keith Hardware today at 207 Monroe Street in Carthage.
We're just an old-fashioned hardware store.
As our economy gradually reopens, remember to support local.
Know you're doing the right thing and stay proud.
Be a part of the greatest comeback of all time with Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
From Coach Pete's Money Desk, America's wealth coach and best-selling author, Coach Pete D'Arruda. Coach, how important is a good, solid spending plan in retirement?
I've said this over and over again. In retirement, every day is a Saturday. What do we spend on a Saturday compared to what do we spend on a Monday? Probably a lot more on a Saturday.
I do.
I mean, we're anticipating that you're working Monday through Friday. That's why we call it every day's a Saturday. So in retirement, you're not going to be working. But your money has better be working for you. And it better be there for you. And it better have a lot more for you than you thought you were going to need. Part B of this, I've heard, don't worry, you only need about 70% of your income in retirement that you have in a working life. Where do they get that from? They'll say, oh, well, you're not going to have a house payment. So what?
Exactly.
Maybe I don't have a house payment before I reach retirement. I want to have the money to do whatever I want to do whenever I want to do it, right?
Right. Get your total retirement plan, 919-415-1716, 919-415-1716. You can also text COACH to 600-700. Text COACH to 600-700. Coach, when you and the team meet with someone about their retirement, what strength do you bring?
The main word is experience. I've watched people go through all different things in my life, and I've helped people solve different financial equations that they thought was unsolvable. How am I going to do this, Coach? How are we ever going to retire with this, and that? And then we've rearranged. When you watch some of these shows where they rearrange a house or they tear a house down and rebuild it, they have a vision. I'm not good in the house world, but I'm great in the financial world. But looking at what you have, I can say, oh, here's what you really need. Based on what you've told me you need and want in your future, here's what I would do. Not here's what I'm making you do. Here's what I would do. What do you think about this? Then we get the objections and we work through those and we design a plan that's perfect for you. Not by jamming something at you saying this is what you need to do and you have to do it right now.
Meet with a team with experience in retirement planning, 919-415-1716, 919-415-1716, or text COACH to 600-700.
Investment advisory services offered through Capital Financial Advisory Group, a North Carolina registered investment advisor.
Monday morning starting out fairly comfortably, maybe a few patches of fog out there. Otherwise, as we head into the afternoon, it's another warm one like yesterday. High temperatures across the board reaching 80 to 85 degrees. Overnight, partly to mostly cloudy, temperatures in the low to mid 60s. It's another warm one Tuesday. Clouds gradually on the increase with a few showers possible at night. Our next cold front brings the chance for showers and storms Wednesday. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Chris Michaels in the Weather Center.
And now, the Sandhills' #1 morning show. Mornings with the LeaderMan. Here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. And heard and seen around the world at talk973.com.
The best part of waking up is waking up with us.
Today is National Noodle Day, so don't forget to mark your calendars.
My boss always gets mad at me for making extra long noodles.
Like, sir, I don't even want the pasta anymore. I want your noodle.
I'll use this noodle so that you can use my other noodle. I mean, you stood there like a little wet noodle.
I'm a man of many talents. You are a man of very few. Kidding!
Thank you for the entertainment.
You left me here on your way to paradise. You pulled the rug right out from under my life. I know where you go to, I knew when you came home last night. 'Cause your eyes had a mist from the smoke of a distant fire. Lord, I was stunned, should have seen it come a long time ago. When I realized the reality gave me a role. If things are the same, then explain why your kiss is so cold. And that mist in your eyes feels like rain on the fire in my soul.
Good morning. Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. Welcome back to the most listened to program in all of the Sandhills. It's time once again for Mornings with the LeaderMan. I am Steve Leader Adams, along with the Colonel, retired Marine Colonel Jeff Drummond. Good morning, Colonel.
Yeah, hello, Moore County. Weather's not too bad out there. Good day to get out for a walk, play a couple extra holes of golf, and get out and enjoy your day.
All right, don't forget, of course, we are being heard and seen around the world on our live audio and video streams. They're available to you right now from our website at talk973.com or talk1041.com or WEEB990.com. For the audio stream, go to the upper right-hand corner of any of our web pages, and it's right there where it says On the Air Listen Live. Click that once, hit the play button, and you're listening that quick. If you want to see us as we do it, go to our video audio stream. That's available right there in the middle of the homepage where it says Watch Live video and replays of Mornings with the LeaderMan. Click on that and click on today's date. Weather for us today here in the Sand Hills area, well, it's going to be another kind of nice, spring-like day. So get out there and enjoy it, as the Colonel said. Look for things to be, well, mostly sunny today, a little warm, 82 for a high. Tonight, clear skies and 61. Tomorrow, mostly sunny and 83. Then Wednesday, we got a little chance of a shower, like a 70% chance of showers before 2 p.m. Then showers and thunderstorms likely after that, with a high of 80. Thursday, slight chance of a shower, thunderstorm, look for a high of 68. So I don't think we'll see much thunderstorms with that temperature. Friday and over the weekend, Friday's partly sunny, 71. Saturday, sunshine and 73. Right now around the Sand Hills, winds are calm, pressure 30.3, dew point 61. Humidity 99%. We have partly cloudy skies, 61 degrees currently here at Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. All right, 7:34 past the hour on this Monday as we kick off another brand new week. But hang on, Friday will be here pretty soon. Hopefully we can make it from here to there without something desperately bad happening. Never know with all the Middle East, quote, settlements or resolutions are taken into effect. So we'll see about that. Okay. Anything special happen over your weekend, Colonel?
No, pretty quiet. Just doing the usual stuff.
Mowing grass?
No, not cutting grass. Grass has slowed down a little bit, so don't have to get out there every week. But, there's always something to clean up or put away or whatever.
All right, well, some on social media think some of Taylor Swift's new songs sound like other songs, although there are... Well, you know they got to make news out of this album somehow.
Well, every song sounds like some other song. I mean, there's
same notes, just rearranged.
Only so many notes you can play.
Although there are some similarities, they're not that close, except the hook of the title track, "The Life of a Showgirl." It fits like a glove to the Jonas Brothers 2019 song, "Cool." Here's our mashup. It begins... In the beginning, both songs are exactly the same time. We didn't do any speed differences. The key and the beat is exact. Then both hooks, one at a time. Notice the hand claps in both. Finally, we stack both choruses together to show how much they do have in common.
And so cool, top to the bottom, just cool. Every little thing that I do, damn it, I'm feeling so cool. Yeah.
Her name was Kitty, and she said to me, hey, thank you for the lovely bouquet. You're sweeter than a peach, but you don't know the life of a showgirl, babe. And you let the other feeling so cool. Top to the bottom, just cool.
Well, you think those two sound pretty much alike?
Makes a nice duet.
Yeah. We recorded it 2 different times. All righty. Meanwhile, a man in Colorado had his day made and was stunned when he was charged nearly $20,000 at a Denver International Airport parking garage. He spent 27 minutes in the garage, which means the fee should have been $7. Here's Jim Boyd talking about his wonderful experience.
After dropping off my wife, went through the parking gates as usual. This was the ticket that I got. It shows I entered the west garage. I arrived at 1:34 p.m. on October the 2nd, 2025. As the gate was opening, I heard the Chase Bank notification that $19,824 had been charged to Denver parking. Something alerted the system to the fact that I had arrived on June the 6th and they were charging me for that entire time.
Well, first of all, it makes your day. Secondly, it can really screw up a trip or weekend if all your credit's now tied up with a
plus your
bogus charge and there's no one around to complain to.
I'm sure he'll get it squared away, but that's kind of a kick
about
in the
a month,
pants.
maybe.
Yeah.
Well, this past weekend, there was an ultra runner race in Denver called the Taco Bell 50K. That's a pretty good size run, which is 31 miles for the translation there. It includes mandatory stops at 10 area Taco Bells where you have to order and consume Taco Bell. Here are a couple of runners documenting their journey.
We're in Denver. We're at the Taco Bell 50K, and we're going. Fall down. Only 30 to go. We're at the second Taco Bell. It's 2 miles in. We're eating cinnamon twists. Mile 10, cheesy roll-up. Top 6, you have to eat a burrito grande. Mile 20, and we're at the next Taco Bell. Cheesy roll-up that has been in my belt for the past 5 miles. Mile 30, last Taco Bell. Cheers. Cheers.
Yeah, they're in such good spirits after a couple of miles. I'll be going,
Yeah, what you got to eat Taco Bell before you run it or what?
Well, it's part of the race. And of course, I'm sure Taco Bell's putting up the prize money and all. Anyway, and they're serving up the Taco Bells. A lot of free publicity there.
31 miles? Yeah, okay. Yeah. I've done that. I did the Dogwood Half 100 up in Virginia in the
during your Marine days.
Up and down the Massanutten Mountain. Yeah.
Well, I bet that was a load of fun. Going up the mountain, it's like climbing 50 miles.
Yeah, you go up the mountain, down the ridge, then down the mountain, across the valley, up the mountain on the other side, and around. Yeah.
See how trips, trucks like that kind of stick in your memory forever. Because you had so much fun, Colonel.
Yeah, right.
Is finding a good partner like finding a lamp? I don't know, but here's a woman on social media talking about that theory, which originates from British journalist Louise Perry.
Finding a good partner is like finding a good lamp. When you're furnishing your first apartment, you don't really have that many standards for the lamp besides provides light and doesn't cost too much. You'll probably buy the first one you see. Fast forward though, if you spend 10 years curating an aesthetic, building your house, now it really does matter what the lamp looks like. There's a lot more in your life and in your home that can clash with it. You might really have trouble just taking one off the shelf, and that's what it's like to date as you get older. You're trying to find someone more successful than yourself, which just gets harder the higher and higher up you go.
Mm-hmm. Okay, now we know the technique for buying a lamp.
Yep. I got nothing.
Yeah.
Go buy a lamp.
All right, let's take a look at the Eunuch boys from the past weekend. Most of this is all Bill Maher here.
Chimpanzee researcher Jane Goodall has died at the age of 91. The family requests that in lieu of sending flowers, please throw feces.
Well, no, these are facts. Almost 70% of the military is overweight. The song the Marines sing now is from the halls of Montezuma to the shores of XXX.
Sean Combs was sentenced on Friday to 4 years in prison, and I'll be honest, it's hard for me to enjoy watching someone I love get punished, but that's what Diddy would do.
It was reported that major talent agencies in Hollywood are interested in signing a new AI-generated actress named Tilly Norwood. The AI-generated actress got her start after she had a hotel meeting with AI Harvey Weinstein.
seemed as though Diddy was a little shocked that he got more than time served, but I didn't hear all the evidence. So,
well, I don't know. Just based on what I read briefly, he got what he deserved. Probably should have got a little bit more. I mean, they
could have gotten 20 years.
They had videos of him doing some pretty horrendous stuff, and I guess some of that got thrown out. I don't know, but yeah, too bad.
He looked at it and said, "Man, I got to guard this tush for another 16 years. Are you crazy?" All right. Let's see. Just did that. All right. Experts say that we will look back at September of 2025 as being the peak of social media. AI is about to take over social media, blurring the lines of reality and computer-made fantasy. Enjoy reality, my friends, while it lasts.
Social media.
Remember when videos had humans in them? Thanks to AI-generated influencers, you can now follow people who don't exist, living perfect lives that never happened, selling products they'll never use. So if you see a flawless person doing a dance in front of the Eiffel Tower while reviewing a sandwich, just remember,
Social media. And I feel slimed.
This message brought to you by Reality. Enjoy it while it lasts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's been a lot of that stuff here for the last couple of years. I guess it's getting worse.
Oh, it's not going to get better, that's for sure. More and more commercials, or actually shows, will be all AI instead of real actors. They'll create they showed one this weekend of a lady doing an advertisement. She looked all real, and her movements and gestures, everything looked so real you wouldn't know that she was all fake. I guess that would save a lot of talent fees, wouldn't it?
Well, yeah, they've already said, they're talking about resurrecting some of your classic golden Hollywood actors. Pick your favorite guy. Cary Grant or something, and making new movies with them. They can download all their movies and actions and things like that, and put an image of Cary Grant in a new movie, which would probably be better than some of the clowns that you see acting today. Plus you don't have to worry about well, I don't know, maybe you would. I was going to say you don't have to worry about Cary Grant stepping up in front of a microphone and spouting off some stupid stuff about global warming or whatever your other favorite stupid topic is.
That wouldn't be very Cary Grant, would it?
No.
Well, ads are popping up for the Rolling Stones' 1976 album Black and Blue, getting a remastering re-release. And I think I'm getting deja vu.
Coming soon, the Rolling Stones Black and Blue album, remastered and reimagined. Not to be confused with the one they remastered in 2009. This one is really, really remastered. So get ready for another re-release of the Rolling Stones, like you've heard them before. Is it that right, Keith?
Well, I mean, Taylor Swift's doing it, so what the hell, right?
The Super Deluxe Edition comes out November 14th. They've released the bonus track, Shame, 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 not to be confused with the Shame, Shame, Shame bonus track they released on their Tattoo U Deluxe Edition.
Great.
Way too much music news for me.
Can't wait.
Well, now that you know all the headline news, we ask, of course, every day, what about the not headline news?
This is not headline news. The life of a showgirl from Taylor Swift dropped on Friday. It's her 12th album, but the first that she doesn't have a guy to whine about. Meghan Markle made a surprise appearance at Paris Fashion Week. If she really wanted to surprise us, she'd appear at a job. Tonight will be the year's first supermoon. In the sky, that is. On the ground, you can see one every time a Walmart shopper bends over. And the season premiere of SNL was this weekend. It featured new writers, a new cast, and the same unfunny. This is not headline news.
There you go. They got the unfunny right again. I didn't watch it, but don't have to. It's probably the same unfunny from 10 years ago.
Yeah, SNL. Yeah, I think I watched them maybe the first couple of years they were out, and then I got busy doing stuff, and then they just weren't funny anymore. So
well, they may keep sending off all the those that developed into something and to go to the movies, and from there, who knows? All right. The Internet's favorite food and beverage container right now is the Lowe's Mini Bucket. If you haven't seen them, think blue utility bucket with a handle, only smaller. Here's the owner of a place called the Root Beer Stand in Dayton, Ohio. They fill the mini bucket with delicious dessert treats.
I've owned this place for 17 years. We are running a September special of our dirt buckets again. They are a twist on the classic dirt pudding that we all grew up with. It comes with Oreos, gummy worms, and a shovel spoon.
And it costs you $1.98. Question is it worth it?
Probably not.
Probably. We did that one. Move on, Stevie. A substitute teacher in Vermont is facing charges of bringing cocaine to school. Here is Police Chief William Dodge talking about the charges.
We have cited her for possession of cocaine and reckless endangerment based on the fact that she was under the influence while she was in control of the students in her classroom.
Also saw over the weekend, this is from memory, so I don't have the notes in front of me, but where one 28-year-old teacher had a real attachment, I guess you'd say, to an 11-year-old student.
Yeah.
She got 10 years in prison for that one.
Yeah, it's amazing some of the stuff you see and hear regarding teachers. But, then again, there's, pretty much any profession has some real strange characters in it, so,
Well, I think if you ever have thoughts like that, you need to think in your mind 10 years. 10 years.
Oh, it doesn't matter.
And suppress your feelings. Guess they could go out and find
I'd like to know, where everybody else is that's, and what you find out is there's usually somebody who knew or saw or suspected and let it go on sometimes too. So, it's just it's bad. Yeah, especially when it's the kids.
Well, it pretty much can mess a kid up for the rest of their life, or for at least a while.
Well, it's typical Democrat thing where you gotta let the kid, 5, 6, 7-year-old kid. Let them self-determine what they are, who they are, and this and that and the other thing. But then you're going to prosecute the pedophile, and you got to get permission to do this and that and the other thing. It's just it's just hypocrisy all the way around. 5-year-old kid, Jesus, just let them alone. You don't need to start pushing that garbage on them. And
it was 11-year-old.
Well, 5, 10, 11, they're underage. They the kids don't understand a lot of that stuff. And, then you got doctors prescribing them the various hormones and this and that and the other thing and hormone blockers.
They're lucky if they're not screwed up.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, a substitute teacher in Vermont is facing charges of bringing cocaine to school. I just did that, didn't I?
Yeah.
Get that. All right. So many of them in the news. This past weekend, we did that. Never mind. All right. The company looked into which states have the most gold diggers who try to marry into wealth. Florida and Nevada have the most, while Vermont and Nebraska have the least. Yeah, we even have a little soundbite to get you into that mood.
I ain't saying she a gold digger, but she ain't messing with no broke. Now I ain't saying she a gold digger, but she ain't
You know who's singing that?
Is that Diddy? I don't know.
Kanye West.
Kanye West. Oh, okay, well, there you go.
Well, Beyonce had the best record of all time. Remember that when he took the mic away from Taylor Swift?
No, I don't remember any of that. I don't care. What is some award show you're talking about? I think I remember seeing something about him interrupting some award show.
Well, people are asking whatever happened to Olive Loaf, the nostalgic 1970s deli meat.
Olive Loaf, yeah.
Yeah, you remember that?
Oh, yeah, I remember Olive Loaf. Twinkle toes, head cheese, yeah, all kinds of stuff. I don't see too much of that anymore.
Apparently, the high-sodium, highly processed meat lost popularity when people became more health-conscious in the 80s and 90s. Here is a supercut of TV shows talking about Olive Loaf.
Yeah, it was Olive Loaf.
Oh, olive loaf. I hope that won't work.
How's the olive loaf?
You know what I like?
Olive loaf. No.
I take it you've had Olive Loaf?
I've seen it. I've never eaten it.
Okay.
I've seen a lot of that stuff that I've never eaten.
Well, you may not know what you missed.
No, I'm pretty sure I know what I missed.
I never heard of it till this morning. So.
Yeah, well, it's been around. That was yeah, as a kid, I used to go by in the butcher shop or whatever, and all that stuff would be in there, and I'm like, no way.
Here's the pound of salt. Throw it on.
Nope.
Well, during his Saturday Night Live monologue, Bad Bunny, that's the one doing the Super Bowl halftime performance this year, he addressed the backlash to his Super Bowl halftime gig with a supercut of Fox News hosts.
You might not know these, but I'm doing the Super Bowl halftime show. I'm very happy, and I think everyone is happy about it.
I'm not.
Even Fox News.
Bad Bunny is my favorite
Musician.
and he should be the next president.
I'd rather have George Strait.
They could have done anything. They could just go back to a marching band and
Well, I got this guy speak Spanish the whole way through.
Yeah, I don't understand what Roger Goodell and crew are doing with the NFL. It's just, and it's a shame because you have so many, they used to have the Christian fellowship, the players would gather after a game. Actually they still do. They just won't televise it.
Right.
And actually in a lot of places they push them off and forbid them to go out there and do that kind of thing. And, you have so many of these players that are actually, decent, good people. I mean, you read the papers and, there's the knucklehead that beat his girlfriend and threw her into an elevator kind of thing. But by and large, they're just regular people, and they're really good people. But, they don't get any say in any of that kind of thing. And I don't want to say they're suffering, but their reputations are being obliterated because you have that kind of garbage going on.
Yeah. Meanwhile, Lainey Wilson just performed in front of a sold-out Bridgestone Arena in Nashville, and she brought out her famous friends. After she sang with Jelly Roll, he picked her for a certain CMA award. Check this out.
As a girl dad, what you mean to my family and my daughter and all these little girls in this building, the inspiration. You are the role model us parents were praying for, to encourage these young women to be brave, be bold, and share their testimony across the globe. You did that, girl. You put the bell bottoms back in style, girl. You made country music cool again. A 66-city whirlwind tour sounds like the entertainer of the year to me.
Never ever understood why they got all these speakers that'll knock a hole through you. but when you record it out there in the audience, it sounds like it's four blocks away or something.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess you need a better mic or whatever on your phone.
Be plugged into the soundboard, so you get a direct feed. Well, regardless. Next hour we got comedian goes viral putting British spin on Alan Jackson's Chattahoochee song. You'll find that entertaining. Plus, Doberman honored for saving owner from a grizzly bear. Right now, here in the Sand Hills area, we're looking at partly cloudy skies, 62 degrees, humidity 99%, dew point at 61. All your news, sports, and weather, my friends, starts right now.
Monday morning starting out fairly comfortably, maybe a few patches of fog out there. Otherwise, as we head into the afternoon, it's another warm one like yesterday. High temperatures across the board reaching 80 to 85 degrees. Overnight, partly to mostly cloudy, temperatures in the low to mid 60s. It's another warm one Tuesday. Clouds gradually on the increase with a few showers possible at night. Our next cold front brings the chance for showers and storms Wednesday. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Chris Michaels in the Weather Center.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sand Hills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
News this hour from Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. It is day 6 of the government shutdown. No signs of movement toward ending it. Neither side has blinked. In fact, each side claims to have the upper hand among the public.
Democrats oppose the GOP's clean 7-week continuing resolution, which is in the Senate. It has spending maintained at Biden-era levels with no Republican initiatives. But Democrats want to add provisions that would extend some health care subsidies. They are COVID-era enhanced health care subsidies. Republicans have balked at that. They say negotiations over health care, whether it's subsidies or Medicaid cuts, all of that should happen later. And for now, they want Democrats to join them in passing a clean bill that would open the government again. Ken Lorman reporting.
President Trump's plan to send National Guard troops to Portland, Oregon, is being temporarily blocked by a federal judge. The president argues the troops are needed to restore law and order to what he describes as a war-ravaged city. The Trump-Gaza peace plan is the subject of indirect talks in Egypt today between Israeli and Hamas negotiators. And correspondent Sam Mednick in Tel Aviv says there remain some high hurdles to clear on the way to a deal.
And the 2-year-long war, there are still a lot of questions that remain. Israel said that it wants to keep a military presence inside of Gaza. This is something that Hamas says it will not accept. Israel wants Hamas to demilitarize, and so far Hamas said that it is not willing to do that.
It is not where you want to be when a raging snowstorm sweeps in. Rescue workers helping several hundred hikers trapped by heavy snow at a tourist camp on Mount Everest in Tibet. Around 200 other hikers remain cut off. They're trapped on the world's tallest mountain. On Wall Street this morning, the Dow futures 96 points higher. NASDAQ futures up 184. More on these stories at townhall.com.
This is Dennis Prager for AmFed Coin and Bullion. There's something about the feel of a gold coin in your hand and the way the light reflects off its intricate details that has always captivated me. Nick Grovich, AmFed's owner, turned that same passion into his livelihood. Nick began collecting coins as a teen, and that interest grew into a nationally respected business offering only the finest quality coins at the most competitive prices. But the truth is that although Nick is a rare coin dealer, he doesn't believe in rare coins. Rare coins do not make sound investments, but they do make dealers a lot of money. See, that's part of what I respect about him. AmFed specializes in buying non-performing numismatic coins and turning them into gold or silver investments that provide liquidity and perform competitively against the market. Whether you're buying or selling, call 800-221-7694. That's 800-221-7694. AmericanFederal.com.
Syria has held its first parliamentary election since December's overthrow of longtime dictator Bashar al-Assad.
Many observers have been shocked by the initial results, which show a very low representation of women and minorities. In the capital, Damascus, no women were elected. President al-Shara must now appoint the remaining 70 members of the People's Assembly and is expected to address the gender imbalance. He visited the National Library yesterday as voting was underway and hailed the election as an important milestone in Syria's recovery from civil war.
The BBC's Lena Sinjab in Damascus. The new French Prime Minister, Sébastien Lecornu, has resigned just a day after naming his government and less than a month in office. The French presidency announcing this morning that President Emmanuel Macron has accepted his resignation. Lecornu's choice of ministers faced criticism across the political spectrum. News and analysis, townhall.com. If there really is a great pumpkin out there somewhere, this is the time of year we'll hear about it.
In Wappingers Falls, New York, Tony Scott's pumpkin is a whopper.
It's measuring about 1,900 pounds.
Plant scientist Alika Borsuk says they don't have as much competition in the pumpkin patch.
They take off all the other growing pumpkins, so each plant only has one pumpkin that it's funneling all of its sugar water and resources into.
Scott's pumpkin took third place this year, but growing them isn't easy.
Anything can happen with this thing. It could crack, it could blow out the rear of it.
The keys to pumpkin success: water, nutrients, and care. I'm Ed Donahue.
Foster Poultry Farms are calling more than 3.8 million pounds of chicken corn dog products. Wood was found in the batter. The California-based company received multiple complaints, including reports of at least 5 injuries. More on these stories at townhall.com.
The greatest comeback of all time is underway. Remember to shop local businesses. A reminder from Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
At Fort Bragg Federal Credit Union, we believe in giving back. Every day, we offer better loan and deposit rates, lower fees, and our exclusive loyalty dividend rewards you for keeping your business with us. Since 2018, we've returned nearly $6 million in loyalty dividends to our account holders. At Fort Bragg Federal Credit Union, the more you save and borrow, the more you earn. It's that simple. Best of all, you can open an account. Call 1-800-79-FB-FCU or visit FortBraggFCU.org today. Fort Bragg Federal Credit Union. Exceptional value, unmatched service, better banking all the time.
Hi, I'm Ashley Lambert, Funeral Director at Pines Funerals, Kennedy, Fry Prickett, and Powell Funeral Homes. We encourage families to have a plan in place. We know the hardest part is starting the conversation. Please know we are here to help by providing gentle guidance and walk with you through every step of the process. Leave no questions unanswered. Start the conversation today at pinesfunerals.com. That's pinesfunerals.com. Serving you because we care.
Since 1973, the Arts Council of Moore County has inspired and strengthened our Sandhills community through the arts. Each year, we reach over 15,000 children, support artists and arts organizations, and generate over $13 million in local economic activity. Our home, the historic Campbell House, has been a beacon of culture for over a century, and with your help, it will shine even brighter for the next 100 years. Together, we keep the arts at the heart of Moore County. To learn more about upcoming programs or to give, visit moreart.org.
When trying to add the perfect window treatment becomes overwhelming, contact the professionals at Comfort Made Blinds. With quality brands like Graber and their expert advice, measuring, installation, and their warranties, all you need to do is sit back, relax, and enjoy your new window treatments. To get your Graber products and others, schedule your free measurement by calling Comfort Made Blinds at 910-692-5500 or visit the showroom at 195 Pinehurst Avenue next to Main Street Glass in Southern Pines. Mention this ad and take 10% off your next purchase.
Dealing with the aftermath of a car wreck can leave you feeling stressed. At Ken's Body Works in West End, you'll get collision repair services you can rely on. Family owned and operated for over 20 years, Ken's Body Works specializes in collision repair, body work, custom paint, dent removal, and much more. No job is too big or too small. Ken's certified technicians will have your vehicle back to its factory look and specifications. Call 910-235-0486 for a free estimate today. That's 910-235-0486.
When Mother Nature unleashes its fury, will your roof hold up? With Creed & Garner Roofing, the answer is yes, and the experts agree. They've just won the 2025 Platinum Preferred Contractor Award from Owens Corning for product excellence, providing what their customers already know. Creed & Garner installs roofs that last. From repairs to full replacements, their certified team delivers unbeatable quality and peace of mind. That's why they've been in business for over 40 years in the Sandhills. Call Creed & Garner Roofing at 910-944-0520 for a free estimate. With over 20 years of experience, visit Hardy's Equipment and see the new and improved LS Tractor MT2 and MT2E available now. These improved versions of everyone's favorite 32-plus horsepower tractor with an increased lift capacity of 2,000-plus pounds now has more standard features and more operator comfort like added air conditioning and a redesigned roof configuration, providing additional headspace for increased visibility. With an LS Tractor, now you can do more for less with legendary LS Tractor reliability. So mow it, grade it, till it or move it, join the LS Tractor family and do more today. See the complete line of LS Tractors assembled right here in North Carolina at Hardy's Equipment, 4809 Bass Carthage Road, or call 910-245-1644. That's 910-245-1644.
NCN News, I'm Mike Riley. A tough-on-crime bill passed by state lawmakers was signed into law over the weekend by Governor Josh Stein. The bill is also known as Arenas Law after Arena Zaruska. Republican lawmakers drafted the bill stating it was intended to keep people held in jail or treated for mental health concerns. It is day 4 of the government shutdown in Washington. The longer the shutdown continues, the greater the impact on federal employees. Andrew Shorter is the director of the Coastal Carolina Regional Airport in Newbern. He tells WCTI.
Last time it happened, I don't remember ever having any issues, so we're not really expecting any this time.
Oregon officials are following up on their legal efforts to combat the Trump administration's attempts to send National Guard troops to Portland, Oregon. Oregon Attorney General Dan refiled.
The state of Oregon will absolutely not be a party to the president's attempt to normalize the use of the United States military in our American cities.
Philip Morris International U.S. Businesses has announced a $37 million investment in Wilson manufacturing facility to expand operations and strengthen its production of smoke-free alternatives. Tom Hayes is Philip Morris International Senior Vice President.
We believe in American manufacturing. We're excited about what we're seeing in Wilson and the innovation that we're bringing to smoke-free products in the U.S. market, providing legal adult nicotine users.
Halloween decorations do have their limits, legally speaking, of course. With music and fanfare, the Carolina Classic Fair is underway in the Piedmont Triad. Winston-Salem Mayor Allen joins.
This is the one annual event in Winston-Salem that truly has something for everyone, including a water skiing squirrel. And so how many of you seen one of those? I haven't.
You're listening to NCN News.
Seniors, know your rights when looking for new housing. Licensed adult care homes come with rights to quality care, oversight, and a long-term care ombudsman to advocate for you. In registered multi-unit assisted housing, services are arranged separately, and you could have fewer care-related rights. For more information, contact your regional ombudsman today, because knowing your rights means protecting your future. Go to ncdhhs.gov/contactnc for more information. Brought to you by the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services.
At North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance, you're more than a policy, you're family. With offices in every county, we're close by when it matters most. Our local agents customize coverage to fit your life. And our award-winning claims team delivers fast, quality repairs. It's no surprise Forbes ranked us the #1 auto insurer in America. North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance. Helping you is what we do best.
The Nobel Prize for Medicine goes to 3 scientists who've done groundbreaking research on the immune system. CBS's Peter King has that.
It's a joint award for 2 Americans and a Japanese scientist.
Mary Branco, Fred Ramstel, and Shimon Sakaguchi.
The prize honors 3 decades of research on peripheral immune tolerance, which is one way the body helps keep the immune system from getting out of whack and attacking its own tissues instead of foreign invaders. Sakaguchi made the first key discovery in 1990. 1995. Bronco and Ramsdell made another breakthrough in 2001. Sakaguchi linked all of their work 2 years later. Peter King, CBS News.
A sudden change of weather with heavy snow falling on Mount Everest trapped hundreds of hikers over the weekend.
We spoke to one woman whose husband was on a 12-day trek there. 2 days into the trek, he called her via satellite phone and says, "You've got to speak to the police. There's way too much snow here. We're in big trouble." She spoke to the local police, and they already had heard from other trekking groups of the weather conditions and had organised hundreds of local Tibetans to attempt to clear the road to get to where these hikers had been.
That's the BBC's Stephen McDonald. A teen driver's foot slip causing a Cadillac Escalade SUV to crash into a Johnston County store on Sunday. The crash was reported about 4:30 p.m. just off Interstate 95. The incident happened when the 16-year-old boy was driving the SUV while wearing sandals or flip-flops. The fall season is kicked off across North Carolina, and that means trees are changing color from the mountains to the coast. Howard Newhill is a professor of biology at Appalachian State University and tells WLOS.
You could start seeing fall color in the late September, and if you just keep following it through the state to lower elevations, you can see it at Thanksgiving on the coast.
Mike Rayleigh, NCN News.
This morning we start out fairly comfortably, and then as we head into the afternoon, expect another warm-up. High temperatures today, about 80 to 85 across the board. Overnight, we fall into the low to mid-60s under a partly to mostly cloudy sky. Clouds will start to increase heading into the day Tuesday. Highs once again in the low to mid-80s with a chance for a few showers at night and a slightly better chance of scattered showers and storms Wednesday. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Chris Michaels in the Weather Center.
Right now here in the Sandhills area, we're looking at partly cloudy skies, 62 degrees, humidity 99%. Dew point 62, winds are calm, pressure 30-31. It is 8:15 straight up. Let's take a look at your Sandhills news for this Monday morning. Well, a man is dead after a late-night crash in Cumberland County, according to the Highway Patrol. Troopers said the crash happened on Turnbull Road near Cedar Creek Road. Troopers on scene said that speed played a role in the crash. One news source reported that another fatal crash happened in the same location last year when a 1-year-old died. Meanwhile, police are investigating after a person was shot in Zebulon late Friday night. Police said that they were called around 11 p.m. to Shannon Drive near NC 97 and Mac Todd Road. Neighbors said that they heard what sounded like gunshots and ran outside. 3 shots were heard, and then a black car drove away. Police have not released the name of the person who was shot, and their current condition is unknown. Meanwhile, they have not said whether any arrests were made. And deputies arrested 4 people Tuesday after a search in Robbins reportedly produced suspected fentanyl, methamphetamine, marijuana, clozapam, drug paraphernalia, and 2 firearms into play. According to the sheriff's office, the findings come after detectives executed a warrant September 30th in the 400 block of Rushwood Road in Robbins. Those arrested included Jeremy Davison, 30 of Robbins. He's under a $107,500 bond. Also arrested Megan McIntyre, 30 of Robbins, under a $7,500 bond. Also with that kind of bond is Jan Teisinger, 20 of Seagrove. 4th person was arrested, Corey Huzzy, 26. He was booked under a 48-hour hold. That's your latest Sandhills news this morning from the Sandhills Sentinel. And, of course, if you need more information, just head on over to sandhillsentinel.com to retrieve it. It is 8:18 straight up. Let's take a look at your Sandhills sports. That's next right here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
Stay in the game with the Clark Chevrolet Cadillac Sports Report. Family owned and operated for over half a century, they do it all. Sales, service, parts, collision repair, and they never charge a dock fee. Nestled in the heart of Pinehurst, Clark Chevrolet Cadillac, fueling your passion for sports.
In CN Sports, I'm John Champion. Not your ordinary Carolina Panthers game Sunday at Bank of America Stadium. It started out with 2 early missteps by Bryce Young, a fumble and an interception that gave the Miami Dolphins a 17-0 lead in the first half. But then something happened, and it kept happening. In the end, Bryce Young masterfully conducted an 8-play, 83-yard touchdown drive, helped by a huge 17-yard catch by rookie wideout Jimmy Horn Jr. and fellow rookie pass catcher Mitchell Evans, capped off the touch with a 4-yard score from Young with 1:59 remaining. Final score, Panthers 27, Dolphins 24. Running back Rico Dowdle, who started in place of an injured Chuba Hubbard, rushed for a career-high 206 yards and a touchdown on 23 carries. He got high praise from wide receiver Teteroa McMillan.
That's one dude that definitely stepped up today. I believe he, tied for second leading rushing franchise history. I mean, that speaks for itself. He's a dude that shows up every single day ready to work. And, Sunday his name got called, and, it's hard to argue what he did today.
The Panthers will host the Dallas Cowboys in Week 6. The Washington Commanders improved to 3-2 with a 27-10 win over the Los Angeles Chargers at SoFi Stadium. The Philadelphia Eagles are no longer undefeated. The Super Bowl champs fell victim to a comeback win by the Denver Broncos, losing 21-17. After the game, Devonta Smith said,
"Within the play, it's a lot that's on guys' minds. Certain routes, adjusting certain things like that. Jalen has a lot on his mind and things like that. He's trying to work with the protection and things like that. So it's times where we're looking at him and." He may give a signal before or after we look, and ultimately we have to be on the same page. We have to see that signal no matter what.
In the late Sunday game, the Patriots beat the Bills 23-20. To baseball, in the AL playoffs, Toronto beat the Yankees 13-7. Seattle beat Detroit 3-2. Tonight, the Dodgers are at Philly and the Cubs are at Milwaukee. You're listening to NCN Sports.
North Carolina ranks second in the nation in potential agricultural land lost by the year 2040. The NC Forever Farms program supports the preservation of family farms through permanent agricultural conservation easements and has received a record number of applications for 3 straight years. Landowners interested in preserving their working farm through the Farmland Preservation Division of the North Carolina Department of Agriculture and Consumer Services can learn more by visiting ncadfp.org.
The Medicare open enrollment period runs through December 7th. This is your annual opportunity to review your Medicare health plan or Medicare prescription drug plan and make sure you're getting the best coverage to meet your needs for the next year. Be sure to review your Medicare, your handbook, and the annual notice of change from your current plan. Visit ncshiip.com or call toll-free at 855-408-1212. SHIP provides free, unbiased help in all 100 counties.
To the WNBA Finals, where the Las Vegas Aces are up 2-0 on the Phoenix Mercury. Final score, 91-78. Jackie Young and Asia Wilson, the WNBA's top-scoring duo, combined for a staggering 60 points. Young led all scorers with 32 points, followed by Wilson's 28. Former Duke player Chelsea Gray also had a double-double of 10 points and 10 assists, grabbed 8 rebounds, had 3 steals, and blocked 3 shots to help the Aces win. Coach Becky Hammonds, after the game,
I just told him at some point you have to do it. Like, we could talk about it till we're blue in the face. We know the problems. We know the issues that we had in game 1. Like, let's fix it now, not wait till after the game or halftime. And they really buckled in on that end.
The next 2 games are in Phoenix, starting on Wednesday. John Champion, NCN Sports.
Sometimes you just want to say,
take it from the top. My career is over.
I thought you were part of the coffee generation. 97.3 FM and 990 AM. WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
Now offering in-home sales consulting. Hi, this is Catherine Phelps, owner of Appliances and More, where creating relationships is our business. No matter if you're replacing, remodeling, or building a new home, Appliances and More now offers in-home sales consulting in the comfort of your own home. This will allow you to find the right appliance that fits your individual needs. Remember, low price guarantee, price match policy, we will not be undersold. Contact Appliances and More, featuring Caraloha in the Town and Country Shopping Center, Aberdeen.
If you're in the market for a new car, there are a lot of reasons to make the short drive to Cooper Ford in Carthage, but it really comes down to just 2: exceptional customer service and the lowest prices guaranteed. Cooper Ford is proud to be the only locally owned Ford dealership in Moore County, and they're also proud to announce that once again they've won the coveted Ford President's Award for an unprecedented 5th year in a row. Online at cooperford.net. The locally owned, award-winning Cooper Ford in Carthage, always working hard to be your hometown dealer.
Hi, this is Catherine Phelps. My husband Joe and I are the owners of Appliances and More in Aberdeen. We advertise on WEEB because we get results. Every day, someone comes in and tells us they heard about us on the radio. Come in and ask us in person about how successful radio advertising can be for you and your business. Find your new customers by advertising on WEEB.
Don't miss Taking Aim, presented by the Marketplace Restaurant and Catering, every Saturday morning at 11 a.m. with your hosts David Hensley and Steve Woodward. Listen to them expose hypocrisy, deception, and woke agendas in government and education at the federal, state, and local levels. Join David and Steve as they call on conservatives to stand up in the bold new era of MAGA dominance under Donald Trump 2.0. Listen to Taking Aim Saturdays at 11 a.m. right here on WEEB.
If there was a better way for financial planning, when would you want to know? Hi, I'm Roger Harris, host of Whitehorse Financial Solutions, which airs Saturdays from 9 to 10 a.m. and Sundays from 1 to 2 p.m. Tune in to learn how we can help you optimize your assets while eliminating losses, create better retirement plans with more paychecks, more playchecks, and a tax-efficient legacy. That's Whitehorse Financial Solutions every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m. and then on Sundays from 1 to 2 p.m. You can reach us online at whitehorse-financial.com or call 910-339-2625.
With me now is retired Air Force Colonel Andy Orander. Of course, Andy, you've had some recent pain. Tell us about that as well as what you decided to do about it.
Yeah, I had some issues with my L5 and S1 joint, walking around like Walter Brennan, in a lot of pain. And I went to a chiropractor. It was Dr. Wright at Pinecone, and she did this thing called pressure wave, and I highly recommend that to everybody.
Was it easier than you thought, or was it a painful experience?
It was non-painful, non-invasive. It's something I never really knew about.
And did it work, and or would you gladly recommend it?
Absolutely, 100% it worked. I'd never heard of it before, and I recommend it to everybody I meet who have any kind of pain, arthritis.
If you're suffering from pain, why not schedule a free, no-obligation appointment with Dr. Sharon Wright at Pinecone Medical Center? Call 910-420-1911 or visit on the web at pineconemedicalcenter.com.
When Mother Nature unleashes its fury, will your roof hold up? With Creed & Garner Roofing, the answer is yes, and the experts agree. They've just won the 2025 Platinum Preferred Contractor Award from Owens Corning for product excellence, providing what their customers already know. Creed & Garner installs roofs that last. From repairs to full replacements, their certified team delivers unbeatable quality and peace of mind. That's why they've been in business for over 40 years in the Sandhills. Call Creed & Garner Roofing at 910-944-0520 for a free estimate.
Welcome a new season bursting with abundant color by saying hello to your knowledgeable friends at Olmsted Village Hardware. They'll introduce you to a selection of fall fertilizer products that will nurture your lawn and vegetation and keep your grounds thriving as temperatures moderate. Longing for a landscaping upgrade? Ask our experts to show you a variety of mulch and pine bark nuggets. Cooler weather means it's a great time for outdoor chefs. Our True Value store on Central Park Avenue, just off Highway 211 and next door to Lowe's Foods, features a Grill Master showroom where you can choose from traditional, flat top, and electric grills. As favorite recipes sizzle, get cozy by treating the family to a new fire pit. Gather round in polywood chairs that you'll find next door at Olmsted Patio. Furnishings by Home Decor Poly are available in 30 custom colors and come with 20-year warranties. Olmsted Village Hardware, open 7 days a week, plus shop online for bargains on tools, paint, and household products.
Hi, this is Rodney Swarms with Plumbing Night. We know that plumbing emergencies can happen at any time. In fact, they seem to happen at the most inconvenient times. And then inviting an unknown plumber into your home, that can add to the stress of the situation. The Plumbing Night wants to alleviate any stress about inviting a technician into your home by guaranteeing that we have not only the very best plumbers, but also the most knowledgeable plumbers. Before any of our employees are hired, all of the employees must undergo drug testing and a thorough background check. If they don't pass, they aren't hired. No exceptions. Once they're hired and part of the team, they receive continuous technical and customer training to ensure that they are the very best at their trade. This training is week after week, month after month, year after year. This training is what got us into community college to teach the plumbing trade. So the next time you have an emergency, call the Plumbing Night. They're known for extraordinary service and integrity.
Call the Plumbing Night at 639-5555, day or night, or on the web at theplumbingnight.com.
Thanks for help bringing the economy back.
one local purchase at a time.
Kind of uplifts you and you feel better.
It's the greatest comeback of all time. With Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB.
From Coach Pete's Money Desk, America's wealth coach and best-selling author, Coach Pete D'Arruda. Coach, how important is a good, solid spending plan in retirement?
I've said this over and over again. In retirement, every day is a Saturday. What do we spend on a Saturday compared to what do we spend on a Monday? Probably a lot more on a Saturday.
I do.
I mean, we're anticipating that you're working Monday through Friday. That's why we call it every day's a Saturday. So in retirement, you're not going to be working. But your money has better be working for you. And it better be there for you. And it better have a lot more for you than you thought you were going to need. Part B of this, I've heard, don't worry, you only need about 70% of your income in retirement that you have in working life. Where do they get that from? They'll say, oh, well, you're not going to have a house payment. So what?
Exactly.
Maybe I don't have a house payment before I reach retirement. I want to have the money to do whatever I want to do whenever I want to do it, right?
Right. Get your total retirement plan, 919-415-1716, 919-415-1716. You can also text COACH to 600-700. Text COACH to 600-700. Coach, when you and the team meet with someone about their retirement, what strength do you bring?
The main word is experience. I've watched people go through all different things in my life, and I've helped people solve different financial equations that they thought was unsolvable. How am I going to do this, Coach? How are we ever going to retire with this, and that? And then we've rearranged. When you watch some of these shows where they rearrange a house or they tear a house down and rebuild it, they have a vision. I'm not good in the house world, but I'm great in the financial world. But looking at what you have, I can say, oh, here's what you really need based on what you've told me you need and want in your future. Here's what I would do. Not here's what I'm making you do. Here's what I would do. What do you think about this? Then we get the objections and we work through those and we design a plan that's perfect for you. Not by jamming something at you saying this is what you need to do and you have to do it right now.
Meet with a team with experience in retirement planning. 919-415-1716, 919-415-1716, or text COACH to 600-700.
Investment advisory services offered through Capital Financial Advisory Group, a North Carolina registered investment advisor.
Monday morning starting out fairly comfortably, maybe a few patches of fog out there. Otherwise, as we head into the afternoon, it's another warm one like yesterday. High temperatures across the board reaching 80 to 85 degrees. Overnight, partly to mostly cloudy, temperatures in the low to mid 60s. It's another warm one Tuesday. Clouds gradually on the increase with a few showers possible at night. Our next cold front brings the chance for showers and storms Wednesday. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Chris Michaels in the Weather Center.
And now, the Sandhills' #1 morning show. Mornings with the LeaderMan. Here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. And heard and seen around the world at talk973.com.
The best part of waking up is waking up with us.
Today is National Noodle Day, so don't forget to mark your calendars.
My boss always gets mad at me for making extra long noodles.
Like, sir, I don't even want the pasta anymore. I want your noodle.
I'll use this noodle so that you can use my other noodle. I mean, you stood there like a little wet noodle.
I'm a man of many talents. You are a man of very few. Kidding!
Thank you for the entertainment.
Sunrises in Carolina and sets in Tennessee. The ladies down south are special. See them and believe with their slow way of walking, sweet way of talking, put you in a spell, and you can't break free.
Good morning. Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. Welcome back to the most listened to program in all of the Sandhills. It is time once again for Mornings with the LeaderMan. I am Steve Leader Adams, along with the Colonel, retired Marine Colonel Jeff Drummond. Good morning, Colonel.
Yeah, good morning, Moore County. Time to get up and at 'em. Weather's pretty nice out there. Good day for a walk. Good day for some outdoor activities, maybe an extra round of golf. So enjoy your day.
Don't forget, of course, we're being heard and seen around the world on a live audio and video stream. They're both available to you from our website at talk973.com or talk1041.com. or WEEB990.com. Upper right-hand corner of every page has the audio stream by itself where it says on the air, listen live. Click that once you're listening that quick. You may have to hit a play button, but that's the most you'll do. If you're looking for our video and audio together, you can get to that by going to that sentence in the top middle of the page in blue letters where it says, watch the morning show and reruns. Click that sentence and you're watching that quick under today's date. Weather for us today here in the Sandhills area. Well, let's see here. It's going to be a nice one. Mostly sunny today with a high of 82. Tonight, clear and 61. Tomorrow, another sunny day and 83. 70% chance of getting wet on Wednesday with a high of 80. And Thursday, we'll drop it to about a 10% chance of rain. Otherwise, look for mostly sunny with a high of 68. Friday, sunshine 71, and Saturday, sunny and 73. Right now around the Sandhills, winds to calm, pressure 30-31, dew point 62, humidity 99%. We have partly cloudy skies, 62 degrees currently here at Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM WEEB. Now it's saying mostly cloudy. Get some clouds moved in. All right, 8:35, 35 past the hour on this Monday. Glad you made us a part of your day. Hope we do not disappoint you. Let's see here. Back to here, where we didn't quite finish up last hour. A dog in Canada just made it into the Purina Hall of Fame for fighting off a grizzly bear and saving the owner's life. 70-year-old Craig Campbell was hiking with his 10-year-old Doberman named Knight last year when they crossed paths with a mama bear and two cubs. Never a good situation, right, Colonel?
No.
Knight fought it off long enough for Craig to grab a can of bear spray he had with him. Here's Campbell talking about the bear attack.
I said to myself, I'm about to die. She came racing out of the bush at full speed. Everything was silent, really, except for the huffing of the bear, which was so loud, giving me time to get my bear spray out. At which point I said to myself over and over, I'm going to live, I'm going to live, I'm going to live. The best dog is the dog you have in front of you.
Mm-hmm. Be surprised what they're able to bow up and do when they think their master is, I hate to use the word master, that their caretaker, I guess, is threatened. Because I was out at the dog park one time when I knew what I call newbies, somebody new to the dog park, was out there with a Doberman who was not well tamed. And the Doberman started charging at me and Colt and Nick jumps in front of all of us and blows up his chest and knocked that Doberman right on his back. He said, "Get away." And the Doberman ran. Okay. Tell that story made your day. A former quarterback, Mark Sanchez, is facing charges after he attacked a 69-year-old man in Indianapolis. The victim actually stabbed Sanchez a few times before he feared for his life. Sanchez went to a nearby bar for help. Here's the bartender who who brought him in, Scott Bennett, of the Long Miller's Pub.
As I was closing, somebody was banging on the window, saw that the person needed help, and it had blood on him. He said that he had been shot, brought him inside, laid him down, called 911, put towels over injuries that he had. I was trying to talk to him a little bit. It was a little bit trying to get his name. Couldn't really understand what he was saying. I didn't recognize him.
The initial police call, though, thought that they were responding to a shooting, so Sanchez may have thought he was shot. The other man has a nasty wound across his cheek. What were you going to say?
Yeah, I read some back and forth things there. I guess, there was some kind of altercation, and apparently Sanchez attacked the guy, who then pulled the knife and stabbed him. So, yeah, I don't know. Booze. I'm sure booze was involved somewhere. Not a good thing.
Wouldn't surprise you, would it?
No.
All right, a stand-up comedian today, Dimitri Martin, on Halloween and reading the foil box.
I think my favorite holiday is Halloween. I think it's my favorite, yeah. That's a good holiday because you don't have to celebrate that one with your family. You know? You never hear, what are you doing for Halloween? I gotta fly back east and go trick-or-treating with my parents. That sucks. Yeah, they got a divorce, so I got to bring 2 different costumes this year. I like reading. I'm a big reader. I feel like I just end up reading everything. I don't know. Like the other day, I was in my kitchen. I opened the drawer and I pulled out the Reynolds wrap, and ended up reading the box of Reynolds wrap. It said Reynolds wrap, trusted since 1947. I thought, oh, that's interesting. Trusted. What an interesting word to use there. It implies some sort of dark past for Reynolds. You couldn't trust him, I guess, you know what I mean? Just, honey, did you get the tinfoil? Yeah, open the box. There's just pebbles in here. This is foiled.
Okay. Not his best material, I would say, but,
Well, we have another one if you want to give it a try. Not from him, another guy.
Oh, okay. Well.
But we'll save that. If we need it, we'll use it. All right. In the meantime, come here, little one. Let's play this little game.
And now it's time for Yes!
Yes! Yes! Yes! Yes!
Or BS.
Don't get me back to good bullshit.
All right, time for another rousing round of Yes or BS. We'll give the Colonel a statement. He'll tell us why, yes, that's true, or that's total BS. And today's topic is things that are considered normal for men but taboo for women.
Oh, okay. Great.
Again, it's a 50-50 shot. Men being assertive in the workplace is often perceived as leadership, while women exhibiting the same traits are sometimes labeled as bossy.
True.
It is true. There's a well-documented workplace double standard. Assertiveness in men is often culturally associated with strong leadership qualities. In contrast, assertive women may be viewed negatively due to lingering stereotypes that expect women to be more communal and less dominant. Number 2, a man choosing to be a stay-at-home parent is still more socially stigmatized than a woman who makes the same choice.
Oh, true.
Yeah, that's very true. While becoming more common, men who prioritize child care over their careers can face skepticism and questions about their ambitions and masculinity. Pressure less intensely applied to women who have traditionally been seen as primary caregivers. I guess the question becomes, is the wife or woman cool with this relationship?
Well, I
mean, a man
that
wants
can go
to be
in
a
so many
man.
different directions. I mean, if the woman has a particular profession or something where she can make a boatload of money compared to the man's profession or whatever, and he's a bum, he's lazy, he's whatever. fine. I've known several people over the years where the man, is the primary focus at home. You know, good guys and all that kind of thing. Get around and do all the normal man stuff too. But the wife was
maybe have a nuclear engineer on her hands.
One exactly. You know, so somebody needed to take care of business. You're going to have the wife give up a six-figure job so he can go make 4 figures or whatever. Go ahead.
Me, I couldn't stay at home. I don't have kids, so I never had that choice to have to make, but I think I'd hire a caregiver during the day.
Well, that's what a
and
lot of
spend
families...
all my money on it.
Yeah, that's what a lot of families have to do because, one job family, doesn't carry you like it used to back in the day or whatever. So you got both parents working and they, got somebody drop the kid off with mom or dad, the grandparents kind of thing if they happen to have them home or then they got to go pay for daycare, which in and of itself is expensive. So lots of considerations there.
Let's see. It is equally, especially if you get a daycare that you think will help the child versus just being there.
Yeah, I mean, that was all part of Obama's big thing, was this pre-kindergarten and all that, but that's indoctrination. I mean, if you can find somebody that can care for your kid that you trust and aren't going to start doing weird things with your kid, and a lot of the pedophilia stuff that starts with family. A good friend of mine, hey, you drop the kid off with Uncle so-and-so, and Uncle so-and-so's doing about 30 in prison right now.
Right.
So, it's hit and miss. You really got to know what's going on with your kids.
Number 3, it is equally acceptable for both men and women to openly express emotions like sadness or fear in most social situations.
No.
It is false. Societal norms often condition men to suppress vulnerable emotions to appear strong and stoic, while women are generally given more social permission to express a wider range of emotions without the same level of judgment.
Yeah, true. Suck it up. Go about your business.
Men and women face the same level of scrutiny and criticism regarding their number of past sexual partners.
What was the premise?
Men and women face the same level of scrutiny and criticism regarding their number of past sexual partners.
No, false.
It is false. A double standard often persists, where men with multiple partners are sometimes praised or seen as experienced, while women with a similar history may be judged negatively or labeled promiscuous. Or somewhere in your getting acquainted stage, she may say, I've had 3 partners. And you're thinking to yourself, is that all? Number 5, the decision for a man to take his wife's last name after marriage is a common and accepted as women taking their husbands.
No.
It's false.
No, you got a lot of women, who want to hyphenate their last name.
All right.
Yeah, they want to keep their grandfather's name.
Yeah.
So, there you go. But actually, that's been common in certain societies for ages anyway, and particularly England, Scotland. There's a lot of hyphenated names, but a lot of that is to keep track of your genealogy kind of thing too. So.
And some of them just plain keep their last name as it was.
Yeah, well, that's a different.
My late sister-in-law was like that. I tried to look up in the phone book when they had phone books one time, and she wasn't under my brother's name, so I couldn't find her.
Yeah, well, she kept her grandfather's name.
Yeah. There is generally equal societal pressures on both men and women to maintain a youthful appearance as they age.
Oh, man, I don't know if that's true or not. It seems like it's more true now than it was ages ago. Mostly women wanted to do that, but, I don't know. I don't know. Are we talking current? Then it's probably false.
It is false. While both genders experience pressure, women often face a more intense and earlier expectations to combat the signs of aging, both in their personal lives and professional careers, than men do. In other words, I guess men look more mature and
distinguished. Yeah,
distinguished.
There's plenty of men doing that now.
Well, women just look older.
Yeah, look at old Joe Biden there and fail.
He even looks, when they show videos of him or pictures, that his eyes are barely open. He had real small.
He should have been in a home.
Yeah.
Well, he was in a home. Unfortunately, it's one we pay for. So.
Well, Jill kept it a home, as far as a senior care facility. A father being the primarily organizer of his children's schedules and appointments is considered as typical as a mother in that role.
Jeez, I don't know. Again, it depends on whether it's a male. This one could be a coin toss. I would say false.
It is false.
Yeah.
Women still essentially carry the mental load, of household and family management. A father who takes the lead in this area is often praised for going above and beyond, highlighting the underlying expectation that this is primarily a mother's responsibility.
Yeah, but if you got a male child, a lot of the fathers are out there, getting them involved in sports and things like that. Do they take him to the doctor's office? I've seen that. So I don't know. To my mind, that's a coin toss. But I guess probably the women do take a more active role if you're going to talk about, some of the other things.
All right, number 8, men are complimented on their physical appearance in professional settings as frequently and in the same manner as women.
I don't know. Say that again.
Men are complimented on their physical appearance in professional settings as frequently and in the same manner as women.
I would say that's false.
It is false.
But, I've been in situations where that goes both ways, too. So, yeah, okay.
Comments on a woman's appearance in the workplace, even if well-intentioned, are more common and can be seen as undermining her professional authority, a situation men experience with far less frequency.
Yeah, you're better off not saying anything to anybody about that kind of stuff anymore. But then there's the women that doing their best to look nice and things like that.
Yeah.
Maybe I don't want to say fishing for a compliment, but putting their best foot forward, I guess, put it that way, and then they don't get a compliment, and they're a little disappointed sometimes. I don't know. You don't know what
you're mad
supposed
if you
to
do.
say
You're mad if you don't.
Yeah, you don't know what you're supposed to do anymore with any of this stuff.
Number 9, society views a man who prioritizes his career over starting a family in the same way it views a woman who makes the same choice.
I don't know. Yeah.
Been right so far. What's your gut telling you?
I don't know. True.
False. A woman who prioritizes her career over having children may face questions about her life choices and be perceived as selfish, whereas a man making the same choice is often seen as ambitious and responsible.
Yeah, it sounds true.
And lastly, men and women receive the same encouragement and face similar obstacles when entering careers traditionally dominated by the opposite gender.
They do what now? They get the same.
Men and women receive the same encouragement and
No.
face similar obstacles when entering careers traditionally dominated by the opposite gender.
No,
That's false, like you said. While both face challenges, women entering male-dominated fields may have their competence questioned, while men entering female-dominated fields like nursing or early childhood education can face stigma related to their masculinity.
Yeah, I don't know. From my perspective, most most of the corpsmen, in the Marine Corps for 30 years, the overwhelming majority of the corpsmen and nurses in the hospital were men. So, that one doesn't make sense to me, specifically when you talk about men. Now, early childhood education, I'm desperately trying to think of a man, in my experience, that was ever doing that, and I can't think of one. Although I know they're out there, but it goes by profession to profession. When you think about some of the activities where you got a lot of physical things that you got to do, firemen, police, military, etc. You kind of, and we're getting back to male. We're getting back to a higher physical standard in the military.
Mm-hmm.
Although in the Marine Corps, I remember, there were quite a few women. I had one in my unit one time. She'd go out there and knock out 10 pull-ups, no problem. The sit-ups and the 3-mile run. Generally, I don't know too many women that had a problem with that piece, but doing pull-ups was a particular issue. And I've known a couple of them over the years. Man, they hop up on that bar and knock them out like nobody's business.
Like a rubber band.
They used to have a arm hang or whatever for the women. You had to pull up, get your chin over the bar, and you could get help doing that. And then you had to hang there for
seemed like the second coming.
I can't remember what the minimum time was. The max was like 30 seconds to get a perfect score,
Right.
And I know a lot of men that couldn't stick their chin over the bar and hang there for, I think it was 30 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
And it was kind of tough to do. So that was considered their thing instead of pull-ups. But now it's just they have to do at least one pull-up now. They did away with that years ago.
No.
That dead arm hang or whatever it was called.
Well, didn't Pete Hegseth just put it back in? Men got to do 10, women have to do 10, if they're going for the same position.
No, the standard would be, a max score for a Marine is pull-ups, is 20 pull-ups. That gets you 100 points on your physical test. For women to get 100 points, it's not 20. I'm not sure what the number is. And the minimum you have to do for a male is 3 pull-ups. And the minimum you have to do for the women, I remember, was 1. And it had to be a good pull-up. There was no kicking and squirming and all that. You get on the bar, dead arm hang, and you pull yourself up over the bar. And I used to be able to do it palm in or palm out. I don't know if they changed it for everybody to do one way or the other.
Palm out.
Palm in. I don't know if they did that. You could do it either. You used to be able to do it either way. I think they all said it's got to be palm outboard and do a pull-up.
Whichever's harder, I'm sure, is the way they do it.
Well, it's not so much one's harder than the other. It's just if you get up there and all you ever do is, one they call a chin-up. That's palm in. The other one is a pull-up. Palm out. I don't remember which one's which, but if all you ever do is one way or the other, then if you switch, it's like starting over. So you get up there and you one time you'll do them one way, the other time you'll do them the other way, and that way you keep everything exercised, etc. But all that stuff aside, the other thing is we went to that was the last 5 years. We went to what's called a PRT. You run the three events, pull-ups, sit-ups, or crunches now, in a 3-mile run. But now you also have to do a fireman's carry, and 3 or 4 other combat-related events to pass, to be physically qualified or physically passed for your readiness test. And I don't even remember what they all are. I did them, and, it's not a big deal.
No.
I was 50 years old when I did them, so, we'll say they were really difficult. Most everybody else did them a whole lot faster than I did,
Yeah.
but I could do it.
Got to the finish line. That's
Yeah, Well, the 3-mile run there at that last couple of years, no, I wasn't. The max score on a 3-mile run is 18 minutes. If you ran it in 18 minutes or less, you got 100 points. And yeah, 18 minutes was well past my my ability at that point.
All right. Well, thank you, Colonel. And so it goes for this Monday. Have yourself a great, safe day. We'll see you back bright and early tomorrow, 7 to 9 for a titillating Tuesday. Until then, be sure to support the mom and pops businesses you hear on our station. They're the core of our economy here in Moore County. When you give them first crack at your spending dollars, your money tends to stay right here in our economy, roll over and create jobs for all of us. And if you want to find out why talk radio is the most effective form of advertising there is, even better than your internet, well, give us a call here at the station and let us show you why people stay on year-round here when they start advertising with us. All right, that's it for me, the leader man, and Nick and Colt the dog. We'll all see you this afternoon at the dog park.
Well, bye.
When I come back, you'd better be laughing.
So, what have we learned? Heck, I don't know. But this is one crazy show. Bye now.
Cut! That's it. Go home, everybody. None of this ever happened. Well, y'all come back now, you hear?
I think we're through here.
Yeah, man. Thank you very much, man. That's pretty much all I got, man. Okay, class dismissed. Rock on!
Well, let me tell you something. Everything comes to an end.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
News this hour from Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. Not only is today day 6 of the government shutdown, it's also the first day of the new Supreme Court term, and the justices will consider some high-profile cases dealing with the powers of the presidency.
In November, the High Court will hear a pivotal case for President Trump's economic agenda as it considers the legality of many of his sweeping tariffs. In December, the justices will take up his power to fire independent agency members at will. And the president's executive order to end automatic birthright citizenship for children of undocumented immigrants has also arrived at the Supreme Court. Greg Clugston, Washington.
As for the shutdown, today the Senate's expected to take another vote on a Republican short-term spending bill that would end the government shutdown. Tomorrow marks a somber anniversary in Israel, 2 years since the brutal Hamas terror attack on innocent civilians that ignited the war in Gaza. Israeli and Hamas negotiators are holding indirect talks in Egypt aimed at ending the war. President Trump's plan to send 200 National Guard troops to Portland, Oregon, has been put on hold by a federal judge. The judge ruled that the protests in Portland do not justify federal intervention. It's called a supermoon, and tonight's the night. Franklin Institute chief astronomer Derek Pitts says the moon will appear a bit larger and brighter as it rises in the sky.
The next supermoon occurs October 6th, and it will be visible everywhere around the world because it's occurring at full moon. And since the whole planet will be able to see full moon, everyone will be able to experience this supermoon event, as long as the sky is clear.
Look for another supermoon in November and then again in December. On Wall Street, stock futures pointing to a higher open later this morning. More on these stories at townhall.com.
NCN News, I'm Mike Riley. House Bill 307 has been signed into law by Governor Josh Stein. The bill is also called Arena's Law, which is named after Arena Zaruska, who was fatally stabbed on a train in Charlotte. Governor Stein says everyone should be able to feel safe and thinks this will partially help the problem.
When I review public safety legislation that comes to my desk, I use one simple test. Does it make people safer?
A week after a shooting in Southport that left 3 people dead, a prayer vigil was held to honor the victims of the weekend. Haley Rogers lost her mother, Joy, in the shooting. Rogers telling WECT in Wilmington,
people come up to me, I don't understand how you're so happy. I'm like, no, it's joy. And it's joy no matter the circumstances.
The Supreme Court's term begins today. CBS legal correspondent Jen Crawford.
Really what's hanging over the whole term are these cases involving President Trump. They're going to have to decide the power of the president to impose tariffs and whether he can fire members of independent federal agencies.
Tuesday is Election Day in many parts of North Carolina. Voters will be going to the polls to make their voices heard in city council races, mayoral contests, and other municipal elections. Durham, Fayetteville, and Rocky Mount are among the cities in central North Carolina, for instance, that are holding Election Day on Tuesday. The Asheville Firefighters Academy rigorous final 24-hour training can be difficult. In Woodfin on Saturday, there was a graduation ceremony for firefighters. Recruit Clint Henson.
It's smoky, so you can't see, but when you do get to the fire, watching it, being able to watch a fire roll out like a living organism is incredible.
This holiday shopping season should be a strong one online. Adobe's Vivek Beta.
We're seeing consumers lean on these generative AI platforms to get ideas on what to buy for different people.
You're listening to NCN News.
At North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance, you're more than a policy, you're family. With offices in every county, we're close by when it matters most. Our local agents customize coverage to fit your life. And our award-winning claims team delivers fast, quality repairs. It's no surprise Forbes ranked us the #1 auto insurer in America. North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance. Helping you is what we do best.
For North Carolina high school seniors, the countdown to college is on. And at CFNC, we've got all the resources and information needed to get you on campus next year. Take College Application Week, for example. Did you know you can apply for free at many North Carolina colleges from October 20th through October 26th? Sure can. Don't miss the opportunity to save some money applying to college. And for more help, visit cfnc.org/C2C.
Seven Lakes Contracting and Asphalt Services is proud to announce they are now a certified sport coating installer. If your tennis or pickleball court has cracks, fading lines, or slippery surfaces and has seen better days, let them refinish it with a new durable playing surface that will weather the test of time. With over 30 years of experience, call Seven Lakes Contracting and Asphalt Services for a free estimate at 910-673-1318. That's 910-673-1318.
This morning we start out fairly comfortably, and then as we head into the afternoon, expect another warm-up. High temperatures today, about 80 to 85 across the board. Overnight, we fall into the low to mid-60s under a partly to mostly cloudy sky. Clouds will start to increase heading into the day Tuesday. Highs once again in the low to mid-80s with a chance for a few showers at night and a slightly better chance of scattered showers and storms Wednesday. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Chris Michaels in the Weather Center.
This hour of the Chris Plant Show is sponsored by Seven Lakes Contracting and Asphalt Services. Call 910-673-1318 for your free estimate.
The shutdown melodrama continues. I love the smell of melodrama in the morning. It smells like the United States Senate.
Yes. Senator John Kennedy, being humorous, as he very often is. The Democrats, the Schumer shutdown, you see, now they've decided to make it about Obamacare. I thought Obamacare was a done deal, you commie fascist Hitlerites, you lunatics. Stop shooting people. You see, another Democrat showed up at the Cathedral of St. Matthew's, the Catholic Cathedral in Washington, D.C. yesterday for the annual Red Mass, which is a tradition that's been going on since like the year 1283 or something in England and Europe, obviously not here, since we hadn't discovered America yet. That's right, we discovered America. It was discovered by Christopher Columbus, who the Democrats would crucify today. Well, they'd crucify Jesus today, too, wouldn't they? The Democrat Party. Loony bin, yeah, and another Molotov cocktail. The Democrat Party, they're really big on Molotov cocktails, aren't they? They love firebombing things, and they hate the Jewish people and the Catholic people and the American people and normal people. They're really not on the side of civilization. They're the left. Remarkable stuff. And we did open with Senator John Kennedy. They're always fun, always entertaining, and pretty much always right. But he was out there, and there's plenty to talk about the government shutdown. Michael Piercy noticed that the traffic today was not as light as it was last week. And then I, driving in, noticed the same thing. I don't know what's going on with that. Probably part of a nefarious plan of theirs. They've got all kinds of nefarious plans, don't you know? Yes, they do. The left is crazy. The left is violent. They're anti-law enforcement. There's an insurrection going on being led by Democrat governors like Gavin Newsom and J.B. Pritzker, and got these mental dwarves in Portland, Oregon, and the mayor, the city council, the whole gang, the governor. They have a governor there, too. Amazing stuff. The state of Washington, the state of Illinois. The Democrat Party should reform their Confederate States of America because it might be best. It might be best for just speed things along. So we've got that going. But in Virginia, Virginia, very nearby Virginia, I'm in Washington, D.C., our nation's capital. It's not a large area, and it might take several drives of a golf ball to make it to Virginia from where we sit right now, but not a whole lot more than that. And we've got the governor there, Glenn Youngkin, talking about the Democrat Party's Attorney General candidate, whose name is Jay Jones. Jay Jones. And the governor, the Republican governor, said that the Democrat nominee, Jay Jones, should step away in disgrace after it was discovered that he was texting about murdering the Republican, shooting him in the head twice, letting Pol Pot. Who else did he want to let live? He wanted to let everybody. Oh, the Hitler and Pol Pot. He'd let them live, but he would shoot the Republican Speaker of the House in the head twice if he only had 2 bullets, and there were 3 people there: Pol Pot, Adolf Hitler, and of course the Republican Speaker of the House. He would shoot the Republican Speaker of the House in the head twice and let Adolf Hitler live, and he'd let Pol Pot live. And then he said that he wanted to murder his children because he wanted his children to die in their mother's arms. And then he said, I'm going to be indelicate here, and I want to apologize up front. You know what? I'll be polite for now, and then when I read him his quotes directly, then I'll use the actual blunt force language. He said he would then go and urinate on their graves because he's a sadist, a psychopath, and he's the Democrat Party's candidate to become the #1 law enforcement official in the Commonwealth of Virginia. You know, home of George Mason and Thomas Jefferson. And pay no attention. The Democrat Party is a firebombing gang of slave-running, Jim Crow law passing. They're violent. They're violent in Chicago over the weekend. They're violent in Portland over the weekend. They're fighting against the federal government like the insurrectionists that they are. It's time that these politicians started facing arrest, and they should be cuffed face down and then dragged away by their ankles. You know, face down, hopefully down staircases and things like that. Now, I'm not saying that I'd shoot them in the head twice and then urinate on their graves like the Democrat running for the Attorney General slot in Virginia, Jay Jones, and Democrats will vote for him. Now, I'm not going to come in here and say 2 bullets to the head for Jay Jones, although that's the rhetoric that Jay Jones is using. The Democrat Party ought to be gassed. I'm just kidding. They're not necessarily gassed, but they should be canceled. They should go the way of the Bull Moose Party. They really should. The Know Nothing Party, or they should just be relabeled as the Know Nothing Party. They know lust for blood and for violence, though. They're completely crazy, and they go around calling everybody fascists, which is, once again, as I've been pointing out for years, no sense of irony. These people, absolutely no sense of irony. But the Democrat running for Attorney General in Virginia getting a lot of attention, as he should, and maybe there should be a pre-dawn FBI raid with a network camera crew across the street in tow. Battering rams, shoot the dog, the whole thing. don't really shoot the dog. That's just silly. Why would you shoot the dog? Well, it's a tradition at this point, isn't it? So we've got that. Yeah, Jay Jones, Democrat of Virginia, just amazing. It's good to be a Democrat because the news media is not even covering it. The Washington Post isn't covering it. CBS News is not covering it. Even the local news isn't covering it. It's really remarkable stuff. Virginia Democrat AG, Attorney General nominee, once sent text messages about killing a former GOP colleague, the Grand Old Party. And the Democrat Party, see, where the Grand Old Party came along, really took off when we elected Abraham Lincoln, largely to abolish slavery. And then the Democrats murdered, how many? About 1.5 million people. And then they murdered Abraham Lincoln because they loved their slaves so much. And now they love cheap labor so much in the form of illegal aliens that, honestly, crazy. And who do we had? We had that one former Republican, he's out there talking about civil war. He's saying it thinks it may be, what do you say? It may be inevitable. I've got him coming up too. Adam Kinzinger said that civil war may be inevitable. Isn't it amazing? And Democrats and their transgender children. How did they have children in the first place? But it turns out there are a whole lot of, I'm not going to use the word famous. There are a whole bunch of Democrats, a lot of Hollywood people like Robert De Niro and people like that. And they've all got tranny psycho kids. It's what the Democrats are doing to the country. And Greta von Thunberg, she's a lot of fun. Greta Thunberg, she's a celebrity activist because the left made the teenage idiot a celebrity activist. Greta Thunberg being held in a jail cell in Israel, which she's complaining is bed bug infested. Really? Let's throw her down in one of the tunnels in Gaza and have them keep her. You think bed bugs are bad? Just what do they see we got coming here? And she's complaining that she's being forced to sit for long periods on hard surfaces. And what she means by that is hard surfaces that are not on yachts or on Gulfstream jets, on private jets. Isn't that amazing? Also, you know how the Democrats, they hate the Jews. They're and then they call everybody fascists and Nazis. A visiting professor at the Harvard University. Last week we had Harvard University with the transgender freak show professor who's teaching gender studies. And what was his name, Michael? Lohor Vagistan. Lohor Vagistan is his name. And he's not a she, but he dresses like a she, kind of like the guy that the Democrats under Joe Biden put in charge of nuclear materials at the Department of Energy, the cross-dresser who was stealing everybody's luggage so he could dress in women's clothes that he stole from airport carousels. And that was just fine. That's not even a news story. Democrats are like, well, some people steal luggage while they're dressed in their grandmother's clothing. Isn't that amazing? But the Democrat Party, here's now the professor at Harvard, they're calling him a visiting professor because wouldn't want to say he was a full-time professor like Elizabeth Warren, who's not a member of any Native American tribe, but claimed to be for decades. And they kept promoting her and trotting her out at parties and saying, hey, look, we've got Chief Woo over here. And woo. The Democrat Party, aren't they amazing? Hi, how are you? Hi, how are you? Hi, how are you? But now they have a visiting professor placed on leave after the visiting professor was arrested for firing a pellet gun at a synagogue. All he had was a pellet gun, so he fired the pellet gun at the synagogue. If he had only had an explosive device, like the Democrat at St. Matthew's Cathedral Catholic Church in Washington, it's the Catholic Church where John F. Kennedy's funeral was, and where little John Kennedy was standing out front saluting in the day of his father's funeral when he was, 3 years old or something. And it's that church. And yesterday a Democrat set up camp on the steps of St. Matthew's Church because there's an annual mass for the Supreme Court. And a Democrat showed up like a homeless lunatic, drove down from New Jersey. He's not a homeless lunatic, but he just set up a tent on the steps. And he had a Molotov cocktail and other devices designed for violence because the Democrat Party is designed for violence. ever since the KKK and Jim Crow and Jefferson Davis and the Confederate States of America. The Democrat Party is a terrorist organization. The Students for a Democratic Society and the Weather Underground and the Symbionese Liberation Army, and the list goes on and on of all the terrorist groups that the Democrat Party's in bed with and has long been in bed with. But now a professor at Harvard Law School was placed on administrative leave because they're investigating his firing a pellet gun at a synagogue on the eve of Yom Kippur. Yom Kippur, very sacred Jewish holiday. Carlos Portugal Gouveia. He's Carlos Portugal Gouveia. Is he an illegal alien, too? Because, they give jobs to illegal aliens at Harvard University, too. But nobody mentions whether he's an illegal sneaked into the country to get a job at Harvard. And he could pretend that he's a member of the Cherokee tribe. But Carlos Portugal Gouveia, arrested on Wednesday after he allegedly fired 2 shots at Temple Beth Zion in Brookline, Mass., according to reports from local outlet Brookline News. Gouveia was charged with disorderly conduct, disturbing the peace, vandalizing property. And at the Harvard Crimson, they say that he's arrested for firing the shots outside of the temple. But wait a minute, vandalizing property, I think that means he fired at and hit the property and windows, things like that. But, another Democrat lunatic, because they're everywhere. And again, since we're talking about the Democrats, man arrested and charged with possessing explosives ahead of church service, marking the start of the Supreme Court term. That's one of the headlines, and this happened yesterday, again at St. Matthew's, a major and very significant, very important Catholic church in Washington, D.C. Police arrested and charged a man with possession of explosives Sunday outside of a Washington, D.C. church, where an annual mass to mark the start of the Supreme Court term was set to take place hours later. The so-called Red Mass, again goes back to England centuries ago, being held here for almost 80 years, I believe. The so-called Red Mass is held each year to invoke God's blessing on those responsible for the administration of justice, according to St. Matthew's Cathedral, and to the British Crown, going back to 1200-something. Western civilization is great. The left is a death cult. Started really in 1917. You could go back to the Communist Manifesto and all that. In fact, didn't we have the Chicago Teachers Union last week was praising a cop killer fugitive that joined Chesimard, who goes by her Mau Mau name, until she died in communist Cuba. And, just amazing stuff. The Democrat Party. So another lunatic at St. Matthew's Cathedral, because the Supreme Court, no Supreme Court justices were in attendance. Several had planned to attend. And then they got word that there was a Democrat terrorist there. And Brett Kavanaugh knows a thing or two about that. In fact, the Democrats gave a light sentence to their now cross-dressing, he goes by Sophia now, because he figured he'd make out better in prison if he told all the men in prison that his real name is Sophia. So we got that going on. The Democrat Party. Yeah, Louis Jerry, a 41-year-old from Vineland, New Jersey. Unlawful entry, threats to kidnap or injure, that is murder, and possession of a Molotov cocktail, just scratching the surface. That's just yesterday. The Democrat Party is a violent organization. At what point do we declare them to be a terrorist organization? We're at 888-630-9625. I'm only scratching the surface on the crazy that the Democrats have given us this weekend.
There's only one Chris Plant. The Chris Plant Show.
Cold weather will be here before you know it. At the same time, power outages are on the rise. So here's an important question. If the power goes out when it's really cold, do you have a way to stay warm? If not, you've got to check out the Vesta off-grid space heater from My Patriot Supply. It's a compact, portable space heater that doesn't use electricity. It runs on something called canned heat, which is an indoor safe fuel. It's completely off-grid, and it can heat up a 200 square foot room in a matter of minutes. With a Vesta stashed in your closet, you can rest easy, knowing you and your family will stay warm, even if the power goes out. Plus, it doubles as a stove to boil water or cook food without electricity or propane. The best part is, you can get a Vesta and a bunch of other free gifts when you order the Winter Prep Special from My Patriot Supply. Just go to MyPatriotSupply.com to see everything included. This offer won't last long, and neither will this nice fall weather, so go to MyPatriotSupply.com today. That's MyPatriotSupply.com.
Some big news. Just before Charlie Kirk died, he issued a stark warning of terrifying dangers and threats ahead for those who stand for truth. Charlie wrote this in his last published work, the foreword for the new book, Pagan Threat. Authored by Pastor Lucas Miles, Charlie said that Pagan Threat could save America. Charlie said you must read, internalize, and share this book. It has the plan to stop the wokeism infecting America. Already a #1 Amazon bestseller, Pagan Threat is available wherever books are sold. Get Pagan Threat free with Newsmax's special offer and save $30. For offer details, go online now to paganthreat.com. That's paganthreat.com. Millions are tuning into Newsmax on all major cable systems. They're downloading our free Newsmax app on their smartphones, and they're getting Pagan Threat to see Charlie Kirk's final words. Go today to paganthreat.com. That's paganthreat.com. Newsmax sponsored this message.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Hey, I am Brant, and her name is Sherry, and she's a friend and a colleague of mine, and we were just praying for her, actually, because she had a major surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is MediShare. That's right.
Of course.
Yeah.
So what was your experience like with MediShare and your healthcare bills?
You know what? It was seamless, and that's such a blessing when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems, and let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in and it's just what you need, it's so refreshing.
Yeah, that's what I keep telling people. People love MediShare and saving tons of money. The typical family, I'm fond of saying, could save $500 a month.
I am so thankful for MediShare. It's so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way, Brant.
It is a good different. Call right now. They're so easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number, 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Speed Queen washers and dryers are the #1 rated laundry pair in America and are designed to last. Hi, this is Katherine Phelps, owner of Appliances and More, where creating relationships is our business. We now carry a full assortment of Speed Queen washers and dryers, all coming with 3, 5, and 7-year parts and labor warranties, in stock and ready for pickup or local delivery. Shop your locally veteran-owned Appliances and More at the Town & Country Shopping Center, Aberdeen.
Power outages don't have to put your life on hold. At GenPro, we specialize exclusively in installing and maintaining Generac home standby generators, nothing else. Our skilled team will assess your needs to find the right size generator, handle a seamless installation, and provide ongoing maintenance so you have reliable power when the lights go out. Trust GenPro for professional, dedicated Generac generator solutions. Contact GenPro today at 910-986-2959. That's 910-986-2959 and experience true peace of mind.
Does the outside of your home need a refresh? Imagine relaxing in a custom-built screened-in porch or patio, enjoying the fresh air without the hassle of bugs or the elements. At Carolina Siding Company, we don't just upgrade your home, we enhance your lifestyle. Whether you need new energy-efficient windows, durable siding, or a beautiful screened-in retreat, our expert team brings quality, craftsmanship, and over 25 years of construction experience to every project. Get your free, no-obligation estimate by contacting Carolina Siding at 910-294-8644 or visit carolinasidingcompany.com.
When trying to add the perfect window treatment becomes overwhelming, contact the professionals at Comfort Made Blinds. With quality brands like Graber and their expert advice, measuring, installation, and their warranties, all you need to do is sit back, relax, and enjoy your new window treatments. To get your Graber products and others, schedule your free measurement by calling Comfort Made Blinds at 910-692-5500 or visit the showroom at 195 Pinehurst Avenue next to Main Street Glass in Southern Pines. Mention this ad and take 10% off your next purchase.
WEEB, we've got you by the ears.
All right, let's go to the telephones. Government shutdown, and Virginia Savage J. Jones should probably be arrested coming up. Let's, in the meantime, go to Radu. Let's go to our friend Radu, calling from Potomac, Maryland. Radu, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
Hey, Chris, how are you?
I'm great, buddy. What do you say?
I wanted to talk to you a little bit about this, whatever that's called, that stupid brown bunny or black bunny or bad bunny or whatever his name is, that idiotic creature. I used to love sports. I played, I watched the NFL all the time, diehard fan. I stopped watching it about 7 years ago because my son is a Marine, and when they started taking the knee, as far as I'm concerned, they insulted my son and the military and the police and the national anthem and the flag. So I completely stopped watching. About 2 years ago, I started watching again because I'm a big Redskins fan, and they're playing better now. So let me put it this way. If the Redskins make the playoffs, I'll watch the Super Bowl, not watch the halftime. If they don't make the Super Bowl, I'm not going to watch, period. And I'm sure you've heard this moron was on SNL saying that, well, if you don't speak English, you guys have 4 months to learn English. Why in the world would I want to learn Spanish? Right. And remember, we had a jackass called Obama who came up and said, well, don't worry about them learning English. You should learn Spanish. Am I supposed to learn Spanish and maybe Japanese, maybe Chinese, Mandarin, some Italian, some French, and German? No, this is America. How about you learning English?
I put those two sound bites together myself, Radu, yesterday when I saw this happening, and Michael Piercy and I talked about it this morning, and we put those two sound bites together as well. And it's true. Bad Bunny says, learn to speak Spanish if you want to watch my halftime show. Seems like quite a commitment to watch a halftime show. And then it did bring us back to Barack Hussein Obama, who told us all that we better learn how to speak Spanish because it's part of the fundamental transformation of America.
Instead of worrying about whether immigrants can learn English, they'll learn English. You need to make sure your child can speak Spanish.
Because the Democrats are bringing back slavery, and they love slavery. Barack Obama loves slavery, illegal alien, cheap labor. But you don't have to house them or feed them or anything. Free health care, though.
This is the Chris Plant Show.
Hello, everyone. I'm Ray Daly, and I'm excited to share that I'm running for North Carolina State Senate District 21 to represent both Moore and Cumberland County. I've called Moore County my home for close to 30 years, and as a custom home builder, I've seen firsthand how poor planning and outside special interests can threaten the character of our towns. My campaign is built on one simple idea: smart growth, not uncontrolled expansion. I'll fight to keep decision-making local, protect our community's way of life, and ensure growth works for the people of Moore and Cumberland County, not against them. Paid for by Committee to elect Ray Daly for Senate.
It wasn't long ago when residents in the Sandhills had to call 2 different companies for plumbing or heating and air conditioning service. But Fields Plumbing and Heating and Air Conditioning was the first to offer all 3 services and still do. At Fields Plumbing and Heating and Air Conditioning, it's our goal to offer customers fast, dependable, and creative solutions to your home and business needs. Experience counts. Call Fields Plumbing and Heating and Air Conditioning 910-949-3232. 910-949-3232.
Building or purchasing your dream home, adding a new fence, or maybe you're purchasing or dividing land. If so, precision matters. Before you break ground on that next project, contact DZT Land Surveying first. Whether it's residential or commercial, our fully licensed expert team provides accurate, reliable surveys to ensure your land is marked right the first time. We handle everything from property boundaries, construction layouts, to infrastructure projects. So schedule your quote by calling 910-420-1325 and avoid future issues. Trust DZT Land Surveying for all your survey needs.
Is your land lost under a jungle of brush and overgrowth? Call the pros at Tar Heel Brush Mulching. With over 20 years of experience in land management, we turn wild, unusable land into clean, manageable space fast, affordable, and done right the first time. Whether it's for farming, hunting, or just reclaiming land, our high-powered mulchers and brush cutters chew through the roughest terrain. Trust the team that knows land management and has the gear to master it. For a free estimate, call veteran-owned Tar Heel Brush Mulching at 910-638-8318.
In real estate, just like in golf, local knowledge is important. So get on board with the team that sells more. Hi, this is Angie McHugh with Sandhill Realty. Our team of agents have over 100 years of combined real estate experience right here in Moore County. We have local knowledge. So check out our listings at WeSellMore.com or call me, Angie McHugh, at 910-315-6280. At Sandhill Realty, we know more, we love more, and we sell more.
This is Patrick McBrayer at the Insurance Center in Southern Pines. With so many changes to Medicare this year, along with carriers pulling out of the market, there has never been a more important time to have a local, trusted agent to help guide you through your options. We have a team of agents ready, some who used to work for First Medicare Direct, to help you guide you through your annual enrollment. Call us today to schedule your appointment at 910-692-9251 or visit us online at sandhills-ins.com.
Looking for a dealership that truly puts you first? Visit Pinehurst Toyota Hyundai, where your satisfaction is our top priority. Whether you're in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, or your current car just needs a little TLC, we've got you covered with the Pinehurst Advantage Plan. You'll get 24/7 roadside assistance. That's 5 years of unlimited coverage, including towing, battery jump starts, and flat tire changes. Plus, with any major service, enjoy a complimentary loaner car so you're never left stranded. With our 100% customer satisfaction guarantee, if you're not completely satisfied within 72 hours of purchasing your new or pre-owned vehicle, just bring it back. It's no wonder for the third year in a row, we've been voted Best of the Pines in 2024 for Best Dealership Service Department. Ready to experience the Pinehurst difference? Visit us online at pinehursttoyota.com or pinehursthyundaionline.com. Call us at 910-692-2424. Pinehurst Toyota Hyundai, where quality meets customer care.
Let More Buildings and Carports build your two-car garage with concrete slab for just $13,900. Right now, take $800 off. Offer in soon. Call 910-684-7200. More Buildings and Carports on US 1 South in Bass.
This morning, we start out fairly comfortably, and then as we head into the afternoon, expect another warm-up. High temperatures today, about 80 to 85 across the board. Overnight, we fall into the low to mid-60s under a partly to mostly cloudy sky. Clouds will start to increase heading into the day Tuesday. Highs once again in the low to mid-80s with a chance for a few showers at night and a slightly better chance of scattered showers and storms Wednesday. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Chris Michaels in the Weather Center.
WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
Yes. Well, the Democrats, they shot and killed Abraham Lincoln, and then President Garfield and President McKinley, and they shot and they wounded President Reagan, and they shot and wounded President Trump. A communist shot and killed John F. Kennedy, the only Democrat ever to have been shot. Teddy Roosevelt was shot and wounded as well. And Democrat Party is the party of terrorist groups and kidnappings and cop killers, and they're praising a cop killer just last week, Assata Shakur, a terrorist, racist, radical who escaped from prison after being sentenced for murdering a New Jersey state trooper. And the Chicago Teachers Union was praising Assata Shakur last week in tweets, ending their tweet with "You have nothing to lose but your chains." Karl Marx from the Communist Manifesto. The left is here, and they're here to destroy the world. Western civilization is very, very much under assault. And it was funnier when it was just Italy and lefties in France and beep holes in Africa. But now the Democrat Party is a threat to civilization itself. Now, let me go to this Democrat in Virginia. He's the Democrat Party's nominee to become the Attorney General of the Commonwealth of Virginia. And the Attorney General is, of course, the top law enforcement officer in the state. And now the governor of Virginia, a Republican and a good man, Glenn Youngkin, is calling on the Democrat Party's nominee, Jay Jones, to step away, like George. Step away, George. That's step off, George. Step away in disgrace. Now, Glenn Youngkin, the governor of the state of Virginia, says Democrat, this is the headline at Fox News, says Democrat AG candidate Jay Jones must step away in disgrace over texts about former GOP leader. Jay Jones apologizes for texts about former Virginia House Speaker Todd Gilbert, who said, Jay, the Democrat, said he wanted to murder him and shoot him in the head twice. Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin said that state Democratic Attorney General candidate Jay Jones should abandon his campaign in disgrace. No Democrat has spoken out against him, no elected Democrat anywhere that I'm aware of, after he once remarked about shooting a former Republican Virginia House Speaker in texts, actually about to shoot him in the head, I believe, and in text with another lawmaker. They're Democrats. They're doing funny stuff about murdering because nobody murders like the left. Texts obtained by Fox News Digital on Friday showed an August 2022 conversation involving Jay Jones, who wants to be the Attorney General in Virginia, then a recently departed delegate from Norfolk, and Delegate Kerry Coyner, C-O-Y-N-E-R, Coyner, a Republican from Chester. At one point, Jones referenced then House Speaker Todd Gilbert, a Republican from Shenandoah, and he wrote, listen to what the Democrat wrote. You may have heard it by now, but let's take a look at this. He wrote, here's what the Democrat who wants to be Attorney General tweeted. 3 people, 2 bullets, period. Gilbert, Hitler, and Pol Pot. Gilbert gets 2 bullets to the head. See, he wouldn't kill Pol Pot, who murdered millions of people in Cambodia. He wouldn't murder Adolf Hitler, who murdered millions and millions of people in Europe. But he would murder the Republican speaker from Shenandoah, very beautiful area, Shenandoah. And the Democrat is hell-bent on murder. Just amazing. Now, Gilbert gets 2 bullets to the head. And then, listen to this. He says, and then he hoped his children would die. Okay? There's honestly, the Democrat Party is a threat to civilization itself because they're not democratic, as I like to say. Friendly fire isn't, social media isn't, common courtesy isn't, and the Democratic Party isn't democratic. Texts obtained by Fox News Digital on Friday showed an August 2022 conversation involving Jones, and this is pretty amazing stuff. The governor is having none of it because he's on the side of civilization. He's a normal person. When the guy who wants to be chief law enforcement of your state says that the chief Republican speaker in the state house gets 2 bullets to the head, and I hoped his children would die. That's good stuff. Just amazing. There's no gosh, I'm sorry here. Jones doesn't have the morality or character to drop out of this race. And his running mate, Abigail Spanberger, and who's this Ghazla Hashmi, and every elected Democrat in Virginia don't have the courage to call on him to step away from this campaign in disgrace. And he should, and that is what the governor there said. A spokesman for Coyner's campaign confirmed the veracity of the texts first reported by National Review magazine, saying they were disturbing and disqualifying for anyone who wants to seek public office, especially the chief law enforcement officer. Jay Jones wished violence on the children of a colleague and joked about shooting Todd Gilbert. It's disgusting and unbecoming any public official, said a spokesperson for the Republican governor, Glenn Youngkin. Isn't that amazing? Jones is running against the incumbent, who is Virginia Attorney General Jason Miyares, a Republican. And he's great. Cuban-American family, fled communism, and found the Democrat Party. Now, the Republican Attorneys General Association also called on Jones to immediately withdraw from the race following his abhorrent text messages. Isn't that amazing? All right, now we have audio. Let's go to audio of the Attorney General, because Glenn Youngkin yesterday was on the television somewhere. I apologize. It wasn't yesterday. It was this morning. He was on the Fox News Channel early this morning, and we gathered it for you so you don't have to watch TV news all the time like we do. Governor Glenn Youngkin this morning.
I thought this was a joke because no one could write this. I mean, no, this is demented. And here we have the Democrat candidate running for Attorney General, the top cop in Virginia, wishing not only that he had 2 bullets to put in a guy's head, but then he wishes death on his children. And Todd Gilbert has small kids. And for Jay Jones to wish death on his small children is beyond belief.
It is a little bit beyond belief, but this is the Democrat Party today. They're the breakaway republic of the Democrat Party. They're the Confederate States of America all over again. Glenn Youngkin was having none of it.
But that is where the violent left of the Democrat Party is. This is where these folks are. You know, we had Charlie Kirk assassinated, and so many folks celebrated in the far left. We've had 2 Democrats threaten to murder 2 of our delegates running for office in Virginia. And now Jay Jones comes out and says that he has 2 bullets for Todd Gilbert's head and wants to see his children die. I mean, this is unbelievable.
Membership in the Democrat Party is indicative of mental illness. It genuinely is at this point. Now, again, he's texting back and forth. He's Jay Jones. He's got his JJ on his identifier here. And he's talking about the Republican Speaker of the House in Virginia. He's talking about his wife and their children, and he wants their children dead, too. He wrote, Jay Jones, the Democrat, wants to be chief law enforcement. If those guys die before me, I will go to their funerals to piss on their graves. Send them out awash in something. And a nice person responding says, Jay Jones, 3 people, 2 bullets. Gilbert, Hitler, and Pol Pot. Again, Adolf Hitler, we all know. Pol Pot, the Khmer Rouge, the Red regime in Cambodia murdered millions of their own people, which is what communists do. And then he said, Jay Jones said, Gilbert, and again, 3 people, 2 bullets. Gilbert, Hitler, and Pol Pot. Gilbert gets 2 bullets to the head. Spoiler, : he loves his : put Gilbert in the crew with the 2 worst people you know, and he receives both bullets every time. And responding, you weren't trying to understand. You were talking about hoping Jennifer Gilbert's children would die. Right? He said, yes, I've told you this before. Only when people feel pain personally do they move on policy. This is how the left gets you to change your position on policy. They murder you and murder your children. It's hard to change your policy positions after you've been shot twice in the head, but this is the left. These aren't liberals. Man. And then responding, the person that he's responding to casually, I said back to him, I point blank asked you more than 3 times, and you dug in that you meant it. I honestly am questioning a lot today. And then the Democrat who wants to be chief law enforcement officer said, I mean, do I think Todd and Jennifer are evil and that they're breeding little fascists? Yes. The little fascists are the Democrat Party, and they love calling everybody what they are. It's the old Russian playbook, as we've explained before. Isn't that amazing? Yes, sir. Eric Erickson on the Twitter saying, a politician, this is another little detail about this guy. A politician got arrested, Jay Jones, Democrat. A politician got arrested for doing 116 miles per hour in a 45 zone. Listen to this now. He was sentenced to 1,000 hours of community service in lieu of prison. He devoted 500 of those hours to his own political campaign, obfuscating to the court about how he did his community service. See, because You got 1,000 hours community. Oh, I'm dedicating my time to public service by working for a political campaign. It's his own political campaign. He should go to the penitentiary for lying to the court about his community service. He also not only texted a colleague about murdering other politicians, but when the recipient of the text messages objected, he called her to argue the point, insisting his opponents are worthy of assassination. But the politician is Jay Jones, a Democrat in Virginia. So what would be the national news story if he were a Republican, with Manu Raju on CNN and others shoving microphones in the face of the congressmen on Capitol Hill demanding to know if they condemn him? Sure, the news media will instead, it'll be a local story and not a national story. So local that even the major press outlets in Virginia will try to avoid it. Now, Governor Glenn Youngkin this morning on the Fox News channel in the 8 a.m. hour.
Winsome Sears immediately came out and condemned this, and Abigail Spanberger gave the normal, oh, it was wrong, and then's back out campaigning with all the Democrats calling for this guy to win. This is nuts, and this is why the Democrat Party has lost touch with where America is today, when they can support someone who wants to put 2 bullets in somebody's head who's a political arrival and see his children die.
And see his children die, because you got to kill the children, because that's the only way they'll change their mind on policy, is if we start killing them and their children. The Democrat Party, Governor Glenn Youngkin.
The only satisfactory answer here is to step out of this race in disgrace. And gosh, I'm sorry, is nowhere near sufficient. The Democrats have to come together and figure out where their moral compass is, because they don't have one right now, where they can allow someone to stay on the ticket who has said these demented things about a political rival who wants children to die. And I can't believe Virginians for a second will allow this to happen.
Well, you know, the Democrat Party has gotten pretty funky these days. All right, let's grab a quick phone call, Michael. Let's go to Chris, calling from Marshall, Virginia. Christopher, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
Good morning, sir. It's been way too long. I miss talking to you. Here's the thing. Jay, what's his name, Jones, he had a very, very active social media presence up until 4 days ago, where he has gone radio silent. His sycophants are defending his comment because that one line about 2 bullets was lifted from an old an episode of The Office. However, I can't find the episode where they talk about anticipating urinating on the graves and having their children die. I guarantee you, I bet $50 that there are myriad more text and probably audio recordings of good old Jay, and they are circling the wagons and they're sucking their teeth and they're saying, I don't know, Jay, it ain't looking good.
Well, I don't know if it, you know, I got to tell you, Chris, they're going to wait for the polls. They're going to look at the polls. This is what Democrats do. They don't care about this at all. I mean, the senior leadership, Nancy Pelosi, doesn't care about it. Who the hell's the chair of the Democratic National Committee now? Some irrelevant gas bag. And where are these voices? Where's Barack Obama? Where's Hussein? Let's ask Hussein what he thinks about murdering the children. I guess we already know what he thinks about that. I remember he voted present when he was in the State House in Illinois on a bill that would have banned killing babies after they survived an abortion. So I guess we know where he stands. I guess we know where the whole Democrat Party stands.
I like to be close to the children.
You're listening to The Chris Plant Show.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's That's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FUEL for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FUEL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FUEL for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
Paid for by term provider. Premiums will vary. Plans depend on age, location, and other factors. Visit biglou.com.
Need life insurance but have diabetes, high blood pressure, or on anxiety meds? If you're a 50-year-old male, even porky, or with type 2 diabetes, $1 million of life insurance may only cost you about $200 a month. For affordable term life insurance, call Term Provider and speak with Big Lou at 800-555-1509. 800-555-1509 or visit biglou.com. Remember, Big Lou's like you. He's on meds too. 800-555-1509.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why Big Wireless wants you on an unlimited plan? They probably want you to cover the cost of those 20-somethings using all that data every month. But most people 50 and up like me only use 12 gigs or less. Don't get bamboozled by Big Wireless. Switch to Consumer Cellular. Our plans start at just $20, and we use the same towers as the big guys. Join the millions who choose something better, because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Sometimes you just want to say,
radio is a great middle ground.
It's the best job ever.
97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
Get roving to Dunrovin Country Store in Vass. Grab an ice-cold glass bottle soda pop and try mining for gems, seashells, and arrowheads on our old-fashioned hand-pumped mining sleuth. Enjoy 24 flavors of ice cream and homemade fudge. Shop quality toys and games for kids, wood-carved animals, interior lighting, old-fashioned candies, and everything pickled under the sun. Open 7 days, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. 5456 US 1 South in Vass. You'll never be done roving at Dunrovin Country Store.
Building or purchasing your dream home, adding a new fence, or maybe you're purchasing or dividing land. If so, precision matters. Before you break ground on that next project, contact DZT Land Surveying first. Whether it's residential or commercial, our fully licensed expert team provides accurate, reliable surveys to ensure your land is marked right the first time. We handle everything from property boundaries, construction layouts, to infrastructure projects. So schedule your quote by calling 910-420-1325 and avoid future issues. Trust DZT Land Surveying for all your survey needs.
When Mother Nature unleashes its fury, will your roof hold up? With Creed & Garner Roofing, the answer is yes, and the experts agree. They've just won the 2025 Platinum Preferred Contractor Award from Owens Corning for product excellence, providing what their customers already know. Creed & Garner installs roofs that last. From repairs to full replacements, their certified team delivers unbeatable quality and peace of mind. That's why they've been in business for over 40 years in the Sandhills. Call Creed & Garner Roofing at 910-944-0520 for a free estimate.
Attention classic car enthusiasts. Is your vintage ride just collecting dust, begging for a second chance? At veteran-owned Innovation Performance Technologies, we bring your dream ride to life. Our award-winning expert team can restore every detail of your cruiser with precision and passion. If you're looking for a complete frame-off restoration, custom upgrades, or paint jobs, we can do those with ease. Turn that unfinished project into a classic beauty. Contact Innovation Performance Technologies at 910-678-4600 or online at innovationperformance.tech.
Life and business come with plenty of challenges. Making sure they're protected shouldn't be one of them. I'm Bo Davis with Bearing Insurance, formerly FBIS, a banker's insurance company here in Southern Pines. While our name has changed, our commitment to protecting your business, your home, and everything in between remains the same. When was the last time you reviewed your insurance policies? Don't wait until renewal. Take control today. Stop by Bearing Insurance or give me a call at 910-692-5754 to learn more about how we can help you secure the right coverage at the right price.
Bom, 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 bom. Well, let's face it, the left is violent, and the Democrat Party is now the left. They're not liberals. They're the left. We should go back to the telephones, talk to the nice American people. Let's go to, let's see, let's go to Philip calling from Centerville, Georgia, listening on the great WMAZ. Philip, you are on the Chris Plant Show.
Chris, what an honor to talk to you, my friend. Thank you so much for what you do. I greatly appreciate you.
Thank you. Piece of cake, my friend. Wouldn't have it any other way.
You make it sound very simple. I wish I could do what you do. It sounds like you have a lot of fun in your life. I do.
Actually, I do have a lot of fun. We have, what's not fun about what the Democrats are doing to our country? Ooh.
Chris, I was speaking to Michael. I believe that's your guy who answered the phone, very kind gentleman. I just want people to just slow down just a minute, okay? People are getting worked up in a frenzy, and Democrats need to listen to this. It's very, very simple. I don't make the rules, Chris. I just follow them. You understand? I didn't make this.
Sure.
Democrats worship Satan. Now, people go, why do they shoot Charlie? Why do they do this? Because evil does what evil does. Satan is the god of the world. We live in the world, but on the earth. Now, you have a choice to make. You have a choice to choose Jesus Christ, or you have a choice to choose Satan. There's no other choice about it. It's a very simple choice. You either choose one side or the other. There's no other side. Now, nowhere in the Bible does it say, Jesus loves you, kill the little children. There's not even a song that people don't sing. They know Jesus loves the little children, all the children of the world. Jesus does not like lying. He does not like deception. And all that is just the playbook of Satan. And people just need to get a grasp and understand evil does what evil does. Now, to the Democrats, I love you, and I want you to hear me. I love you. After evil is done with you, it's like a fire. When a fire burns a forest, it leaves decay, and it keeps going. All fire does is consume. That's all it does. All evil does is consume. I'll give you an example. The young man that shot Charlie and assassinated Charlie Kirk is sitting in a jail cell right now, and nobody cares about him at all because evil has done what it needed to. It has consumed him. It has now discarded him.
Yeah.
It is moving on further into the Democratic Party.
True. And his poor parents,
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
Breaking news this hour from Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. President Trump's plan to dispatch National Guard troops to Portland, Oregon is being temporarily blocked by a federal judge. Mr. Trump argues those troops are needed to restore law and order, what he describes as a war-ravaged city. The Senate will vote again on that GOP funding bill to end the government shutdown. President Trump is urging Democrats to do the right thing and approve the stopgap spending bill.
Well, I call them Democrat layoffs. They're Democrat layoffs. They're causing it. We're ready to go back. You know, we have a record-setting economy. We have a record-setting country. Prices are way down. We're doing better than the country's ever done. And the Democrats hate seeing that. It's up to them. Anybody laid off, that's because of the Democrats.
And today, day 6 of the government shutdown. The Trump-Gaza peace plan, the subject of today's indirect talks between Israeli and Hamas bargainers in Egypt. The BBC's Hugo Beshega with an update from Jerusalem.
This is the most advanced effort yet to end the 2-year war in Gaza. President Trump is ramping up the pressure for a deal to be reached, including on the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The discussions are expected to focus on freeing the remaining hostages, both living and dead, in return for the release of Palestinian prisoners from Israeli jails and a withdrawal of Israeli troops from parts of Gaza. There is huge momentum for progress, but key obstacles remain. They include Israel's demand for Hamas to disarm and for its members to exile, and a guarantee wanted by the group that the war won't resume after the hostages are freed.
At the start of its new term, the Supreme Court has rejected an appeal from Ghislaine Maxwell, the imprisoned former girlfriend of Jeffrey Epstein. Watching Wall Street, the Dow is down about 223 points. The Nasdaq trading 97 points higher. More on these stories at townhall.com.
NCI News, I'm Mike Riley. Renewed calls for safety on the light rail system in Charlotte. Several stops swarming with security officers over the weekend. Changes come after the deadly August 22nd stabbing of Irina Zaruska and the push for public safety reform that followed. Charlotte Mayor Vi Lyle said this about the increased security.
I want to be clear that I hear often from our neighbors, our residents, the people that live in this great city, who just want to feel safe.
President Trump's backup plan to send federal troops to Portland, Oregon has been blocked again. CBS News correspondent Jared Hill.
Portland's mayor and the state's governor, both Democrats, maintain the city is safe, while White House aide Stephen Miller on social media called protests at ICE facilities a violent armed resistance designed to incapacitate the essential operations.
President Trump celebrated the 250th anniversary of the Navy over the weekend by delivering remarks on board the USS Truman. The president said that the Navy never failed to hunt, kill, and win.
The American sailor never quits, never fails, and never, ever lets us down.
It is day 4 of the government shutdown in Washington. The longer the shutdown goes on, the greater the impact on federal employees. Angela Gaskins-Moore is a federal employee in New Bern and tells WCTI.
We've done this before, but I said it will never happen again, and here we are again.
The mountain areas are in the first stages of showing fall color and leaves, and sensitive trees such as dogwoods, poplars, and maples are already flashing lots of hints of red and yellow, signaling the season is underway, even if peak color is still to come in some areas. Darby Harris is an associate instructor at Western Carolina.
And so far, that's kind of seems like what October has been doing, and so if it can continue to do its thing, then I think that will bode very well for our leaf season.
You're listening to NCI News.
Did you know Atlantic hurricane season runs through November? From gathering necessary supplies to planning an evacuation route, now is the time to make sure you and your family are prepared. And if a storm damages our electric system, local public power providers are ready to respond and restore power quickly and safely. As a public power customer, you benefit from having an electricity provider that restores power faster than other providers do. Visit electricities.com for storm preparation tips and resources.
The Medicare open enrollment period runs through December 7th. This is your annual opportunity to review your Medicare health plan or Medicare prescription drug plan and make sure you're getting the best coverage to meet your needs for the next year. Be sure to review your Medicare, your handbook, and the annual notice of change from your current plan. Visit ncshiip.com or call toll-free at 855-408-1212. SHIP provides free, unbiased help in all 100 counties.
From the WEEB Community Calendar.
Young Life of the Sandhills is having their annual fundraising banquet. The mission of Young Life is to introduce adolescents to Jesus Christ and to help them grow in their faith through fun, life-changing, and skill-building experiences. This year's banquet will be on October 27th at 6 p.m. at the Fair Barn in Pinehurst, with featured guest, storyteller and musician Jonah Werner. Learn more about Young Life, its positive impact on Moore County's youth, and to RSVP for the banquet. Go to sandhills.younglife.org.
This morning, we start out fairly comfortably, and then as we head into the afternoon, expect another warm-up. High temperatures today, about 80 to 85 across the board. Overnight, we fall into the low to mid-60s under a partly to mostly cloudy sky. Clouds will start to increase heading into the day Tuesday. Highs once again in the low to mid-80s with a chance for a few showers at night and a slightly better chance of scattered showers and storms Wednesday. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Chris Michaels in the Weather Center.
The Chris Plant Show is sponsored by Sandy Ridge Memory Care and Assisted Living in Candor, a place for compassionate care. Call 910-974-4162.
We ought to be talking about the real issue here, which is that we have a healthcare crisis in America caused by the Republicans. They've barreled us towards a shutdown because they don't want to deal with that crisis.
Right. The Lizard King telling us that the Republicans are responsible for the government shutdown that Schumer single-handedly created out of selfishness and greed and lust for money because he's a criminal and a lizard, a reptilian. And you see, there's a healthcare crisis in America, as though that's got anything to do with anything. But I thought you guys just turned the world upside down and shook it to create Obamacare in order to save health care and make it 5 times more expensive for everyone because your criminal pals are getting rich and buying lake houses and beach houses and airplanes and Bentley convertibles with all of our money because you guys are the third world. And a very good Monday to you, and welcome back once again. We remain at 888-630-9625. 888-630-9625, absolutely toll-free. The government remains shut down. And, the man, the Democrat that wants to be the chief law enforcement officer in Virginia, wants to shoot people in the head and when he's done with that, kill their children so they die in the arms of their mothers because that's the Democrat Party. And then they would naturally harvest their organs. But let's get to the government shutdown because that was the Lizard King, Chuck Schumer, saying, well, I'm sorry, what? The Republicans, a health care crisis, and the Republicans want to shut it down? You shut it down. Why did you do what the Republicans want and shut the government down? You lion Sacagawea, gigantic lion Sacagawea. That he is, the Lizard King with his little lizard tongue. We sent out a tweet last week and posted, I think, on Facebook and elsewhere. Chuck Schumer with his lizardy tongue squirting in and out of his skinny city lips. Just amazing stuff. And we've got the government shutdown still going on at this hour, and the Speaker of the House is out there talking about it. We've got all kinds of stuff going on. Yes, sir, big things going on. But let me get to the government shutdown because it's such a crock. And the Lizard King is just a lion Sacagawea. If he's talking, he's lying. You can tell because his little lizard tongue goes in and out of his mouth real quick, like a lizard, like this, like Tony Montana at poolside. Just amazing stuff. But we've got audio for you that I want to share with you because Senator John Kennedy is always fun to catch up with here and there because he's not buying Chuck Schumer's crock. And we open there with Chuck Schumer and his crock from the lion Sacagawea that he is. And he's like, oh, the Republicans want to create a health care crisis. Why would the government, what was the government shut down for 3 days? And that creates a health care crisis because the government, Sieg Heil, this is all about the left wanting to control health care because when the government controls health care, the government controls you and your family and your mother and your children. And it's life or death because they can pull the plug on you. You don't even have to be on life support. They can just pull the plug on you because they own your health care. And that's why the left craves, well, it's about craving power and control. And that's why the left here craves controlling health care because it gives them, it doesn't look like it. They disguise it as generosity when in reality, of course, what they're doing is seizing total control over your life and death decisions and your decisions for your children and your mother and your grandmother and your wife and everybody in your household. And it's total power. Now, why is Schumer talking about health care when we're talking about a couple of days of a government shutdown? Well, because it polls well. And he is a very severe liar. But let me go because this is what the Democrats want, and we have what the Democrats want. I've got all kinds of amazing stuff for you, these corrupt people, these profoundly, sickeningly corrupt people. But the Democrats demand control. That's what they are all about. Now, over the weekend, watching all kinds of stuff, Senator John Kennedy was out there exposing what the Democrats are demanding with a gun to the head of your baby. And if you're Jay Jones in Virginia, you would shoot and kill the baby so it'd die in its mother's arms. And then they would change their policy positions to the policy positions the Democrats want because they're not liberals, they're the left. Now, quite extraordinary, the good people at Wall Street Apes over the weekend put out kind of a somewhat comprehensive list. And I think they put it out on Friday. Senator John Kennedy exposing all the things the Democrats are demanding, not requesting, demanding gun to the head. We put back into the budget to fund before the Democrats will allow the government to reopen. And and they call them their demands. Now, Senator Kennedy talked about this, so let's go to, I have the list in front of me, an amazing list, because they're always their sexual psychopaths with their transgender lunacy and circumcising men, presumably men. They might want a female circumcision is something the Democrats might be into now, too, in Africa. And we've got to pay through the nose, I tell you, through the nose, forever and ever to fund their mental illnesses. Now, one of the things I looked over the weekend, because I was looking at these ridiculous numbers that the Democrats are demanding, one of the things I looked up is how much does an average taxpayer in the United States pay in an average year to the federal government? Because this is all very real when we talk about the money. And I found a couple of different items. One of them says that the average taxpayer in America pays about $13,890 a year in federal taxes. $13,000 into the federal coffers, right? So they can spend it. I found another one said it was more like $10,800 a year, less than. But I wanted to start with the bigger number because I'm not cheating. I'm not trying to cheat here. But others say that other analysis says that really it's closer to $10,000, maybe $11,000 a year per person. And the highest end I found was $15,098 a year. But there's a reason that I'm bringing this up, because we're actually paying money. How many Americans work all year long to pay their taxes into the federal coffers so the Democrats can spend it on circumcisions in some beephole country in Africa and for transgender theater in some other beephole country in Africa? The Democrat Party is just membership, and the Democrat Party is a mental illness. Let's go to Senator John Kennedy, who was talking about what the Democrats are doing, holding the country hostage, holding us at gunpoint, and then lying on something about health care in the United States when they want transgender surgery to be paid for us by us in beephole countries around the world. Senator John Kennedy.
Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez got very, very upset, as did the socialist wing of her party, when the president sent over what's called a rescission package. Basically, President Trump just said, we want you to take some stuff out of the budget that we think is wasteful. And we did. And that upset the Congresswoman. She's entitled to be upset if she wants to. But that really upset the socialist wing of the party.
She should be upset as a bartender in New York rather than as a member of Congress, because she's not smart enough to be a bartender, much less a member of Congress. And just amazing, amazing stuff. John Kennedy, the wonderful senator, talking about what the Democrats want.
Here's what they want us to put back in. We found that under President Biden, they were spending $3 million for circumcisions and vasectomies in Zambia. We found $500,000 of American taxpayer money for electric buses in Rwanda. We found $3.6 million for pastry cooking classes and dance focus groups for male prostitutes in Haiti. I kid you not. I'm not making this up. That was in the budget. We took it out. Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez in the socialist wing, the loon wing of the Democratic Party, says we're going to shut down government until you put it back in.
So how many Americans will work all year in order to pay their federal taxes into the federal trough so that the Democrats can have us fund pastry cooking and dance for male prostitutes in Haiti, one of the epicenters of HIV/AIDS on the planet Earth, and we're helping male prostitutes with dance because the male prostitutes in Haiti don't dance well enough for the Democrat Party, which is racist. And the Clintons, of course, have staked their claim in Haiti because they want male prostitutes that dance better and make pastry. They want to make pastries in Haiti, but they want male prostitutes in Haiti to make their pastries while they dance. And again, if you've got, let me go to the list here, $4.2 million for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and intersex people in the Western Balkans and Uganda, which is nowhere near the Western Balkans. Pretty amazing stuff. I've spent a certain amount of time in the Balkans and the Western Balkans, and in particular, actually, and I didn't notice a lot of LGBTQIA issues there. And then you throw in Uganda, too, because of the mental illness that is membership in the Democrat Party. $3.6 million for pastry cooking classes and dance focus groups for male prostitutes in Haiti. Now, again, let's just say, to make the math easy, that the average American taxpayer pays $10,000 in taxes to the federal government every year. So how many Americans work all year long, 5 days a week, 50 weeks a year, to pay for male prostitute dance focus groups in Haiti so Democrats can go down there and have sex with dancing male prostitutes in Haiti while eating pastries? Kind of weird. $500,000 for American taxpayers, in our money, for electric buses in Rwanda. In Rwanda. It's Hotel Rwanda with, with all the chop, fizz. Sure. $6 million for Lee Majors to become the Bionic Man. No, $6 million for media organizations for Palestinians. $6 million. How many Americans work all year long? 6 million divided by 10,000 all year long for media organizations for the Palestinians to do propaganda against the Jews who they want to exterminate in a genocide. $833,000 for transgender people in Nepal. Turns out there are no transgender people in Nepal, but the Democrat Party is paying lots of our taxpayer dollars for transgender people in Nepal. $300,000, listen to this, for a pride parade. That's the LGBTQIA pride parade in Lesotho. $300,000. I didn't know a parade could cost so much, but it's in Lesotho, so the Democrats. $882,000 for social media mentorship in Serbia. Serbia, isn't that great? $3 million for circumcisions, more chop, more sexual, genital, Democrat Party stuff. And I've actually talked to liberals that defended this right in front of me. $3 million for circumcisions and vasectomies in Zambia. Racist vasectomies in Zambia. That's in Africa. Lesotho in Africa. I gotta tell you, the Democrat Party, and they look at you with an LGBTQ face. They can't do it with a straight face. So they look at you with and they say, oh no, this is good, the good use of taxpayer dollars. This is why we're $37 trillion in debt, and it would take more than 1 million years to pay it off. If we were paying it off at $1 per second, it would take more than 1 million years to pay off the national debt. And then and Chuck Schumer is back for more, the Lizard King, and he's angrily biting things and pounding the table. Do you know that the all-new third-generation Eden Pure Thunderstorm air purifier has finally arrived? And the third generation builds on the previous generations, the incredible success that they've enjoyed. Thousands and thousands of 5-star reviews, and the latest is even better. The new Thunderstorm uses 2 technologies that studies have shown help to kill up to 99.9% of bacteria and viruses floating in the air that you breathe. It also removes dust and pet dander and smoke and a whole lot more. And it gets rid of any odor, lickety-split, with no filters to have to buy and replace again and again on a schedule. The Eden Pure Thunderstorm will help get rid of any stinky smell guaranteed. Talking about trash cans, kitty litter boxes, cigarette smoke, liberal protesters. No match for the Eden Pure Thunderstorm. The smell will disappear in seconds, too. And right now, because we hang out together, you can save $200 American dollars on an Eden Pure Thunderstorm 3-pack for whole home protection. So put one in your basement, your bedroom, your kitchen, your teenager's room, any place you like to have clean, fresh air. Just go to EdenPureDeals.com and use the discount code Chris3 to save $200 on 3 thunderstorms. That's EdenPureDeals.com. The discount code is Chris and the number 3. Yes, sir. Chris and the number 3. I've got a poll on media trust, too, on how much we trust the media. And a great Margaret Thatcher quote from the past about the Democrats today.
There's only one Chris Plant. The Chris Plant Show.
The all-new third-generation Eden Pure Thunderstorm air purifier is finally here. This new thunderstorm uses 2 technologies that studies have shown help kill up to 99.9% of bacteria and viruses, removes dust, pet dander, smoke, and more from the air, and helps get rid of any odor. And no filters to replace. The thunderstorm will help get rid of any stinky smell, guaranteed. Odors from litter boxes, trash cans, cigarette smoke, dirty diapers, stinky shoes, musty basements, and much more are no match. Those smells will disappear after just a few seconds. Right now, you can save $200 on an Eden Pure Thunderstorm 3-pack for whole home protection. Put one in your basement, your bedroom, family room, kitchen, anywhere you like to breathe clean, fresh air. So go to EdenPureDeals.com, use the discount code Chris3 to save $200 on 3 thunderstorms. That's EdenPureDeals.com, discount code Chris3.
Are you a parent of a 2 to 8-year-old? Listen closely for an exciting offer, then head to abcmouse.com/radio to learn more. By now, you've probably heard of ABC Mouse.
ABC Mouse is like a little one-on-one teacher. It has helped her so much.
We're offering a promo at abcmouse.com/radio to try it for free for a month, then $14.99 per month until canceled. Go to abcmouse.com/radio to see this offer. That's abcmouse.com/radio. Actual ABC Mouse users compensated for their testimonials, sponsored by Age of Learning.
Hey, I'm Mike Slater. My dad passed away at the age of 63. It's out of nowhere. Had a stroke. Super hard, obviously, for the whole family, but my dad had life insurance. This is why I have life insurance for my family, for my wife and 4 kids. And the best place to get life insurance is ethos.com, because you can do it in 10 minutes. And there's no medical exam and no blood test, just a few health questions. Get life insurance in 10 minutes so your family is protected. Ethos, ETHOS, ethos.com/Mike.
Some big news. Just before Charlie Kirk died, he issued a stark warning of terrifying dangers and threats ahead for those who stand for truth. Charlie wrote this in his last published work, the foreword for the new book, Pagan Threat. Authored by Pastor Lucas Miles, Charlie said that Pagan Threat could save America. Charlie said you must read, internalize, and share this book. It has the plan to stop the wokeism infecting America. Already a #1 Amazon bestseller, Pagan Threat is available wherever books are sold. Get Pagan Threat free with Newsmax's special offer and save $30. For offer details, go online now to paganthreat.com. That's paganthreat.com. Millions are tuning into Newsmax on all major cable systems. They're downloading our free Newsmax app on their smartphones. And they're getting Pagan Threat to see Charlie Kirk's final words. Go today to paganthreat.com. That's paganthreat.com. Newsmax sponsored this message.
In the market for new furniture? Shop Lavish Furniture for top brands at the best prices around. Ashley, Craftmaster, Hooker, Bassett, Liberty, and Flex Steel. Find exactly the fabric and style you're looking for in our designer collections. Our furniture is solid wood and American made. Financing and same-day delivery are available. We will meet or beat any price. Lavish Furniture, 1650 US 1 South in Southern Pines, or visit lavishfurnitureus.com.
Hi, this is Rodney Swarms with Plumbing Night. We know that plumbing emergencies can happen at any time. In fact, they seem to happen at the most inconvenient times. And then inviting an unknown plumber into your home, that can add to the stress of the situation. The Plumbing Night wants to alleviate any stress about inviting a technician into your home by guaranteeing that we have not only the very best plumbers, but also the most knowledgeable plumbers. Before any of our employees are hired, all of the employees must undergo drug testing and a thorough background check. If they don't pass, they aren't hired. No exceptions. Once they're hired and part of the team, they receive continuous technical and customer training to ensure that they are the very best at their trade. This training is week after week, month after month, year after year. This training is what got us into community college to teach the plumbing trade. So the next time you have an emergency, call the Plumbing Night. They're known for extraordinary service and integrity.
Call the Plumbing Night at 639-5555, day or night, or on the web at theplumbingnight.com.
Garage door broken? If it is, your home is not as safe as it could be. Call Superior Overhead Doors today. Whether you need repairs or full replacement, you can count on us. With over 20 years of experience, no job is too big. Active duty military receive $20 off repairs and $50 off installation. So call Superior Overhead Doors today at 910-992-6227 or visit us online at superioroverheaddoorsllc.com for a free estimate.
Listen to us anywhere on your smartphone or tablet with the TuneIn app, free at your app store. Simply search for WEEB.
Okay, we have more. We have madness everywhere. Let's go to the phones in the meantime. Michael, let's go to Carlos, calling from beautiful downtown Milwaukee, Wisconsin. Carlos, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
Hi.
Hey, Carlos.
Thank you for taking my call.
Of course.
But, I want to know. You just said 12,000 in tax dollars were taken per average American.
Yes.
Is that like, are you talking about payroll tax or I'm confused? That sounds like a lot of money because the 12,000 for middle class is a lot of money, but 12,000 for a billionaire ain't nothing. And you just said 800 million or 8 million was spent for vasectomies or something. That averages out to a penny per American. You know that, right? There's 200 million taxpayers in the United States. So divide every number by 200 million. Half these numbers you're throwing out there ain't nothing. You're talking about 10 cents, 5 cents per American, $1, $2. Do the math, Chris. Do the math.
So you think, Carlos, it's a pretty good bargain?
It's insignificant.
No, I'm
saying it's insignificant.
Yeah, I know. I know. You've said it repeatedly. So you think we should be paying for dance focus groups in Haiti for male prostitutes?
If it's costing me a penny, it ain't nothing.
So you want to? All right. So who'd you vote for on Election Day, Carlos?
I actually didn't vote. Last time I did vote for Trump, though. I did. Not gonna lie. I voted for Trump, but he's just inept in his job. He can't even spell a right.
Well, Carlos is in for a penny, in for a pound.
This is the Chris Plant Show.
It's Karastan month at JB Short Carpet One. For a limited time, elevate your home with the timeless luxury of Karastan carpet and plank flooring, known for its beauty, durability, and style that lasts. Whether you're refreshing one room or redesigning your entire home, now's the perfect time to save big on Karastan flooring. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Karastan month, now at JB Short Carpet One. JB Short Carpet One, Highway 1 North between Southern Pines and Vass, or on the web at shortcarpet1.com.
From start to finish, we get the job done right. Professional and caring, you're comfortable day or night. We're the local family, you can count on us. Right there, right on time, the ones you come to trust. 4 Seasons Heating and Air. Get comfortable with us.
4 Seasons in West End on Highway 211, 910-235-0606.
7 days a week, we're on the job. John Cole's Plumbing Professionals. Fast, friendly, quality service. You know we can do it all. Don't just call a plumber. Call a professional. John Cole's Plumbing Professionals.
Does the outside of your home need a refresh? Imagine relaxing in a custom-built screened-in porch or patio, enjoying the fresh air without the hassle of bugs or the elements. At Carolina Siding Company, we don't just upgrade your home, we enhance your lifestyle. Whether you need new energy-efficient windows, durable siding, or a beautiful screened-in retreat, our expert team brings quality, craftsmanship, and over 25 years of construction experience to every project. Get your free, no-obligation estimate by contacting Carolina Siding at 910-294-8644 or visit carolinasidingcompany.com.
Dealing with the aftermath of a car wreck can leave you feeling stressed. At Ken's Body Works in West End, you'll get collision repair services you can rely on. Family owned and operated for over 20 years, Ken's Body Works specializes in collision repair, body work, custom paint, dent removal, and much more. No job is too big or too small. Ken's certified technicians will have your vehicle back to its factory look and specifications. Call 910-235-0486 for a free estimate today. That's 910-235-0486.
Medicare Part A, Part B, Plan G. Oh me, do you have Medicare questions? This is insurance agent Phyllis Owens, and I've done Medicare insurance plans full-time here for over 20 years. It's what I do and all I do. Call our office at 910-684-8814. There's no cost, no pressure, no obligation, no kidding. Call our office at 910-684-8814.
When Mother Nature unleashes its fury, will your roof hold up? With Creed & Garner Roofing, the answer is yes, and the experts agree. They've just won the 2025 Platinum Preferred Contractor Award from Owens Corning for product excellence, providing what their customers already know. Creed & Garner installs roofs that last. From repairs to full replacements, their certified team delivers unbeatable quality and peace of mind. That's why they've been in business for over 40 years in the Sandhills. Call Creed & Garner Roofing at 910-944-0520 for a free estimate.
American Water Treatment has grateful customers, and this is one of them, Allison Burlingame in Southern Pines. Allison, what was the problem that caused you to call American Water Treatment?
After a water analysis purchasing our farm, they were able to give me an economical and corrective solution to adjusting the water quality at my home.
So how did that work out?
Great. The water quality in my home is better than the bottled water from the store. My laundry is cleaner, my skin and hair is softer. I've even become a bit of a water snob because I prefer to bottle my own water at home, which saves me time and money. I would not hesitate to recommend American Water Treatment to anyone who has issues with their water.
Call American Water Treatment at 910-944-3140 and ask for the Water Guys, or check the yellow pages under Water. 910-944-3140.
This morning, we start out fairly comfortably, and then as we head into the afternoon, expect another warm-up. High temperatures today, about 80 to 85 across the board. Overnight, we fall into the low to mid-60s under a partly to mostly cloudy sky. Clouds will start to increase heading into the day Tuesday. Highs once again in the low to mid-80s with a chance for a few showers at night and a slightly better chance of scattered showers and storms Wednesday. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Chris Michaels in the Weather Center.
All right, let me get back to Senator John Kennedy, because he was on the floor of the Senate talking about what the Democrats are demanding. And they're always demanding. They're never requesting. It's always a threat, a gun to the head. And Senator John Kennedy is a no-nonsense kind of guy. That's clean talk on the radio. Senator John Kennedy on what the Democrats are demanding, what they're holding the government hostage over. They love terrorists, the Democrat Party does. You know, like Hamas, who are still holding hostages and raping, and they got dead bodies of hostages, and the Democrats they're on the side of Hamas. I want to Carlos, a little bit of a suspect character. Our last caller. Hey, it's only a penny each for dance recitals for Haitian male prostitutes, and Carlos is in. He's in on it. That's no big deal. And John Kennedy's got more. So, Carlos, listen along, because you're paying for all of it, pal. And the Democrats are never done. The left is never done. when you give them everything they want, you know what they're going to want, Carlos? More. And there's a government gun to your head. So maybe, some third world B-pole country would be more in line with your political views. I'm not sure. John Kennedy.
$6 million for media organizations for the Palestinians. $833,000 for transgender people in Nepal. $300,000 for a pride parade in Lesotho. $882,000 for social media mentorship in Serbia. $4.2 million. We took it out. The Congresswoman and the socialist wing of their party says we got to put that back in for that open government.
Got to put it back in if you're going to open the government. We got to fund lunacy in Lesotho, which is a little patch of dirt in the middle of South Africa. And is it a country? Is it not a country? It doesn't matter to the Democrats. They've never seen anything they don't want to fund, that's for sure. And $300,000, that's for a pride parade for an LGBTQ. But why would we pay $300,000? And how many Americans, 300 Americans work all year long to fund a gay pride parade in a place called Lesotho that 99% of Americans couldn't find on a map. But never mind that. The Democrats want to fund it. That's why we're $37 trillion in debt. And because of Carlos. Carlos is responsible for at least $1 trillion in debt because he's okay with everything and anything. Hey, it's only a penny apiece. Just 200 million taxpayers, he's going with that number. So we should pay for all this stuff that the Democrats want because this is what communists do. And they really want to, go and have sex with people in Lesotho and in Haiti and then come home and spread, their disease. Senator John Kennedy.
$4.2 million for lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, and intersex people in the Western Balkans and Uganda. I could spend the rest of the afternoon here. We took all that out. It upset Congresswoman Ocasio-Cortez. It upset the socialist wing of her party. And now that wing of her party and the Congresswoman are threatening all other Democrats and saying, you've got to shut that government down until we get what we want. And part of what they want is to add this kind of stuff back into the bill. And that's what this fight is all about.
That's exactly right. And that's what this fight is. First of all, it's an IQ test. And the absolute insanity of the Democrat. And if we were just richer than ever before, and we weren't $37 trillion in debt, that would take 1 million years to pay off, knowing that that's Jesus Christ himself walked the earth 2,000 years ago. So add 998,000 years to that, and that's how long it would take us to pay off our national debt. And the Democrats just want to steal more. And they want to make sure they've got a government where only the government has guns so they can take whatever they want. Isn't that amazing? The Democrats also very angry today. The Supreme Court won't hear Ghislaine Maxwell's appeal. Now, there was a Democrat at a major Catholic church in Washington yesterday with a Molotov cocktail and other devices of violence. And he was targeting the Supreme Court again, another Democrat, violent, criminal, lunatic, murderous, bloodthirsty Democrat with yet another Molotov cocktail at St. Matthew's Cathedral in Washington, D.C., a famous Catholic cathedral in Washington, D.C. And the lunatic was outside. He was arrested outside the court because yesterday was the Red Mass, which is a mass for the Supreme Court. Specifically and more broadly for the judiciary. It's an annual tradition and has been for many decades in Washington, D.C. And a Democrat was arrested because he was there to firebomb the place. Now, several Supreme Court justices had been planning on attending the Red Mass yesterday at St. Matthew's, but elected not to because of yet another lunatic Democrat there. But that's normal now. The Democrats have made that normal. Now, the Supreme Court won't hear Ghislaine Maxwell. She's a Democrat. Maxwell, an associate of deceased financier, is a financier. Jeffrey Epstein was convicted of sex trafficking in 2021. Now, how many Democrats, who was convicted for sex trafficking just the other day? You know, his big rapper and they... P. Diddy. He's a Democrat, too. Yeah, sex trafficking is a Democrat thing. And children, generally speaking. And they like the cartels out of Latin America engaging in child sex trafficking, and the Democrats are there to help them because the Democrat Party is a criminal organization. But they're very angry now that the Supreme Court is not going to hear an appeal by Ghislaine Maxwell, who loved all the Democrats, hung out with all the Democrats, got underage jailbait for all the Democrats because the Democrats, you know how they are. But the Supreme Court has rejected an appeal, declined Monday, that's today, to hear an appeal from the former girlfriend of Jeffrey Epstein, brushing aside an argument from Ghislaine Maxwell, from her team of attorneys paid for by Democrats, that she should have been shielded from prosecution under a plea agreement that Epstein struck with federal authorities. Struck a plea deal, and she should have been covered. Maxwell was sentenced to 20 years in federal prison in 2022 for carrying out a years-long scheme with Jeffrey Epstein to groom and sexually abuse underage girls. Hey, you can't say groom. The Democrats have banned the word groom. In her appeal at the Supreme Court, filed in April and just decided today by the court, Maxwell argues that she should have been covered by a non-prosecution agreement that Epstein secured as part of his agreement to plead guilty in Florida. She was later charged by prosecutors in New York. Sounds like it might be double jeopardy, but never mind that. So the New York-based Second U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals ruled against Maxwell, finding that the agreement made with prosecutors in Florida did not bind the authorities in New York. How many federal governments are there? Maxwell's attorney had argued that the appeals court had taken a different approach as to the issue of whether the non-prosecution agreement, blah, blah, blah. So we got all that going for us. But the Supreme Court said, no, thank you. No, we're not going to take that up. There's a lot going on. The Supreme Court, the first Monday in October is famously when the Supreme Court comes back into session. There's even a movie called The First Monday in October. Am I right about that? The First Monday in October. I believe that's correct. Isn't that amazing? But I got to tell you, the stuff before the Supreme Court, and there's a lot of stuff before the Supreme Court, aside from the man arrested outside outside of the Supreme Court Mass at St. Matthew's, another Molotov cocktail. Isn't that amazing? One of the matters the Supreme Court is taking up in this session is decide birthright citizenship. Democrats want any pregnant communist Chinese woman flying in a plane over the United States. If she pops one out, it automatically has U.S. citizenship for life. It's become a tourist's effort, industry in communist China and elsewhere to send the pregnant mother to the United States to give birth in the United States. So whoever that person is could be the son of a cartel leader like El Chapo, who has 2 kids that are U.S. citizens, and just amazing stuff. But there are left-wing states all over the country, California and Oregon and Washington and Colorado. They're suing President Trump because they want to keep birthright citizenship. Anybody born on U.S. soil, even if they're just here like a layover in Chicago on their way to communism, honestly. Also, one of the things they're taking up, I'm against birth. I've been against it long before it became an issue in the public. It's just idiocy. It's suicidal. But never mind that. We've got this is one, IQ tests for the death penalty. The Democrats want to make sure that we have IQ tests for the death penalty because most people facing the death penalty are Democrats and they're dumb. So you got to have an IQ test. They are for the the people being sentenced to death because they love murder. Also, the Democrats have a lot of cases having to do with their favorite LGBTQIAA, transgender people using their gender identity on passports. So you're a man, but when you get a passport, you say, I'm a lady. Just like, who do we have, the latest transgender would-be mass murderer, who's Sophie. So hard to keep all the Democrat assassins and murderers and transgender mental cases straight, isn't it? Sophie's the one that wanted to murder Brett Kavanaugh and at least 2 other Supreme Court justices. And now he says his name is Sophie. And so he was only given 8 years in prison when he was eligible, I think, for 30 years in prison. But he got the much lighter sentence because now he's a lady. Now he's a lady named Sophie. But he's not a lady named Sophie. He's just a Democrat. But the Democrats are on the side of mental illness because, well, they're all mentally ill. Let's be honest. So the Democrats are fighting for transgender people, so-called, to be able to, on their passports, go to other countries, and an obvious man, a bearded man, says, oh, you're a woman. And I say, yeah, well, according to the U.S. government, I'm a woman. Yeah. They didn't check you, huh? Well, we check you here. Unbelievable. And, of course, the transgender students stealing trophies from girls and women because the Democrats like stealing. They like a lot of stealing. And also, mental health care providers using conversion therapy for minors. Democrats want to make sure that all minors are suffering from gender dysphoria, and you can't have health care doctor, that's health care people. You can't have a doctor or a psychiatrist who's a doctor. You can't have a doctor saying, no, you're a girl. You can't just tell me you're a boy and pretend that makes you a boy. But never mind that. Also, the Supreme Court looking, these are all things the Supreme Court's taking up in this session. Now, they're attacking the president's authority to remove independent agency members without cause. And the Democrats are saying, no, once we put somebody anywhere in the government, even the president of the United States can't remove them because the Democrats put them there. And this is the permanent bureaucracy, the deep state, right? The intelligence community, all these agents, there are a million of them, and the Democrats fill these agencies with their left-wing lunatic, cross-dressing, mentally ill, would-be assassins. And if the president of the United States wants to remove them, then the Democrats say, oh, no, you can't, the president can't fire anybody. Can't fire anybody, no chance. So they got that. And also President Trump putting tariffs on countries, usually as a way of negotiating with them over economic issues. And the Supreme Court will be looking at learning resources versus Trump, the legality of Trump's tariffs under a 1977 Emergency Powers Act. And the Democrats want to reverse everything because of their many mental illnesses. Isn't that amazing? Transgender athletes, and it's Little versus McCox, what is it? And West Virginia, at Idaho, West Virginia, laws on males and girls' sports and Title IX. The Democrats want lots of males pretending to be females, stealing things from females that they had worked very hard for. But that's because they're not on our side. Yeah, president doesn't have any authority. He's not a Democrat. The left is here. And they're mental. And they're not on our side. And we are at 888-630-9625. Those are all before the Supreme Court this year.
You're listening to The Chris Plant Show.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. Ever wonder why the big wireless companies want you on an unlimited plan? It's because they need you to help cover the cost of the 20-somethings who are using a lot of data every month. Fact is, according to the latest research studies, most people 50 and up, like me, only use 12 gigs or less each month. Don't get bamboozled by big wireless. At Consumer Cellular, pick what suits your needs. Whether it's 1 gig, 5, 10, or unlimited, the point is, pay for exactly what you need and nothing more. We use the same towers as the big guys, but since we don't own and maintain them, we can pass the savings on to you. Our plans start at just $20 a month, and you'll get the best customer service in the business. I want to invite you to join the millions of people who choose something better than big wireless. Because if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
Hey, I am Brant, and her name is Sherry, and she's a friend and a colleague of mine, and we were just praying for her, actually, because she had a major surgery she just went through.
Yes, and I am very happy about something you actually talk about all the time, which is Medishare. That's right.
Of course.
Yeah.
So what was your experience like with Medishare and your healthcare bills?
You know what? It was seamless. And that's such a blessing when you're already nervous about a health issue, which I was.
Yeah.
Members shared my expenses. There were zero problems. And let me tell you, having people pray with you when you call in and it's just what you need, it's so refreshing.
Yeah, that's what I keep telling people. People love Medishare and saving tons of money. The typical family, I'm fond of saying, could save $500 a month.
I am so thankful for Medishare. It's so different, and I mean different in a very, very good way, Brant.
It is a good different. Call right now. They're so easy to talk to. You can get a price within 2 minutes. Here is the number, 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
In the market for new furniture? Shop Lavish Furniture for top brands at the best prices around. Ashley, Craftmaster, Hooker, Bassett, Liberty, and Flex Steel. Find exactly the fabric and style you're looking for in our designer collections. Our furniture is solid wood and American made. Financing and same-day delivery are available. We will meet or beat any price. Lavish Furniture, 1650 US 1 South in Southern Pines, or visit lavishfurnitureus.com.
This is the perfect time of year to bust out all your Echo tools and equipment from Beaver Equipment. Thanks to all the storms, my new Beaver Equipment chainsaw from Beaver Equipment has been getting a good workout. Beaver Equipment is the place to go for rough and rugged Echo equipment for real men. They offer 5-year warranties and are locally owned and operated. So man, get out there and enjoy your Echo Power equipment from Beaver Equipment. Now at the new location, 2833 East Indiana Avenue, near the intersection of Highway 211 in East Indiana, near Coldcraft.
It's time for family fun at Aloha Safari Park's Fall Festival, October 25th and 26th from 10 to 5. There's pumpkin painting, treasure hunts, candy stations, potato sack race, and even wagon rides. If you're hungry, grab a bite from local food trucks. All activities included with regular admission, and wagon rides are just $3 a person. Join us October 25th and 26th at Aloha Safari Park's Fall Festival. Visit alohasafaripark.com for details.
Building or purchasing your dream home, adding a new fence, or maybe you're purchasing or dividing land. If so, precision matters. Before you break ground on that next project, contact DZT Land Surveying first. Whether it's residential or commercial, our fully licensed expert team provides accurate, reliable surveys to ensure your land is marked right the first time. We handle everything from property boundaries, construction layouts, to infrastructure projects. So schedule your quote by calling 910-420-1325 and avoid future issues. Trust DZT Land Surveying for all your survey needs.
In real estate, just like in golf, local knowledge is important. So get on board with the team that sells more. Hi, this is Angie McHugh with Sandhill Realty. Our team of agents have over 100 years of combined real estate experience right here in Moore County. We have local knowledge. So check out our listings at WeSellMore.com or call me, Angie McHugh, at 910-315-6280. At Sandhill Realty, we know more, we love more, and we sell more.
It's fall, and at Greenhaven Plant Farm, our mums are bursting with color, our pansies are cheering up cool mornings, and our plump pumpkins are ready for your porch. Open Monday through Saturday, 8 to 5. Find us at 255 Greenhaven Lane off Highway 22 in Carthage.
Hakeem Jeffries is a Democrat. He's the Democrat leader in the House of Representatives. And he lives in Brooklyn, New York. He's a member of Congress, of course. And he bought a $1.2 million condominium And because he's corrupt, he pays in property taxes every year for his $1.2 million condo, $213 in property taxes for the year. $213. You live in Virginia, you pay more than that for your car in taxes every year. But Democrats are corrupt. Let's go to the telephones. Let's go to Mark, calling from Independence, Missouri. Mark, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
Hey, Chris, you're talking about all the waste and the crazy things around the world. Well, the biggest waste of money is in this country. Just an example, Medicare and Medicaid each are approaching $1 trillion a year, yet more and more doctors won't take those patients because of inferior reimbursement. So where does all that money go? It goes towards expanding the bureaucracy, which creates a bigger Democrat base, voting base. As you were talking about, healthcare is all about power and control for the Democrats. And Milton Friedman often talked about a law called Gammon's Law, a guy did a study of the British healthcare system, and they were spending so much more money but getting less production. He came up with a phrase that in a bureaucratic system, increase in expenditure will be matched by a fall in production. So, yes, there's crazy waste around the world, but the government system in this country, like you say, $37 trillion in debt. There is so much waste going on in all of the bureaucracy in Washington.
Yes, there is. You're 100% right. And the various health care, which are, the Medicare and Medicaid or Social Security, are all scheduled to bankrupt the country. And we know it, right?
Yes, I've heard that there's an unfunded liability is well over $100 trillion. I mean,
that's right.
It's just crazy. It's bankrupting us, and something has to be done. I mean, I think all those programs were brought about for the power and control, like you say, so they can use them against the Republicans like they are now. So they can just say, Republicans don't want health care for seniors and things like that. They're really not brought about for helping people with health care. It's kind of like the war on poverty. That wasn't brought about to help the poor. It was brought about to create dependency, the new Democrat plantation, which is what it's done in the cities. So the Democrat Party is never, like you say, daily. They are the biggest threat to this country. They don't, everything they say is a lie. They don't mean anything. It's all about their power and control. They couldn't care less, about the American people.
And somehow money, too. They all become fantastically wealthy, like Nancy Pelosi and her husband, and just extraordinary stuff. And again, the guy that wanted to, who says he's a woman that wanted to assassinate Brett Kavanaugh and 2 other Supreme Court justices was given 8 years in prison on Friday, right? And the guy that hit Nancy Pelosi's husband in the head was given life in prison without the possibility of parole.
It's good to be a Democrat.
It's good to be a Democrat. It doesn't sound like the stuff of first world countries. And the reason it doesn't sound like the stuff of first world countries is because it's not. The left is the third world.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhill, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM, WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
Breaking news this hour from Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. President Trump facing opposition, both political and judicial, his drive to tamp down crime in some American cities.
The president authorized the deployment of 300 Illinois National Guard troops to protect federal officers and assets in Chicago. Democratic Governor J.B. Pritzker denounced the move, calling it unnecessary and a manufactured performance. Meanwhile, a federal judge temporarily blocked the president's plans to mobilize 200 Guard troops in Portland, Oregon, ruling that the city's protests did not justify the use of federalized forces. Greg Clugston, Washington.
Tomorrow marks a somber anniversary in Israel, 2 years since the brutal Hamas terror attack on civilians that ignited the war in Gaza. Israeli and Hamas negotiators holding indirect talks today in Egypt.
At the heart of this is the release of the hostages living and dead, ceasefire, freeze, the release of Palestinian detainees in Israeli prisons, certainly the disarmament of Hamas, the reconstruction of Gaza, the control of Gaza. All of those issues are wrapped into this plan.
Our military affairs analyst, retired Lieutenant Colonel Robert McGinnis. President Trump urging Senate Democrats to sign on to a GOP stopgap spending bill to end the government shutdown. House Speaker Mike Johnson notes there will be another vote in the Senate later today.
The House did its job. We passed our bill. We did the job to keep the government open, and now it's on the Senate Democrat.
So far, those Democrats have refused to end the shutdown, which the president says is resulting in layoffs. The government shutdown now in its 6th day. On Wall Street this morning, stocks are mixed. The Dow trading about 98 points lower, while the Nasdaq is 98 points higher, and the S&P better by 16. More on these stories at townhall.com.
NCN News, I'm Mike Riley. Day 6 of the government shutdown. Republicans want to pass a continuing resolution to open the government. Democrats are demanding the bill add provisions to protect subsidies under the Affordable Care Act and Medicaid. Speaker of the House Mike Johnson at a press briefing today says Senator Chuck Schumer is manufacturing the issue.
In his desperation, they hastily filed an outrageous counter-proposal. It is a wild wish list of big government liberal nonsense.
Tuesday is Election Day in many parts of North Carolina. Voters will be able to go to the polls to make their voices heard in city council races, mayoral contests, and other municipal elections. At their last formal meeting before Halloween, some of the North Carolina's top elected officials heard more about a potential threat to trick-or-treaters, THC-laced treats. Secretary of State Elaine Marshall.
Deceptive packaging at its worst and are designed to appeal to children. These THC gummies, we've had a bunch of them tested and have who knows what quantity of THC in it.
The Winston-Salem Forsyth County School Board has appointed Dr. Don Phipp as the district's next superintendent effective December 1st. He told those gathered after the announcement.
The truth is, stories about the school system seem to make up a drama series that people are fascinated by and glued to view news reports, online posts, or through newspapers. They seem eager to read the next episode about what's happening here.
The North Carolina State Fair starts in Raleigh on Thursday, October 13th. State Ag Commissioner Steve Trox.
We removed the old lunch stands on the road right beside the chairlift, and the building had gotten to be about 70 years old, and it was just a tin structure to begin with, and it really wasn't fixable.
You're listening to NCN News.
Seniors, know your rights when looking for new housing. Licensed adult care homes come with rights to quality care, oversight, and a long-term care ombudsman to advocate for you. In registered multi-unit assisted housing, services are arranged separately, and you could have fewer care-related rights. For more information, contact your regional ombudsman today, because knowing your rights means protecting your future. Go to ncdhhs.gov/contactnc for more information. Brought to you by the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services.
Help DEA keep our communities safe and healthy by participating in National Prescription Drug Take-Back Day, Saturday, October 25th. Take action right in your own home by cleaning out your medicine cabinet of unneeded medications. Keep them safe, clean them out, take them back. Find a collection site near you at DEATakeback.com. Do your part to lower overdose deaths and prevent prescription drug misuse before it starts. That's DEATakeback.com.
If you're in the market for a new car, there are a lot of reasons to make the short drive to Cooper Ford in Carthage, but it really comes down to just two: exceptional customer service and the lowest prices guaranteed. Cooper Ford is proud to be the only locally owned Ford dealership in Moore County, and they're also proud to announce that once again, they've won the coveted Ford President's Award for an unprecedented 5th year in a row. Online at cooperford.net. The locally owned, award-winning Cooper Ford in Carthage, always working hard to be your hometown dealer.
This morning we start out fairly comfortably, and then as we head into the afternoon, expect another warm-up. High temperatures today, about 80 to 85 across the board. Overnight, we fall into the low to mid-60s under a partly to mostly cloudy sky. Clouds will start to increase heading into the day Tuesday. Highs once again in the low to mid-80s with a chance for a few showers at night and a slightly better chance of scattered showers and storms Wednesday. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Chris Michaels in the Weather Center.
This hour of the Chris Plant Show is sponsored by John Cole Plumbing Professionals. Need a plumber? Call the professionals at John Cole Plumbing Professionals, 639-4933. 639-4933.
They are using Gestapo tactics in Chicago, and this is what Trump wants to do, right? He wants to intimidate the people of Chicago. That's not going to happen.
That's Democrat Senator Tammy Duckworth, who has no business in the Senate whatsoever. Gestapo tactics, the evil federal law enforcement enforcing laws as passed by Congress. She's a member of Congress. Tiny little brains everywhere. Tiny, tiny little brains. Very small brains. Democrat Party is breaking away from the United States of America. The Confederate States of America include California and Illinois. Over the weekend, listen to this, the Panhandler Broadcasting System in Chicago, WTTW, 2 Chicagoans, including woman shot by federal agents, charged with ramming Border Patrol vehicle. Well, you take your vehicle and you go ramming federal agents, law enforcement agents and their vehicles, and you might get shot. I don't know what planet you people are from, but here on Earth, that would seem to be a likely outcome. The violent lunatic Democrats in Broadview, Illinois, attacking the police all weekend long. Lots of violence. A lot of them wear masks on their faces. He said, but the Democrats are okay when the criminals wear masks on their faces, just not the federal agents who are being targeted by cartels and by Democrats. But never mind that. Federal prosecutors charged 2 Chicagoans. Yeah, that's one of the things you can call them, including a woman shot by federal agents. We're supposed to feel sympathy for her. She was in the middle of committing felony crimes, attacking the police when she was shot. But never mind that. So federal prosecutors charged the 2 Chicagoans with ramming a vehicle driven by a U.S. Customs and Border Protection agent in Brighton Park on Saturday morning, sparking a heated confrontation between residents in the Southwest Side neighborhood and federal agents. The Democrat Party are starting the next war. Miramar Martinez, 30 years old, and her pal, Anthony Ian Santos Ruiz, 21 years old, are facing felony charges of forcibly assaulting, impeding, and interfering with a federal law enforcement officer. U.S. Attorney for the Northern District of Illinois, Andrew Boutros, said on Sunday. The incident began late Saturday morning when Martinez and Ruiz used their vehicles, plural, to strike a vehicle driven by a Border Patrol officer near West 39th Street and South Kedzie Avenue in Brighton Park, according to a statement from federal prosecutors. But the Democrats are okay with this. In fact, they're so okay with this that the left-wing radical alleged educator, mayor of Chicago, let's go Brandon Johnson, an old school teacher, you ought to ask for a refund if you took his classes. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson signs order prohibiting use of city property for immigration enforcement. This is a revolution. It's an insurrection. They are the Confederate States of America.
Today, we are signing an executive order aimed at reining in this out-of-control administration. The order establishes ICE-free zones.
ICE-free zones.
That means that city property and unwilling private businesses will no longer serve as staging grounds for these raids.
You're going to do everything you can to become the Confederate States of America, and they're going to bring back slavery before they're done. That's kind of what the illegal alien thing is all about, is cheap labor, just like the Democrat Party is the party of slavery. But the mayor of Chicago, let's go, Brandon Johnson, signed and what did he say? We are signing. You are signing. You're the mayor. You have a communist cell group signing it together. Lots and lots of violence and attacks, and the Democrats are carrying Mexican flags. They're carrying Palestinian flags. They're attacking every federal law enforcement officer that you see, and then you see the mayor and the communists that run Chicago into the side of a mountain. They're declaring that the Chicago Police Department may not come to the aid or to the assistance of federal law enforcement that are under attack. And with that, let's go to our Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, that's right. Now let's go to Kristi Noem. Let's go to soundbite number 15. Soundbite number 15. Kristi Noem talking about Chicago, where ICE agents under attack all weekend long, violent mobs, Palestinian flags, Mexican flags, masks over their faces. Democrats are for violence. They're for rioting. They're for looting. They're for killing. And the Democrat Party is not an American party anymore. Kristi Noem talking about what's going on the streets of Chicago.
We had a really strange incident yesterday where we had a caravan of 10 different vehicles that were following our Border Patrol agents and officers that were out there on the streets of Chicago. And they had followed them and gotten them cornered, pinned them down. And then our agents, when getting out of their cars, they tried to run them over and had semi-automatic handguns on them to where our agents had to protect themselves, and shots were fired.
And one criminal was hit, and Democrats and PBS on our taxpayer dollar, they're supporting the crime, they're supporting the criminals, they're supporting the gangs, and they're supporting the caravan of criminals that are attacking the police. Because, I'm telling you. So, Kristi Noem, and she said, hey, why do the communists like hairpiece Gavin Newsom, they are demanding that federal agents not wear masks over their face to conceal their identities. Why? Well, all the criminals are out on the street. They're wearing masks, and Gavin Newsom doesn't have anything to say about that. Kristi Noem is talking about, well, it's a little bit of the explanation as to why some might want to wear masks.
Our intelligence indicates that these people are organized. They're getting more and more people on their team as far as attacking officers, and they're making plans to ambush them and to kill them. We have specific officers and agents that have bounties that have been put out on their heads. It's been $2,000 to kidnap them, $10,000 to kill them. They've released their pictures. They've sent them between their networks, and it's an extremely dangerous situation and unprecedented.
Unprecedented. Wait a minute. The cartels are targeting our federal agents, and the cartels have the support, the full-throated support of the Democratic Party. And the news media, what's their story? Here's ABC News. Breaking news. Protesters shot in Chicago by Border Patrol agents. It says agents, plural. I think only one shot. They were attacking Border Patrol agents who claimed they were, quote, ambushed, end quote, by convoy. Wait a minute. They've already staked out the position of the criminals, and the federal agents, law enforcement. They claim they were ambushed by convoy. Well, here's the videotape. You guys are supposed to be a TV news organization, ABC Fake News, with The View and George Stephanopoulos and Jimmy Kimmel. Just amazing and appalling stuff. Kristi Noem explaining there are bounties on their heads to kidnap them, to murder them, and the Democrat Party is with the murder cult. Just extraordinary. And Kristi and the Democrats say, murdering people is free speech from where Democrats sit.
Make no mistake, this isn't just about, protesting free speech or that they don't like that people out here are upholding the law of our country. They're actually going out there and saying, kill these people and we'll give you this much money to do it.
Kill these people and we'll give you this much money to do it. And the Democrats out there in force, they have teenage girls who are morbidly obese, wearing masks over their faces and, smoking vape pens out there and picking fights with federal agents, hoping that they'll become the victim of and then ABC News will jump in there. Also yesterday we learned the Chicago Police Chief, this is CWB in Chicago, CPD, the Chicago Police Chief, barred cops from helping I'm sorry, what? Barred cops from helping federal agents, from helping federal law enforcement while they're being attacked by mobs. Chicago Police Chief barred cops from helping surrounded Border Patrol agents. And the woman who was shot by agents identified. That's their second headline. One of the highest-ranking officers in the Chicago Police Department barred city cops from responding to calls for help from federal agents who reported being surrounded by a large crowd of Brighton Park in Brighton Park on Saturday, according to Chicago Police radio transmissions. Chicago Police Chief of Patrol John Hein. That's like one of those Nazi names, isn't it? He must be a Democrat Party Nazi. Ordered city officials to leave. It's probably coming from the mayor. It's probably not the chief of patrol being ordered. It's the Democrats that are elected, and they're criminals. They're basically communists, and they're pro-crime and pro-criminal. So the chief of patrol, John Hein, ordered city officers to leave the area as tensions escalated following the shooting of a woman by Border Patrol agents, supervisors said in a recorded radio traffic. Now, here's the thing. They just left out that the woman rammed her car into one of the agents, but never mind that. That could be attempted murder. And, that's when you get shot by the police, when you're attempting to murder the police. Around 10:30 a.m., a woman called 911 and reported an Immigration Customs Enforcement agent had shot her right in the 3900 block of South Kedzie, according to Chicago Police Department dispatch records. Chicago officers initially responded to the scene where federal agents claimed the woman was armed as part of a caravan. Also, crashing a vehicle into a cop is armed. The weapon is the weapon is the vehicle. The vehicle is the weapon. So part of a caravan of vehicles attempting to obstruct ICE operations. She was transported to Mount Sinai Hospital with gunshot wounds to her legs, arm, and chest. Oh, she was shot more than once. On Saturday night, the Department of Homeland Security identified the woman as Miramar Martinez. She's Miramar Martinez, saying she was armed with a semi-automatic pistol and has a history of doxing federal agents. Looks like she got what's coming to her. She went out looking for this, and she got it. Congratulations, Miramar. Maramar. She's Maramar Martinez, not Miramar Martinez. Yeah, armed with a semi-automatic weapon and a history of doxing federal agents. So she's been at it for a long time. She took defensive fire from Customs Border Protection agents, has been discharged from the hospital, is currently in the custody of the FBI. I think she should get at least 150 years in prison. She should get life without parole, like the guy without the possibility of parole, like the guy that hit Nancy Pelosi's head in the head with a hammer, because he got life in prison without the possibility of parole. This woman's got a gun. She crashes her gun, it's a semi-automatic pistol, presumably. She crashes a vehicle into federal law enforcement, jumps out with a pistol. She gets shot up. And now she's going to be the hero of the Democrat Party, like Luigi Mangione and transgender Supreme Court assassins. And the Democrat Party is for murder. And isn't that amazing? Yes, sir. And we've got more for you on that as well. You know, the big wireless companies have been pulling a nasty one over on all of us for a long, long time. And that's why it's time to make the switch to consumer cellular. Listen, I made the switch. I'm getting the same fast, reliable, nationwide big wireless coverage without the big wireless costs. And it's not just about saving money every month, although that's real good. It's about not being used and abused by your own cell phone company, taking you for granted. Do you have any idea how much data you use every month? I personally have no idea myself. Most people age 50 and up use less than 8 gigs of data in a month. But if you're 19 years old, you use 10 times that, 20 times that. And big wireless, they shove everybody into an unlimited plan because they need you, once they redistribute your wealth, to pay for younger people who are using 10 times as much data as you. So if you're not using all that data, you are the one being used and abused. When you've had enough of that, make the switch to consumer cellular. They set me up with a service and a phone It's really easy to make the switch. Speak to an actual human being on the phone, not a robot, not a touchpad. That person is right here in the United States of America, not on a space platform over Papua New Guinea. Real human beings that are actually helpful. And it only takes about 20 minutes to make the switch. So give them a call today and do the right thing by yourself. You'll thank me later. Call 1-800-760-0702. That's 800-760-0702. Yeah, the Democrats are in favor of crime. And now it's already, what do you call it, a sanctuary city. And now he's ordered the whole city to stop cooperating with law enforcement because he wants more murder, and he'll get it.
Today, we are signing an executive order. The order establishes ICE-free zones.
There's only one Chris Plant. The Chris Plant Show.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FUEL for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FUEL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FUEL for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
The guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, president of Leaf Filter, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Some big news. Just before Charlie Kirk died, he issued a stark warning of terrifying dangers and threats ahead for those who stand for truth. Charlie wrote this in his last published work, the foreword for the new book, Pagan Threat. Authored by Pastor Lucas Miles, Charlie said that Pagan Threat could save America. Charlie said you must read, internalize, and share this book. It has the plan to stop the wokeism infecting America. Already a #1 Amazon bestseller, Pagan Threat is available wherever books are sold. Get Pagan Threat free with Newsmax's special offer and save $30. For offer details, go online now to paganthreat.com. That's paganthreat.com. Millions are tuning into Newsmax on all major cable systems. They're downloading our free Newsmax app on their smartphones. And they're getting Pagan Threat to see Charlie Kirk's final words. Go today to paganthreat.com. That's paganthreat.com. Newsmax sponsored this message.
My mom's home is 9 rooms and 56 years of memories. Everything that's important to her happened under this roof. She's slowed down a little and needs help. Nothing too difficult, just a hand with everyday chores. Someone to look after her when I can't. My mom loves her home. There's no place she'd rather be.
If your mom wants to stay in her home, call me, Robert Bonville, at Griswold Care Parent of Pinehurst, 910-420-2360, or go online to griswoldcare.com/Pinehurst.
Dunrovin Country Store's having a sale. Take 40% off jewelry, pocket knives, handbags, rocks and gems, 50% off Western home decor, 60% off garden planters, concrete statues, Christmas ornaments, and holiday decorations. Shop our regular selection of natural products and home remedies, and everything to accessorize your home. We're open 7 days, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m., 5456 US 1 South in Bass. You'll never be Dunrovin at Dunrovin Country Store.
Attention classic car enthusiasts. Is your vintage ride just collecting dust, begging for a second chance? At veteran-owned Innovation Performance Technologies, we bring your dream ride to life. Our award-winning expert team can restore every detail of your cruiser with precision and passion. If you're looking for a complete frame-off restoration, custom upgrades, or paint jobs, we can do those with ease. Turn that unfinished project into a classic beauty. Contact Innovation Performance Technologies at 910-678-4600 or online at innovationperformance.tech.
Life and business come with plenty of challenges. Making sure they're protected shouldn't be one of them. I'm Bo Davis with Bearing Insurance, formerly FBIS, a banker's insurance company here in Southern Pines. While our name has changed, our commitment to protecting your business, your home, and everything in between remains the same. When was the last time you reviewed your insurance policies? Don't wait until renewal. Take control today. Stop by Bearing Insurance or give me a call at 910-692-5754 to learn more about how we can help you secure the right coverage at the right price.
They are taking police resources that should be in our neighborhoods, serving Chicagoans and diverting them to deal with the chaos that they are causing. We need ICE out of our city.
Yeah, we need, they're causing chaos. The police are causing chaos, and the criminals represent order, good order and discipline to the left, to the Democrat Party. And I've been talking about this for some time now, how the Democrat Party is, well, they are the party of the South in the Civil War of the Confederate States of America. And their boy in the Civil War was the president of the Confederacy, Jefferson Davis. The Republican was, of course, Abraham Lincoln, and they shot him in the head and killed him. And then they got into the habit of doing that, and they've done a lot of that ever since. But I was talking to my friend Vince Colonnese today, the great Vince Colonnese, just a great guy, normal guy, what a normal American is Vince, talking about, and he's talking about this guy, Will Chamberlain, not Wilt Chamberlain, but Will Chamberlain. And Will Chamberlain is talking about, sounds like maybe he's been listening to my show, how the Democrat Party is the neo-Confederacy, the new Confederacy for the 21st century. And I've been talking about this for quite some time in various forms, and that is that the Democrat Party, what they're fighting for is cheap slave labor, illegal aliens who have no rights that they don't have to pay. But unlike when they were on plantations with bullwhips at 12 Oaks, that's a reference to a plantation and Gone with the Wind. But now they just want illegal aliens sleeping in dog beds in the basement down by the hot water heater, who will raise their children for them and clean their houses for them. And they always yell at you and you say, who do you think's cleaning the dishes in the back of the house at a restaurant? The Democrats want slavery again. They're the party of slavery in the first place. Republicans had to take their slaves away right down to Juneteenth, when the last Republicans freed the last slaves from the last Democrats.
This is the Chris Plant Show.
Sandy Ridge Memory Care provides all the amenities of home while providing personalized resident care and a dedication to a safe, secure, and comfortable environment for your loved one. Providing care for dementia and Alzheimer's population has been our specialty for over 20 years. Research has proven that a loving, structured, and intimate home environment successfully fulfills the needs of both the one affected by dementia and Alzheimer's, as well as the family caregivers. As one of the largest memory care facilities in North Carolina Carolina, we feature 3 separate secure units within our community. Each wing is designed for individual needs and preferences. Call for an appointment or just drop in to tour our facility and discover for yourself the care that sets us apart. Located only minutes from Moore County and surrounding areas, Sandy Ridge Memory Care is the right place at the right time. On Bowman Road in Candor or online at sandyridgeliving.com. Call 910-974-6000.
In the market for new furniture? Shop Lavish Furniture for top brands at the best prices around. Ashley, Craftmaster, Hooker, Bassett, Liberty, and Flex Steel. Find exactly the fabric and style you're looking for in our designer collections. Our furniture is solid wood and American made. Financing and same-day delivery are available. We will meet or beat any price. Lavish Furniture, 1650 US 1 South in Southern Pines, or visit lavishfurnitureus.com.
It's Karastan month at JB Short Carpet One. For a limited time, elevate your home with the timeless luxury of Karastan carpet and plank flooring, known for its beauty, durability, and style that lasts. Whether you're refreshing one room or redesigning your entire home, now's the perfect time to save big on Karastan flooring. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Karastan month, now at JB Short Carpet One. JB Short Carpet One, Highway 1 North between Southern Pines and Vass, or on the web at shortcarpet1.com.
Hi, this is Rodney Swarms with Plumbing Night. We know that plumbing emergencies can happen at any time. In fact, they seem to happen at the most inconvenient times. And then inviting an unknown plumber into your home, that can add to the stress of the situation. The Plumbing Night wants to alleviate any stress about inviting a technician into your home by guaranteeing that we have not only the very best plumbers, but also the most knowledgeable plumbers. Before any of our employees are hired, all of the employees must undergo drug testing and a thorough background check. If they don't pass, they aren't hired. No exceptions. Once they're hired and part of the team, they receive continuous technical and customer training to ensure that they are the very best at their trade. This training is week after week, month after month, year after year. This training is what got us into community college to teach the plumbing trade. So the next time you have an emergency, call the Plumbing Night. They're known for extraordinary service and integrity.
Call the Plumbing Night at 639-5555, day or night, or on the web at theplumbingnight.com.
This October, what do you get when you put 4 great artists with different styles in one show? You get an exhibit entitled Anything Goes at the Arts Council of Moore County's Campbell House. Come explore the unique styles and works of 4 local artists, Jane Cannell, Jean Smythe, Jessie McKay, and Alana Nuff. The show opens Friday, October 3rd and runs through the 31st. Open weekdays 10 to 5 and Saturday, October 18th from noon to 2. Since 1973, the Arts Council has kept the arts at the heart of Moore County. Learn more at moreart.org.
Let More Buildings and Carports build your 2-car garage with concrete slab for just $13,900. Right now, take $800 off. Offer in soon. Call 910-684-7200. More Buildings and Carports on US 1 South in Bass.
Lil Dino's Subs in Pinehurst is more than just subs. Monday special, chicken feta wrap. Choose from sun-dried tomato, herb garlic, or whole wheat wrap and fresh veggies made your way. Have a cold drink and fries with that. Or try our amazing appetizers. Beer-battered mushrooms, mozzarella sticks, dill pickle fries, mac and cheese bites, or sweet potato fries to perfectly complement our delicious deli sandwiches, salads, and of course subs. Lil Dino's Subs in Olmsted Village. Whether sponsored by Lil Dino Subs in Olmsted Village, Pinehurst. More than subs, try apps, wings, burgers, New York-style pizza, and daily specials. Open 7 days, Lil Dino Subs, Olmsted Village.
This morning we start out fairly comfortably, and then as we head into the afternoon, expect another warm-up. High temperatures today, about 80 to 85 across the board. Overnight, we fall into the low to mid-60s under a partly to mostly cloudy sky. Clouds will start to increase heading into the day Tuesday. Highs once again in the low to mid-80s with a chance for a few showers at night and a slightly better chance of scattered showers and storms Wednesday. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Chris Michaels in the Weather Center.
97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
This raid wasn't about public safety, and it's certainly not about immigration. This was about a show of authoritarianism, a forceful display of tyranny.
That's the Democrat, communist, moron, former teacher, principal, mayor of Chicago. Let's go, Brandon Johnson. It's tyranny. The Confederacy is rising again, is what we're witnessing in the United States. I had to tell you, who was the dimwit talking about Civil War? It was a couple years ago, but then they posted it again over the weekend. Oh yeah, Adam Kinzinger. He, for a moment, was a Republican member of Congress. Then he gave up all of that. And Adam Kinzinger was, he was on what? Comedy Central. Is that what he was? The Daily Show. It's all part of the propaganda apparatus of the Democrat Party and the left. And honestly, he's at it all over the place. As Kinzinger, he was, again, for a minute, a Republican. He's about as Republican as Joe Scarborough at this point. But Adam Kinzinger warns against the rising rhetoric online calling for civil war. I haven't actually, but the Democrats are certainly in the midst of all of that. And they are the party of the first Civil War, the American Civil War, because they wanted to keep slavery, and now they want to keep illegal aliens, that is to say cheap labor. You see any symmetry there? Because I do. Isn't that amazing? And Adam Kinzinger, this was October of 2022, so 3 years ago now. Am I doing my gazintas? And Adam Kinzinger was on. Now, this just resurfaced because Comedy Central reposted it over the weekend, and I think the left is now out of the closet using this rhetoric.
How close are we to another civil war?
I think we're closer than we'd like to think. And I used to be afraid to talk about it. Now I think it's important for us to talk about it.
To talk about a civil war?
Yeah, because I think we have to be aware of where we're at. I don't think it's going to be north and south with large marching armies. You know, if I live in Illinois, there's going to be Republicans and Democrats in Illinois. I do think it could get violent easily.
I mean, that's scary.
It is scary.
If a sitting representative like Kinzinger thinks a second civil war is possible, it's something we need to take seriously.
Yeah, because Kinzinger, that was 3 years ago this month. They're talking about it. And I've got to say, now they're still, and again, Comedy Central tweeted this out over the weekend, this 3-year-old clip, because the left is inciting all this violence and they're perpetrating all this violence. And they're a violent party, and they're the party of slavery and the bullwhip and the plantation and the Confederate States of America and Jefferson Davis. They're the party of civil war. They're the left, and there is no more murderous gang of cutthroats in the history of humankind, quite literally, than the left, the communists and the socialists. You know, the difference between socialism and communism is 5 years. And remember what their boy Lenin said, the goal of socialism is communism. And in Seattle, Washington, run by dim-witted Democrats, they've got a 16-foot-high bronze statue of Lenin, the Bolshevik communist revolutionary, in what became the Soviet Union in Russia. The Democrat Party. The Democrat Party is dangerous. The American Thinker has a fine publication, has a story. Antifa, they call themselves anti-fascist. They lie, they're the fascists. Antifa stages acts of violence, shuts down streets, intimidates opponents, all in liberal cities where it's tolerated. That is more insurrection than a tweet storm. Now, the news media, they like, and the Democrats, but I repeat myself, they say, oh, it's just tweets. No, it's shootings and guns against law enforcement. And then the elected Democrats, like Let's Go Brandon Johnson, they're saying, oh, it's authoritarianism if the federal government enforces the law, when the Democrats want more crime. They want more murder, and they're getting it. Aren't they amazing? Yes, they are. Now, Gregory Bovino, I'll call him Greg Bovino, the chief patrol agent for U.S. Border Patrol, and he's talking about the attacks on federal law enforcement by the Democratic Party.
Not only are our law enforcement officers being targeted, death threats, and actually every day on the street they're being attacked. When we have elected leadership that continually says things like we're jackbooted thugs or Nazis or whatever they say, it appeals to those weaker-minded constituents, and they end up paying the price yet again.
Now, we played a soundbite earlier today of Tammy Duckworth, the Democrat senator from Illinois, calling, now again, the mayor of Chicago saying it's authoritarianism, they're jackbooted this, and Tammy Duckworth yesterday.
They are using Gestapo tactics in Chicago, and this is what Trump wants to do, right?
This is, I got to tell you, these people are this close to firing on Fort Sumter. That's where the Democrats really started the Civil War, in the original one. Gregory Bovino, talking about, and again, the governor of Illinois, the corpulent circumference, as he is known, J.B. Pritzker, who inherited billions from his grandfather, who actually did something. Unlike him, he should end up in a penitentiary. And the Democrat Party is violent, criminal, pro-crime, pro-criminal, anti-law enforcement, anti-federal government. And again, this is what the Democrats did on the lead up to their first Civil War, the first Civil War that they created in the United States of America. And Gregory Bovino.
Those individuals like the governor or the mayor, they feed violence. They foment this violence. And I kind of scratch my head as to why they would do that, but they are actually feeding this violence and trying to get people hurt. I wonder if they actually want Border Patrol agents and ICE officers hurt. At this point, I've almost came to that conclusion. It's a sad fact, but they continually banter that rhetoric around, and I've not heard anything on the suspects that we've arrested, the bad people and bad things that we've arrested by the thousands.
By the thousands. And now, I mean, I won't even say what I'm thinking because it's too impolite, but the Democrat Party, they're not on our side. I've been saying this for a long time. A Democrat arrested in front of St. Matthew's Catholic Church in Washington yesterday who brought a Molotov cocktail to the annual Supreme Court Mass, the Red Mass, and he's under arrest because it's another Democrat terrorist attack that was thwarted by the police, who the Democrats want to defund, who the Democrats vilify and demonize. Just amazing. And they're all in favor of more crime and more mayhem. These guys, I'm telling you, oh yeah, Bad Bunny on Saturday Night Live. They did well. You know what? While we're talking about Bad Bunny, they got this idiot Bad Bunny, who's a racist and anti-American. He's a leftist. He's Puerto Rican, and so he's an American citizen and all that. But he's apparently a rapper who I'm supposed to be impressed with, but I'm not. And he was hosting Saturday Night Live night before last, and he didn't sing. He's supposed to be a singer, but he's so awful they didn't even want him singing. And he's going to be the halftime show at the Super Bowl, and a lot of people are talking about boycotting the Super Bowl, depending on who's playing, or certainly just turning the channel for halftime. And but here's this person who goes by the name Bad Bunny. You'd think it was a woman, but it's apparently a man. And Bad Bunny, he's Puerto Rico, Spanish speaker, and he is telling the audience of Saturday Night Live, which I did not watch again, that if you want to watch his halftime show, which will not be in English, you should learn Spanish between now and the Super Bowl.
I'm very excited to be doing the Super Bowl, and I know that people all around the world who love my music are also happy de todo, demostrando que nuestra huella y nuestra aportación en este país nadie nunca la podrá sacar ni borrar. If you didn't understand what I just said, you have 4 months to learn.
And they all cheer. We're not an English-speaking country. We're overrun by Tren de Aragua because of the Democrat Party, the murders, the rapes, the mothers, the college girls. The Democrats are fine with all that. That's just the price you pay for what Barack Obama described as the fundamental transformation of America. The left is here to do in America at long last. And it certainly reminded Michael and me this morning of Barack Obama telling us years ago that we all have to learn to speak Spanish because the left has a plan for the United States.
Instead of worrying about whether immigrants can learn English, they'll learn English. You need to make sure your child can speak Spanish.
Yeah, because that's what we ought to be doing, is becoming a Spanish-speaking nation, because the left is racist, anti-American, anti-capitalist, anti-freedom, anti-Bill of Rights, anti-Constitution, anti-legitimate education. Just amazing stuff. All right, let's go to the telephones. Yes. All right, let's go to the telephones. Let's go to Al, calling from Chicago, Illinois, listening on the great WLS. Al, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
Hey, Chris, my friend, I love you. I saw you in Orland Park. Good news. A factory manufacturer of ventanas, I will translate windows. Their employees, at least half the staff, no está aquí. They're not there anymore. Guess what? They were raided. I've been in the home improvement, new construction business for half a century. When I started, we employed Americans, not anymore. No mas, not today. They've undermined the wage level in this country, and the welfare state, which, of course, the Democrats handed us back in the 60s, have created a society of ne'er-do-wells. I don't have to work. You know, we're the Maynard G. Krebs of the world. Work! We don't want to work anymore. But we bring people in to clean our derrieres, of course, as you know. I was so happy to hear this. I'm waiting for an order of windows for a project, but I smiled when I heard it because I'm glad to see them go.
And it was ICE raiding the Windows company because...
ICE raiding, yes.
Because
no está aquí.
Most of their employees are illegally in the country. And last time I looked, illegal immigration is illegal, isn't it, Al?
And many of them are 1099s. A lot of them are not W-2s. So they're paid a check, no one withholds, and do they pay taxes? You know, Americans have got to understand the net effect in terms of government costs is $150 billion a year. That does not include private losses. That's vandalism, and all the destruction is a product of people doing harm to Americans, which, of course, our leaders don't care about.
Yeah, the Democrat Party, I got to tell you, you grew up in Chicago?
My 74 years.
And the Democrats have really, and Barack Obama, I think, is the guiltiest of them all when it comes to this fundamental transformation of America, non-English speaking country, open borders, pro-radical Islamic jihadi, Hamas, Hussein, Obama. And the Democrat Party is just not in our camp, and they're violent. And they started organizing with this Occupy Wall Street stuff years ago. And I was pointing out at the time that this is the left organizing and putting together armies of mentally ill people on their Twitter groups and their Facebook groups and their whatever is online. And they are coming. And there's no sign of them letting up. And their elected political leaders, governors and mayors, are the language of war is everywhere, and it's coming from the senior levels of the Democrat Party, elected levels of the Democrat Party. What the heck? That's what I've got to say. Where do we go from here, Al?
We have to reform the entire system. You know, the 1965 war on poverty has led to poverty being at around 13% on average for the last 60 years. It was 54% in 1900. It was 27% in 1947. What happened? It flattened out. It didn't disappear. The war was not on poverty. It was on freedom and sovereignty.
Yeah. Yeah, the left is here. I mean, I keep pointing it out because it's true, but the Democratic Party is not democratic. The Democratic Party is not liberal. These people are not liberals. This is the international left in the United States. The violence, the organized violence, they're like the Red Brigades in Italy and Western Europe years ago. And they saddled up with radical Islamic jihadis back then, too, the European left, saddled up with the left look at the 72 Olympic massacre in Munich. The left and the Islamists.
We are 5 days away from fundamentally transforming the United States of America.
You're listening to The Chris Plant Show.
Cold weather will be here before you know it. At the same time, power outages are on the rise. So here's an important question. If the power goes out when it's really cold, do you have a way to stay warm? If not, you've got to check out the Avesta off-grid space heater from My Patriot Supply. It's a compact, portable space heater that doesn't use electricity. It runs on something called canned heat, which is an indoor safe fuel. It's completely off-grid, and it can heat up a 200 square foot room in a matter of minutes. With Avesta stashed in your closet, you can rest easy, knowing you and your family will stay warm, even if the power goes out. Plus, it doubles as a stove to boil water or cook food without electricity or propane. The best part is, you can get Avesta and a bunch of other free gifts when you order the Winter Prep Special from My Patriot Supply. Just go to MyPatriotSupply.com to see everything included. This offer won't last long, and neither will this nice fall weather, so go to MyPatriotSupply.com today. That's MyPatriotSupply.com.
Cashback is not available on gas in New Jersey and Wisconsin.
Susan, I'm sorry I'm late. Traffic is terrible.
It sure is. But on top of that, gas prices have been skyrocketing. I can't believe how expensive gas has gotten recently.
Prices at the pump are up, but I never pay full price for gas anymore. I just use the free Upside app that pays you cash back for every gallon of gas you buy.
Wait a minute. Are you saying you actually get paid cash when you buy gas with the Upside app?
Yes, I get real cash back every time I buy gas.
And does that actually add up to anything?
I've made around $200.
Wow, that's serious extra cash. I'm downloading the free Upside app now.
Download the free Upside app to earn real cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code FUEL for an extra 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up. You can cash out anytime right to your bank account, to PayPal, or an e-gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FUEL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FUEL for 25 cents per gallon cash back on your first fill-up.
Field's Plumbing and Heating and Air Conditioning customers include the military, federal, state, and local governments, hospitals, and school systems, as well as many independent businesses. We stand by our services and products, and as a result, we are proud that our business comes from repeat business and customer referrals. Field's Plumbing and Heating and Air Conditioning also serves many residents in Moore and surrounding counties, and we have been in business for 70 years. Call 910-949-3232, 910-949-3232.
This October, what do you get when you put 4 great artists with different styles in one show? You get an exhibit entitled Anything Goes at the Arts Council of Moore County's Campbell House. Come explore the unique styles and works of 4 local artists, Jane Cannell, Jean Smythe, Jessie McKay, and Alana Nuff. The show opens Friday, October 3rd and runs through the 31st. Open weekdays 10 to 5 and Saturday, October 18th from noon to 2. Since 1973, the Arts Council has kept the arts at the heart of Moore County. Learn more at moreart.org.
Building or purchasing your dream home, adding a new fence, or maybe you're purchasing or dividing land. If so, precision matters. Before you break ground on that next project, contact DZT Land Surveying first. Whether it's residential or commercial, our fully licensed expert team provides accurate, reliable surveys to ensure your land is marked right the first time. We handle everything from property boundaries, construction layouts, to infrastructure projects. So schedule your quote by calling 910-420-1325 and avoid future issues. Trust DZT Land Surveying for all your survey needs.
Is your land lost under a jungle of brush and overgrowth? Call the pros at Tar Heel Brush Mulching. With over 20 years of experience in land management, we turn wild, unusable land into clean, manageable space fast, affordable, and done right the first time. Whether it's for farming, hunting, or just reclaiming land, our high-powered mulchers and brush cutters chew through the roughest terrain. Trust the team that knows land management and has the gear to master it. For a free estimate, call veteran-owned Tar Heel Brush Mulching at 910-638-8318.
This is Patrick McBrayer at the Insurance Center in Southern Pines. With so many changes to Medicare this year, along with carriers pulling out of the market, there has never been a more important time to have a local, trusted agent to help guide you through your options. We have a team of agents ready, some who used to work for First Medicare Direct, to help you guide you through your annual enrollment. Call us today to schedule your appointment at 910-692-9251 or visit us online at sandhills-ins.com.
Life and business come with plenty of challenges. Making sure they're protected shouldn't be one of them. I'm Bo Davis with Bearing Insurance, formerly FBIS, a banker's insurance company here in Southern Pines. While our name has changed, our commitment to protecting your business, your home, and everything in between remains the same. When was the last time you reviewed your insurance policies? Don't wait until renewal. Take control today. Stop by Bearing Insurance or give me a call at 910-692-5754 to learn more about how we can help you secure the right coverage at the right price.
Well, there's one thing that I think is pretty good news, that not the man arrested with a Molotov cocktail outside the big Catholic church in Washington, D.C., where the Supreme Court was supposed to be having Mass for the Red Mass, the annual Red Mass. But another Democrat, another Molotov cocktail, more Supreme Court justices targeted for Democrat Party mayhem. Crazy stuff. But there is and then, of course, the Harvard professor shooting his pellet gun at the synagogue in New York, but pay no attention to that. Greta Thunberg in a bed bug-infested cell in Israel, so that's good. I'll pay Israel extra for that, and that's great stuff. But the story about the news media, which is wonderful, the Gallup polling organization, a real polling organization. The headline is, "Trust in Media at New Low of 28% in U.S." That's probably the number of people that work in the news media, 28%. Republicans' confidence in mass media to report the news fully and accurately is now at 8%. 8%. EIGHT, not 10%, not 9%, but 8%. Americans' confidence in the mass media has edged down to a new low, with just 28% expressing a great deal or a fair amount of trust in newspapers, television, and radio to report the news fully and accurately. That's down from 31% last year and 40% 5 years ago. 8% of Republicans, and rightly so. All right, we don't have a ton of time, but let's go to a telephone call, Michael. Let's go to Charlie, calling from DeLand, Florida. Charlie, you're on the Chris Plant Show.
Mr. Plant, good morning.
Hey, Charlie.
So over the weekend, I read 1984. I read it in high school. It was mandatory back then. But I read it again, and I saw some quote that was in there, and I thought it was very timely.
Uh-huh.
So in there it said, political language is designed to make lies sound truthful and murder respectable, and to give an appearance of solidity to pure wind. And there was one more. All issues are political issues, and politics itself is a mass of lies, evasions, folly, hatred, and schizophrenia. That's quoted from 1984, George Orwell. And
give me the murder line again. To make murder seem what?
To make murder respectable.
Yeah.
So that's what they're doing. That's the Democrats.
I was going to say, and what came to mind was Today in the News, right?
Yes, sir. It's just modern times. It's exactly what we're living right now.
And what was George Orwell writing about when he wrote this in 1948?
He was writing basically about how they want to memory hole everything. They want to make you forget about it and take over.
The Nazis and the commies. He's talking about the Hitlerites and the Stalinists. Political language is designed to make lies sound truthful and murder respectable. A good grab there, I've got to say. Really a good grab, Charlie. That was that.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
Breaking news at Town Hall. I'm Bob Agnew in Washington. The Trump-Gaza peace plan, the subject of today's talks between Israel and Hamas in Egypt. Speaking with the Salem Radio Network, military affairs analyst Lieutenant Colonel Robert McGinnis said Hamas will accept some parts of that plan, but not all.
They certainly don't intend to disarm, nor are they necessarily willing to embrace external control over all of Gaza and the like. And Netanyahu appears to be willing to go along with much of this.
Tomorrow marks the somber 2-year anniversary of the Hamas terrorist attack. The first supermoon of the year is approaching.
The October 6th supermoon is the first of 3 this year. It happens when a full moon is closer to the Earth in its orbit. That makes the moon look up to 14% bigger and 30% brighter than the faintest moon of the year, according to NASA. I'm Julie Walker.
A couple of big regional banks are feeling an urge to merge, as Rich Thomason reports.
Fifth Third Bancorp is buying Comerica for $10.9 billion in an all-stock deal. The buyout will create the 9th largest U.S. bank with roughly $288 billion in assets. Fifth Third says the combined company will have operations in the Southeast, Texas, and California, and will greatly solidify its position in the Midwest. It's anticipated that over half of Fifth Third's branches will be located in the Southeast, Texas, Arizona, and California by 2030. Rich Thomason, Washington.
Frank Bisagno has been named CEO of the IRS, adding to his role as Social Security Administration Commissioner. He'll be reporting to Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, who is the acting IRS chief. It's been a mixed bag on Wall Street right now. The Dow is down by 110 points. The Nasdaq up 165. More from townhall.com.
NCN News, I'm Mike Riley. House Bill 307 has been signed into law by Governor Josh Stein. The governor says everyone should be able to feel safe and thinks this will partially help with that problem.
House Bill 307, or Arenas Law, alerts the judiciary to take a special look at people who may pose unusual risks of violence before determining their bail. That's a good thing and why I have signed it into law.
Day 6 of the government shutdown. Speaker of the House Mike Johnson at a press briefing today.
It is 100% totally clean. It is an exact status quo replica of what we're doing right now, which again is Biden-era policies and spending levels.
Jewish and Palestinian communities in central North Carolina have hope for a ceasefire in the Gaza Strip. Ariel Eldery is a rabbi at Beth Shalom in Raleigh and tells WNCN he is hopeful about the 20-point ceasefire plan.
Hope all the time that there's some peaceful resolution. Peaceful resolution never means that everybody's going to be happy.
A house collapse in Rodanthe marked the 9th unoccupied home to fall on Hatteras Island in just 1 week. The collapse in Rodanthe occurred as the cleanup process for multiple fallen homes further south in Buxton is still underway. Homeowner Tim Jones tells WWAY why.
Some of the folks on the street here who've been digging sand piles and making their yards impregnable against the next high tide, they would say they've kind of won, but little victories here and there. Eventually, Mother Nature's going to win.
Cold weather strikes portions of the U.S. Meteorologist Andrew Kozak.
Freeze warnings in effect for the Dakotas, Wyoming, over toward Colorado, Idaho, and Oregon. As that area of high pressure moves in, it will kick the precipitation out, but it is going to start to be one of those game-changing fronts moving through, with cool air moving through not just the upper Midwest, but eventually the East Coast. Temperatures, how about some 60s as we head toward Wednesday.
You're listening to NCN News.
Whether it's helping you work, save, or steer clear from fraud, AARP North Carolina is making sure your money, health, and happiness live as long as you do. Each week, AARP Without Limits meets people and explores topics to help improve how we live and age in North Carolina. You can also learn more about getting the most out of life by listening to AARP Without Limits, wherever you listen to your podcasts.
There's no time like fair time, y'all. The 2025 NC State Fair runs October 16th to 26th in Raleigh and is jam-packed with fun for the whole family. Come enjoy tasty eats, free entertainment, livestock competitions, giant pumpkins, nightly fireworks, and so much more. This year's NC State Fair is the event you can't miss. Bring your friends, bring your family, and make memories that you'll be talking about till next year. Get your discounted tickets today at ncstatefair.org.
Fall is in the air, and at Greenhaven Plant Farm, that means color, comfort, and pumpkins galore. For over 40 years, we've been the Sandhills' go-to for autumn's best plants. Right now, our thousands of mums are bursting with bold oranges, golden burgundies, our cheerful pansies are ready to brighten cool mornings, and our plump pumpkins are porch perfect, waiting for you. Come see us Monday through Saturday, 8 to 5 at 255 Greenhaven Lane off Highway 22 in Carthage. Greenhaven Plant Farm, your fall color destination.
This morning we start out fairly comfortably, and then as we head into the afternoon, expect another warm-up. High temperatures today, about 80 to 85 across the board. Overnight, we fall into the low to mid-60s under a partly to mostly cloudy sky. Clouds will start to increase heading into the day Tuesday. Highs once again in the low to mid-80s with a chance for a few showers at night and a slightly better chance of scattered showers and storms Wednesday. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Chris Michaels in the Weather Center.
Today's Eric Erickson program is brought to you by Pinehurst Toyota Hyundai, where quality meets customer care. Experience award-winning service and unbeatable offers. Visit us at pinehursttoyota.com and pinehursthyundaiονline.com.
Hello, America. Welcome. It is Eric Erickson here. Yes, it's true. It got retweeted by Elon Musk. How does that look? 20 million impressions on my tweet. Why did Elon Musk tweet me over the weekend? Well, it's the top story today, and it's starting to explode. And it's the top story today, but I got to point out to you, thanks to National Review last week, if you listened to my show on Friday of last week in the third hour, you were ahead of the story. You knew about this story before it made major waves over the weekend. I got to it first on the radio. Jay Jones, the Democrats' attorney general candidate in Virginia, in all sorts of hot water over his text messages. And I got to put this in context for you. It's very, very important that you understand the context here. Jay Jones, in a private text message to a Republican member of the Virginia House of Delegates, said he was upset that the former Speaker of the House of Delegates in Virginia had the audacity to say nice things about a dead Democrat at that dead Democrat's funeral. You understand this, right? This is all the context you have to have here. This is very important. You understand. The Democrats have nominated Jay Jones to be their candidate for Attorney General in Virginia. And in 2022, in a private text exchange, Jay Jones was upset that the then Virginia Speaker of the House, Todd Gilbert, said nice things about a Democrat at that Democrat's funeral. And Jay Jones's response in a private exchange was to wish that Todd Gilbert, the then Speaker of the House, would be assassinated. In fact, he said if he was given 2 bullets and said to pick between Pol Pot, Hitler, and the Speaker, he put 2 bullets in the Speaker of the Virginia House's head, and then had the audacity to take it a step further and say that he wanted the Speaker's children to also die, preferably in the arms of their mother. He wanted to assassinate the Speaker of the House and watch his 2 children die in their mother's arms. Because in his words, you have to know tragedy to change your political opinion. You have to suffer. And he wanted Todd Gilbert to suffer. He wanted Todd Gilbert's wife to suffer. That's the Democrats' Attorney General pick. And as you know and I know, your private text exchanges, you're not playing to the crowd there. You're being candid and honest. And in his candid honesty, he wanted to assassinate a politician from another party for the audacity of saying nice things about a Democrat at a funeral and also kill the man's 2 kids. You know what the real scandal is, though? The same man, Jay Jones, was arrested in Virginia for doing 116 miles an hour in a 65-mile-an-hour zone. He was sentenced to 1,000 hours community service in lieu of prison. He spent 500 of the 1,000 hours working on his own political campaign and filled out the paperwork to obfuscate what he was doing so the judge didn't realize he was doing political fundraising for himself as his community service. That's the real scandal here. The man who wants to be the Attorney General in Virginia used his community service sentence to politically fundraise for himself. That's the real scandal. But what's really going to get the traction in the aftermath of 2 assassination attempts on Donald Trump and the assassination of Charlie Kirk and the other violence of progressives out there these days is that this man in a private exchange wanted to murder a politician and his 2 children, and said that casually and defended himself, insisting it was the case, that it was not somehow out of line for him to want to do these sorts of things, that it was normal, par for the course, just him in a private conversation wanting to murder the Speaker of the Virginia House and his 2 children, and not a single Democrat will tell him to get out of the race. Not a single Democrat. In fact, the Speaker of the House in Virginia, the current Speaker, the new Speaker, the Democratic Speaker, Speaker Scott, actually went to a church and stood in a church pulpit and told the congregants in the church pulpit to ignore it all.
So we need to understand something. We have to be mature in our thinking and how we vote. We can't get distracted because they want us to get distracted by a text message here or something else. Stay focused.
You got that? Stay focused. Now, here's the galling part. The Speaker of the House, Don Scott, in Virginia, he started his speech this way.
Thank you, Tavares. Thank you, church, this morning. I want to thank you all for having me up here today. I come, first of all, with two things on my mind. The first thing is a good friend of mine, a delegate from Prince William County. Her name is Candy Munden King. Last night, I got a call about 3 a.m. And it's a great time to have to come to church. I was planning on being here earlier, Pastor, so I apologize for my tardiness. But I was in Portsmouth minding my business and planning to come straight here. But at 3 a.m., I got a call that her 15-year-old daughter had died. She had suffered from sickle cell anemia her entire life. She died a painful death with her parents watching. Her dad actually was the one that tried to resuscitate her, and she died in his arms.
That's the Speaker of the House in Virginia, Don Scott, who begins this speech in a pulpit behind a cross in front of a stained glass window of Christ, telling this congregation about Candy Munden King, a Virginia House of Delegates representative, who lost her daughter Saturday night. The daughter died in her arms. And he ended his speech telling those same Christians in that same church to ignore the text messages of the Virginia Democrat Jay Jones, who wanted another mother to watch her children die in her arms to teach her a political lesson. That's where we are with the Democrats in Virginia and nationally who won't do anything. Now, I got to give it to Joe Scarborough, actually, on Morning Joe. Joe started this conversation off on MSNBC, and you're probably not going to hear about it anywhere on MSNBC other than his show, where he has editorial control.
Coming up, an attorney general candidate in Virginia is apologizing for his texts about a state lawmaker. We'll go through what the messages said.
Probably be forced to withdraw from the race, and probably is doing a lot there.
All right, Morning Joe will be right back.
That was this morning, and then here's the conversation that actually Joe stepped aside and just let the progressives talk. Listen to this.
They were text messages, horrible. I didn't want to read them out loud. I'm wondering how the text messages
deeply disturbing messages that have been swiftly condemned across the political aisle. The Republicans have tried to tie this to the Congresswoman Spanberger, the gubernatorial candidate. She did very quickly denounce them. But it's unclear whether this attorney general candidate will stay in the race. I think there's a growing sense that he probably should not. We heard President Trump last night. But even some Democratic leaders, John Hyman, have started to say, like, look, this is inappropriate. You can't, and especially at a time right now with such concern about violent rhetoric and political violence.
Who says that?
Yeah, that this is just way beyond the line.
I would say, not to be too much on the high horse, it's wildly inappropriate under any circumstances. Yes. Today, tomorrow, 10 years ago, 6 months ago. I think the pressure is going to be on Spanberger and for the party to ask this candidate to just quit the race, because it's the right thing, and also the political splashback. You don't want to mess with this right now.
Who says that?
I think the right thing to do is basically this guy should do everyone a favor and step out of the race.
Yeah.
Now, notice though that they won't actually say what he said. Mika does. They were too horrible to say. Let me tell you what he said. Actually, you know what? Let me play the Winsome Sears ad now, targeting Abigail Spanberger, the Democratic candidate for governor in Virginia, who is a very milquetoast candidate, who is a very focus group candidate, who refuses to answer questions from the press, hides to avoid answering for the press. When she does, it always ends. Abigail Spanberger's been on the campaign trail campaigning with Jay Jones, the Democrat. Listen to this, and you'll get a sense of the man's text messages as Winsome Sears, the Republican candidate for governor, incorporates some interviews the guy has now had to do as damage control.
We start with breaking news from the campaign trail.
Jay Jones is under fire tonight.
Jay Jones is under fire.
Jay Jones is under fire after messages he sent in 2022 saying former Virginia House Speaker Todd Gilbert should be shot.
I'm excited about this ticket. It's been great to be out on the campaign trail with Jay Jones.
You said Gilbert's wife could watch her own child die in her arms so that Gilbert might reconsider his political views.
We deserve an attorney general who will stand up for the people of Virginia.
Jones said, quote, Gilbert, Hitler, and Pol Pot. Gilbert gets 2 bullets to the head.
Let the rage fuel you.
Jones doubled down, saying, quote, do I think Todd and Jennifer are evil and that they're breeding little fascists? Yes.
How can Virginians trust a man who said something so horrific, so callously?
Only when people feel pain personally do they move on policy.
You got that? That's what Jay Jones said. Only when people suffer personally do they change their mind on policy. He said that Todd Gilbert and his wife were evil and breeding little fascists. And he wanted Todd Gilbert to get 2 bullets in the back of his head while his wife watched the kids die. That's who the Democrats have put up in Virginia. And all of the loud voices who scream, but Trump, oh, you Republicans, but Trump, they can't even denounce this. The Democratic politicians, on MSNBC, they're saying Democratic politicians are starting to come out and say you should drop out. Not a single Democratic politician has done that. That's spin. That's not truth. No Democrat has come out, including Abigail Spanberger, to say Jay Jones should just get out of the race. They won't do that. Why? They don't want to lose the race. They're putting their political opportunism ahead of what's right, and they say that's what Donald Trump does, and it's wrong. So it's wrong when Donald Trump and Republicans do it, and by the way, I agree. But they're doing it now, too. They're allowing Donald Trump yet again to set their behavioral parameters. They say this stuff is bad, it shouldn't happen, but Donald Trump does it, so it's okay for them to do it, too. You know who's a beacon of moral clarity here is David French. No. David actually went online and risked the ire of the left who have now embraced him and said Jay Jones should drop out of the race. And if you're on the left and say, but the Republicans are worse, then you're part of the problem. We can normalize cause for physical violence, or we can step back from the brink. That's the choice. He's right. And the Democrats are doubling down on he should stay in the race. Democratic operatives in Virginia are, first of all, they're trying to say this is AI, but Jay Jones has now admitted it and apologized for it. And then the national spin. It would not have come up on Meet the Press except for my buddy Mark Short.
But can I also say in an interview with Leader Jeffries that can we stop with the pearl clutching about the mean tweets and sombrero tweets? That this week it came to light that a Democrat candidate for Attorney General state of Virginia called for the assassination of a political opponent, called for the assassination of that political opponent's family, and there's not one national Democrat calling for him to step aside. Not one. It's disgraceful.
Nira, let me let you respond to that because that is going to be a big story, I think, in the coming days.
I mean, I absolutely think people should criticize that 100%.
I think it was a private conversation he had, but still awful and disgusting. Wasn't calling for it public, but terrible. And it should be condemned. But then we should condemn that. But then you should condemn when the president calls the Democratic Party the party of Satan.
Yeah, in all fairness.
Why don't we just say both of those things?
I think I've paid the price for political violence on our side.
But yeah, I agree with that. But let's just criticize other Republicans or the president for not saying Satan.
Notice how she's trying to shift it, and she says, but it was a private conversation. That's important. Yes, because Democrats are having lots of private conversations wishing death on Republicans, which is why she was, but it was a private conversation. Don't look at hers, I suspect. But that's what makes it more damning, is Jay Jones wasn't out on the campaign trail blustering like Donald Trump does. He was having a private conversation with someone, saying that another politician needed 2 bullets in the back of his head and his kids needed to die too. That's where the Democratic Party is right now. After 2 assassination attempts on Donald Trump that they cheered on, the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and this party seems a little bit too comfortable with the idea of assassination.
Have something to say? Hello. Call the show. 1-877-97-ERIC. That's 1-877-973-7425.
Old Glory Bank is my bank, and they can be your bank. They're a bank founded by guys, you know the names, Larry Elder, Ben Carson, John Rich, Mary Fallon. Those of you in Oklahoma, that was your former governor. They got together and they realized there's a debanking trend happening in the country where progressives are trying to use their leverage as shareholders of major banks to punish conservatives. And they said, we need a bank that protects conservatives. And they started Old Glory Bank. They now have people working with Old Glory Bank across the country. They'd love to have your business. They got my business 2 years ago. I've never looked back. Go to oldglorybank.com. oldglorybank.com/Eric, actually. Go to oldglorybank.com/Eric. Sorry, they just set up this personal URL for me. I want all of you to go to oldglorybank.com/Eric so you can see it for yourself. You fill out the account online, takes less than 8 minutes. That's how I did it. That's how you can do it. Old Glory Bank really is my bank. oldglorybank.com/Eric. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. Terms and conditions apply. Recently, 10 regional banks had their credit downgraded. No problem. They'll just keep racking up profits. Get some sweetheart bailout if things get worse, or quietly be sold to a mega bank that's too big to fail. No wonder Swiss America has been sounding the alarm about a secret war on cash and an all-out assault on our freedoms. With soaring interest rates squeezing the economy, banks teetering on collapse, let Swiss America educate you on ways to protect your hard-earned assets now. Get and read their shocking report, The Secret War on Cash. Your copy's free by calling or texting 800-289-2646. This all-out war on cash, including digital forms of currency, is spreading daily. So please read The Secret War on Cash free to my listeners. Just mention Eric Erickson when you call or text 800-289-2646. That's 800-289-2646, or visit SwissAmerica.com/Eric, ERICK. Message data rates may apply.
Football is back, and Char Bar 7 is the ultimate spot for food, friends, and to catch the game. With a casual yet upscale vibe, you'll feel right at home indulging in their perfectly cooked burgers and seared steaks, all while catching every NFL game with their NFL Sunday ticket. Char Bar 7 also offers a variety of dishes like fresh seafood, chicken, signature salads, and sandwiches. So if you're looking for a great place to relax, eat some food, hang out with friends, and watch some football, we invite you to visit Char Bar 7, located at 100 Pavilion Way in Southern Pines. Fall is in the air, and at Greenhaven Plant Farm, that means color, comfort, and pumpkins galore. For over 40 years, we've been the Sandhills' go-to for autumn's best plants. Right now, our thousands of mums are bursting with bold oranges, golden burgundies, our cheerful pansies are ready to brighten cool mornings, and our plump pumpkins are porch perfect, waiting for you. Come see us Monday through Saturday, 8 to 5 at 255 Greenhaven Lane off Highway 22 in Carthage. Greenhaven Plant Farm, your fall-colored destination.
Give your desk and your back an upgrade. Turn any old workstation into a sit and stand workstation with an Alera raised desktop from Sandhills Office Supply. With easy access levers for simple adjustments, this space-saving design is affordable too. Experience the benefits of an Alera lifting workstation with a demo at Sandhills Office Supply on US 1 in Southern Pines next to Smithfield's Barbecue.
I'm Ella. And I'm Eva.
We and everyone in our family are patients at Sandhills Weekend Dental. We love going to the dentist, especially to get our teeth cleaned. The hygienist told our brother Ashton he needs to brush his teeth really well every day to get rid of the poop that the sugar bugs leave behind, or else he will get cavities, and he doesn't want that. We feel everyone should go to Sandhills Weekend Dental and eat, kiss, and smile better, except we don't kiss.
Make your appointment today. Call Sandhills Weekend Dental at 687-4423.
Sandy Ridge Memory Care provides all the amenities of home while providing personalized resident care and a dedication to a safe, secure, and comfortable environment for your loved one. Providing care for dementia and Alzheimer's population has been our specialty for over 20 years. Research has proven that a loving, structured, and intimate home environment successfully fulfills the needs of both the one affected by dementia and Alzheimer's, as well as the family caregivers. As one of the largest memory care facilities in North Carolina, we feature 3 separate secure units within our community. Each wing is designed for individual needs and preferences. Call for an appointment or just drop in to tour our facility and discover for yourself the care that sets us apart. Located only minutes from Moore County and surrounding areas, Sandy Ridge Memory Care is the right place at the right time. On Bowman Road in Candor or online at sandyridgeliving.com. Call 910-974-6000.
Listen to us anywhere on your smartphone or tablet with the TuneIn app, free at your app store. Simply search for WEEB.
You can be live on Eric's show by calling 877-97-ERIC. That's 877-973-7425.
Hello, welcome. It is Eric Erickson here. The phone number 877-973-7425. Should you wish to be on the program, I would love to have you. Don't forget, text Eric, E-R-I-C-K, to 33777. You can get the show notes, the live stream, the podcast, and so much more. I would absolutely love to have you get the show notes and follow me around social media where I did lots of cooking this weekend, including made a Basque cheesecake. It's from the Basque region of Spain. They're fantastic. They're actually not that hard to make. And then my wife's stupid dog decided that he wanted the cheesecake for himself. Even made a homemade caramel sauce for it. Did not end up well last night. I tried to get Christy Nome to come visit. She was unavailable last night to take care of our dog. Was not happy with the dog last night. Nonetheless. Did watch a good football game. Y'all, Bari Weiss is taking over CBS News. And she has released a memo. The reporters at CBS News are deeply, deeply unhappy with Bari Weiss inserting herself into the editorial process of CBS News, which, by the way, someone needs to. And she's a liberal. She's not progressive. She's not woke. And the newsroom is beside itself as a result. I want to get into that and the continued play-by-play of the shutdown when we come back. But first, I got to tell you about Vision Computers. They would love to have you be a customer of Vision Computers. You go to 404 Compute. Well, you call them at 404 Compute, or you go to visioncomputers.com. Let them build a computer for you. They can save you money and build you a machine that's going to last you longer than the one you get at the one-size-fits-all big box store. Not only that, but then you get the world-class customer service, where you get a special phone number. You get to call them 15 seconds or less. They answer the phone. 15 seconds or less. They're going to answer the phone. And they're going to help you with your computer. If you don't know how to do something, if you've lost a file, if something doesn't seem to be working right, they can take care of you in 15 seconds or less, faster than a Google search. In fact, if you're a business, they can save you money. Vision Computers can be your managed IT service. So you don't have the person on the payroll in the office doing IT. You get Vision Computer, and your employees get that phone number. They call them 15 seconds or less. They get the answer. No email, no AI, real human beings. Go to 404 Compute or visioncomputers.com. Let Vision Computer take care of you. Tell them Eric sent you. You might save a little more money.
The Chris Plant Show, weekday mornings 9 to noon, here on Talk 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM, WEEB, and heard around the world at talk973.com.
With over 20 years of experience, visit Hardy's Equipment and see the new and improved LS Tractor MT2 and MT2E available now. These improved versions of everyone's favorite 32 plus horsepower tractor with an increased lift capacity of 2,000 plus pounds now has more standard features and more operator comfort like added air conditioning and a redesigned roof configuration, providing additional headspace for increased visibility. With an LS tractor, now you can do more for less with legendary LS tractor reliability. So mow it, grade it, till it or move it, join the LS Tractor family and do more today. See the complete line of LS tractors assembled right here in North Carolina at Hardy's Equipment, 4809 Vass Carthage Road, or call 910-245-1644. That's 910-245-1644.
Looking for a dealership that truly puts you first? Visit Pinehurst Toyota Hyundai, where your satisfaction is our top priority. Whether you're in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, or your current car just needs a little TLC, we've got you covered with the Pinehurst Advantage Plan. You'll get 24/7 roadside assistance. That's 5 years of unlimited coverage, including towing, battery jump starts, and flat tire changes. Plus, with any major service, enjoy a complimentary loaner car so you're never left stranded. With our 100% customer satisfaction guarantee, if you're not completely satisfied within 72 hours of purchasing your new or pre-owned vehicle, just bring it back. It's no wonder for the 3rd year in a row, we've been voted Best of the Pines in 2024 for Best Dealership Service Department. Ready to experience the Pinehurst difference? Visit us online at pinehursttoyota.com or pinehursthyundaiονline.com. Call us at 910-692-2424. Pinehurst Toyota Hyundai, where quality meets customer care.
Two local powerhouses, Carolina Air and Carolina Power and Generators, have united to bring you something bigger, smarter, and stronger. Introducing Carolina Air and Power. Now you don't have to choose between keeping your home comfortable or keeping your home powered up. Because with Carolina Air and Power, you get both. That means reliable heating and cooling systems backed by the security of whole home power solutions. And right now, take advantage of Carolina Air and Power's special limited time offer. Get $2,000 off HVAC installations and $1,500 off generator installations. That includes a free 10-year parts and labor warranty on your generator. Because life doesn't stop when the power goes out. And your family deserves comfort and confidence no matter what. Carolina Air and Power. Comfort and power together at last. Call today at 910-241-4677 to learn more and experience the strength of two trusted names, united as one. That's Carolina Air and Power.
Char Bar 7 is the ultimate spot for food and to relax with friends in their upscale yet casual dining environment. Come out every Tuesday night for trivia and every Thursday night for live music from local artists. Indulge in their perfectly cooked burgers and seared steaks. Char Bar 7 also offers a variety of dishes like fresh seafood, chicken, signature salads, and sandwiches. If you want to just kick back and eat some food, we invite you to Char Bar 7, located at 100 Pavilion Way in Southern Pines.
Don't miss Taking Aim, presented by the Marketplace Restaurant and Catering, every Saturday morning at 11 a.m. with your hosts David Hensley and Steve Woodward. Listen to them expose hypocrisy, deception, and woke agendas in government and education at the federal, state, and local levels. Join David and Steve as they call on conservatives to stand up in the bold new era of MAGA dominance under Donald Trump 2.0. Listen to Taking Aim Saturdays at 11 a.m. right here on WEEB.
Let More Buildings and Carports build your two-car garage with concrete slab for just $13,900. Right now, take $800 off. Offer in soon. Call 910-684-7200. More Buildings and Carports on US 1 South in Bass.
If there was a better way to handle your finances, when would you want to know? Tune in to White Horse Financial Solutions, Saturdays at 9 a.m. and Sundays at 1 p.m. here on WEEB.
Heading into the second half of your Monday, it's going to feel very similar to what we had out there yesterday. A mix of fair weather, clouds and sunshine, and warm with high temperatures across the board, mainly 80 to 85 degrees. Overnight, we're in the low to mid-60s, partly to at times mostly cloudy. Tuesday's a warm one as well. Maybe a few stray showers, but a better chance of rain arriving along a front as we head into Wednesday. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Chris Michaels in the Weather Center.
WEEB, we've got you by the ears.
The Eric Erickson Show, cutting through the chaos with relatable, unpredictable conservative commentary.
Hello there, welcome. It is Eric Erickson here. Delighted to have you with me. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I have something for you. Yes, I have an exclusive. I am not on in Richmond, Virginia. I'm trying to get on the radio in Richmond, Virginia, but I'm not there. I've got a couple of small stations in Virginia that I dearly love. I think their weekend listens. They're not yet running me live. They're waiting for clearance to get me live. But, my sister and brother-in-law lived in Norfolk for a very long time, the Chesapeake Bay area. My brother-in-law in the Navy spent a lot of time up there, and I know I've got a number of listeners. I can see my live stream listener in Richmond, one of whom is the Attorney General of Virginia, who is a friend of mine, Jason Marys. He's a great, great, great Attorney General. Even the Democrats in Virginia like him, even though they're running Jay Jones against him. And I happen to have now for you the very first airing of Jason Marys' new ad about the Jay Jones text messages. You hear it first, even though I'm not on in Virginia. You're going to hear it first right here.
The Washington Post confirms Jay Jones sent texts that imagined shooting the Republican Speaker of the House. Jay Jones wished the Speaker's wife could watch her own child die in her arms. It's so disgusting. It's hard to believe, but it's true. Jay Jones confirmed that he hoped an opponent's children could die to advance his political agenda. Can you trust Jay Jones to protect your children?
I'm Jason Yarez, candidate for Attorney General. I sponsor this ad.
There you have it. That's the Attorney General in Virginia who is in the fight of his life for a re-election in Virginia in a year when the Republicans control the White House, which means the Democrats tend to be on offense in a place like Virginia. I talked to Jason's campaign. They said that they were a little concerned about turnout after Charlie Kirk. Virginia early voting has already started, by the way. Yes, I know. It is October 6th. The election is not until November. Early voting in Virginia started in September. And it seemed like the Republicans were not as engaged as maybe they could be. And then after the Charlie Kirk assassination, we have seen this massive, massive engagement of Republican voters. And here now, after the assassination of Charlie Kirk, we have the Democratic candidate for Attorney General in Virginia saying he wanted to put 2 bullets in the back of Todd Gilbert's head. Now, I want to go back through this ad so that you have the visuals of this ad. I don't need to play it. I'm just going to read you the text messages. 3 people, 2 bullets. Gilbert, Hitler, and Pol Pot. Gilbert gets 2 bullets in the head. That was the first of his text messages. But wait, there's more. He also said, only when people feel pain personally do they move on policy. And that was after he decided that he wanted to have Todd Gilbert's wife watch their child die in her arms. Now, somebody, you know those "In This House We Believe" signs? Somebody just put one up online and says that this is what we're probably going to start seeing in the yards of Democrats. In this house, we believe. Gilbert gets 2 bullets to the head. He receives both bullets every time. Yes, I hope his kids die. Only when people feel pain personally do they move on policy. Republicans are evil. Their children a little fascist. That seems a little extreme. Those were what Jay Jones was saying in his text messages. Todd Gilbert receives both bullets every time. I hope his kids die. Only when people feel pain personally do they move on policy. He and his wife are evil and their children are little fascists. That's actually what Jay Jones said in a private chat, his candid thoughts in a private chat, and it was only in 2022 that he did this. What still amazes me, and the thing that just makes my brain kind of explode on this, is that the reason Jay Jones had this candid exchange and frank sharing of his views about his hatred for the Republican Lieutenant Governor Todd Gilbert is because Todd Gilbert said something nice about a Democrat at the Democrat's funeral. That's the thing that just like, I mean, of all the things to provoke a response of, I want to put 2 bullets in the back of his head and murder his children, he said something nice at a man's funeral about the man who was a Democrat. And in response to the Republican speaker saying something nice about a dead Democrat at the dead Democrat's funeral, Jay Jones says, I want to put 2 bullets in the back of Todd Gilbert's head and watch his children die in his wife's arm. They're evil and their children are little fascists. This man wants to be Attorney General in Virginia. And, you know, the real irony here is that Jay Jones is a Nepo baby. He's a member of the Lucky Sperm Club. His parents were prominent politicians in the Tidewater area of Virginia. They were prominent in the community, and he used that prominence to rise in politics on his parents' name. And he's running against Jason Miyares, who's grew up in a working class home with a single mom. No dad in the house. What a stark contrast between the two men. Now, we got to move on because it is notable now that this story has shocked the conscience. I got to give credit to National Review. National Review, if you read the show notes today, National Review broke the news on Friday, and I was the first radio show nationwide to bring it up. And it has now expanded. It's very notable how very few national Democratic politicians have said anything. Not a single one of them will call for him to resign. You compare it with Ralph Northam. Back in the day, Ralph Northam, remember, appeared in blackface. It was easy for the Democrats to call for him to resign because his replacement would have been a Democratic lieutenant governor. Here, the Democrats would lose the election for Attorney General in Virginia, and because the election's on the line, not a single Democrat so far is calling on Jay Jones to step aside. In fact, the Democratic Attorney General's nationwide campaign, the Democratic, Democratic Attorneys General Association, they're continuing to commit money to Jay Jones. There you have it, my friends. There you have it. It is interesting to me how all of the high-minded rhetoric of the Democrats goes out the window when elections are on the line. Now, we have to move on to the shutdown because it continues to go on. Here's what I'm told by Republican sources in Washington, D.C. The Republicans will cave on the Democrats' health care demands. However, the Democrats have to cave on the government shutdown first. So the Republicans in Washington, D.C., I'm told very reliably, are willing to cut some deal with the Democrats on their health care demands. But the Democrats, they've got to open the government first. This is the way it's worked with Democrats when Republicans shut it down. Republicans agree to open the government. Democrats agree to cut a deal on something or other, typically. So that's what the Republicans want this time. You open the government, we'll compromise on health care. We've got till the end of the year to negotiate something before people get the bill. Thus far, the Democrats are insisting on keeping it shut down. And I got to say, what I find notable is that even some of the members of the press are starting to hold Democrats accountable for their own prior words. Here's Adam Schiff on MSNBC.
But you actually did make a similar point back in 2013. That's when Tea Party Republicans pushed to shut down the government against Obamacare. Let me play that for you, get your reaction on the other side.
It's more than fair to ask the president to negotiate improvements to the Affordable Care Act, but not with the threat of shutting down the government or defaulting on our debt. It's just no way to do business, and it can't be allowed to proceed that way, not only for this president, but for future presidents.
That was Adam Schiff, and that was, Meet the Press, Christian Walker on Meet the Press. And this is her with Hakeem Jeffries.
But let me ask you, because you say this is a Republican shutdown, but it's Democratic senators who are withholding their votes on what is called a clean resolution. That means no strings attached, which is something, quite frankly, Leader, that you and other Democrats have advocated for in the past. Take a look.
You do not use the threat of shutting down government to try to advance your policy agenda.
First thing that the House has to do is pass a clean 6-week CR.
A continuing resolution that is at the fiscal year 2023 levels is the only way forward.
That was Hakeem Jeffries at the end. Yes, my friends. It's amazing now to see some of the members of the press holding these people accountable for their words, which is actually a good thing. Kevin Hassett was on CNBC, asked about the health care subsidies the Democrats want.
Well, the bottom line is that we made some progress with the previous bill, and a lot of people share your opinion about Obamacare. Most of the people who are getting insurance in Obamacare are just being put on Medicaid at sometimes 4 times the poverty limit. And so the thing to remember is that these high subsidies that are expiring because the Democrats passed a bill saying they should expire then because the emergency over COVID is over. So Democrats themselves said that we should take them away, and now they're just trying to use them as a political cudgel to try to score some points.
He's right, by the way, but this is Hakeem Jeffries on the Today Show this morning.
With their billionaire donors.
But again, the majority of folks certainly don't want their health care premiums to go up. And I think a lot of folks are watching this and they're wondering, why fight this battle now? Why not reopen the government and still have these conversations and negotiate over the next few months?
Yeah, it's a really good question. But the time is now to address this health care crisis.
But why now?
Well, absolutely. The enrollment period opens on November 1st. Notices have already started to go out, indicating that premiums, copays, and deductibles for tens of millions of Americans all across the country are going to dramatically increase. For example, a couple that makes $88,000 a year currently, which receives the Affordable Care Act tax credits, pays insurance of about $8,000 per year. That will triple to $24,000 a year right now. That's what people are facing right now, which is why we need to address it.
So we got to address it now. But by your own words, in the past, you got to reopen the government before you negotiate. Only now do they not want to. Here's, again, I am told pretty reliably the Republicans will kind of deal with the Democrats on this. But the Democrats have to do a clean resolution right now. There is some wavering behind the Democrats. Donald Trump continued to hold Russ's vote out there as a boogeyman for the Democrats. Vote meets with the Republicans on Wednesday, and from what I am told, they've given the Democrats this runway to back down on this. And if they haven't backed down by the time Vote meets with Republicans on Wednesday on Capitol Hill, then the cuts are coming, the firings are coming, the shutdowns of portions of the government are coming, because you've got to remember, right now the government is unfunded. There's outside of mandatory spending, there is no current money for any operation in government outside of the mandatory spending and the stuff that pays for itself. Which means the president, being a good steward of the budget, has an obligation and the power to start firing people, saying, I'm sorry, we have no money in the budget for you, you must be fired. All the DEI staffs of every department can suddenly be fired, not just laid off, but fired. Those departments shut down. He hasn't done it yet. I've wished he would do it out of the gate, but he hasn't. I think it's probably time. Time for the president to start letting heads roll within the executive branch and show the Democrats what a president unrestrained by government shutdown can do. He's been Mr. Nice Guy so far, trying to get the Democrats to negotiate. And again, I'm told pretty reliably that he is willing to cut a deal on health care, but they got to open the government first. We'll see if the Rust vote threat made reality after Wednesday changes their minds.
Honest.
Putting your trust in me to tell you what's going on.
Transparent.
I need you to know this from the bottom of my heart.
Giving you the information without the noise.
My job isn't to tell you what you want to hear, it's to tell you the truth.
It's the Eric Erickson Show.
Since the 1800s, Hillsdale College has been advancing education across America free. And they can do it for you as well at ericforhillsdale.com. You can subscribe to their podcast network where you get incredible insights on a regular basis from Dr. Larry Arnn, other great faculty and guests with Hillsdale College. It's always insightful and no cost to you. Likewise, you can go to ericforhillsdale.com and you can sign up for Imprimis. I've been getting it since law school. Comes to my mailbox. I've never paid a penny for it. It is show prep for my mind, and for you, it will be as well. And then you can also get great courses from Hillsdale College that you can do at your own pace. Learn more about the Constitution. I went to law school. I studied con law, and I learned more from Dr. Larry Arnn and Hillsdale College than I thought I knew. It was fantastic. ericforhillsdale.com. Subscribe to the podcast network with your favorite podcast app. Get Imprimis and get the free courses, all available to you. ericforhillsdale.com at Hillsdale College. It's the start of a new year, new you, new time, new technology. You keeping up with the times? My goodness, Vision Computers wants to help you, your company, your home, your kids keep up with technology. Now listen, college applications are dropping, kids are getting admitted, your kid's going to need technology. Vision Computers can help you. Your business headed into this year, got new technology, you need new graphics cards, you need new computers. Vision Computers can build them. Laptops, desktops, they'll take care of you. Not only that, they'll service your computers. You'll get a phone number that you can call if you have any question about how your computer operates. If something doesn't work, you think, or you need to figure out something, they can help you faster than a Google search. All you need to do is go to visioncomputers.com, visioncomputers.com, or call them 404-COMPUTE anywhere nationwide. Call Vision Computers at 404-COMPUTE. Tell them I sent you. You'll save even more money. Do business with visioncomputers.com. Call them at 404-COMPUTE. You'll never lose sleep over your computer again.
At Clark Chevrolet Cadillac in Pinehurst, our family-owned dealership has been proudly serving yours for 54 years. We're not just another dealership, we're your neighbors, dedicated to finding you the perfect vehicle at the perfect price, and we never charge a dock fee. It's Truck Month, and right now finance the 2026 Chevrolet Silverado 1500 Crew Cab and get 2.9% financing for 72 months, or get 0% financing for 36 months and an additional $1,000 in bonus cash on the 2025 Chevrolet Silverado 1500. Hurry, schedule your test drive today because these offers end November 3rd. Find Clark Chevrolet Cadillac nestled in the heart of Pinehurst at 35 Dundee Road in Pinehurst, or visit clarkchevroletcadillac.com. Together, let's drive. Price plus tax and tag, not available with lease, and some of their offers must finance with GM Financial, not all will qualify. See dealer for complete details.
If you're like most folks, you love your home. You love your neighborhood and those that live around you. But when you go inside your home, you see that it is in need of a massive updating, especially those bathrooms, kitchen, and great room. You know that these areas need upgrading, but you also know what a task it is to do it yourself. Hi, I'm Steve Leader Adams, and I've built over 2,000 homes, and I and my partner Larry Postlewaite have over 70 years of construction experience and have our own remodeling business called Relive It Remodeling. We also pride ourselves on making remodeling jobs an easy and enjoyable process for our clients. We look after everything from permits to the last paint stroke. We also show up when we promise and stay until completion. And we also recycle any materials through the Wounded Warrior program. And here's one more promise. Nobody, and I mean nobody, does better quality work than we do. For your next renovation job, give me a call right here at WEEB at 692-7440, or check us out on the web at relivitremodeling.com.
97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
Get Eric's daily show prep email. Text DATA to 33777 and you'll be in the know.
Hello, ladies Ladies and gentlemen, it is Eric Erickson here. The phone number is 877-973-7425. I will get to phone calls in the next hour. There's a lot more happening out there, including a man showed up for the Supreme Court's inaugural mass that they do every October 5th, and he had weapons, a Molotov cocktail at least. Who has been detained. Did you hear about this? Now, there's some discrepancy. He could have been mentally unbalanced, could have been a homeless man, all sorts of stuff. But they arrested the guy for what looked like he wanted to attack the Supreme Court justices on their way out of a mass. The Supreme Court term began today. They're meeting in Washington, D.C., and they've decided not to take Ghislaine Maxwell's appeal. They have rejected her case at the United States Supreme Court. When we come back, though, the would-be Brett Kavanaugh assassin has been sentenced to 8 years in prison, could have gotten 30 or 40 years, but he has transitioned. And so all of the news papers and news outlets that referred to him as a him months ago are now referring to him as a her. And the judge actually said in sentencing one of the reasons she was giving him a light sentence was because he's transitioned, and now his parents have come to terms with his transitioning. I wish I was making that up, but I'm not making that up. This is how far the progressive left has fallen, a Biden-appointed judge doing this. There are way more details, including the press reaction on this. And I got to get into the Barbara Weiss stuff because it's relevant. At CBS News, internal leaking already trying to sabotage her as she takes up her editor-in-chief position as Paramount has bought CBS. And now it turns out Paramount is after CNN. They want to combine CNN and CBS into a larger news operation. And the progressive wokes at CNN are spitting mad at the idea, but it looks like Warner Brothers is ready to spin them off, and they got the deep pockets and the money to make it happen, and it looks like it's going to happen. I've got those details in the Supreme Court. The would-be assassin of Brett Kavanaugh, who has allegedly transitioned, at least he gets a female prison sentence now, playing the game. Oh, by the way, you know Abigail Spanberg? She won't take a position on a man on Northern Virginia who shows up in women's locker rooms and watches them because he says he's transitioning, even though he never has. We'll get into more of this. But first, I got to tell you about Old Glory Bank, my bank. They could be your bank. Had the opportunity to use their app this weekend to deposit some cash, and it worked flawlessly. Generates a QR code, took it to a local store near my house. They scanned it, gave them the money, and it was transferred into my bank account like magic. They put it in their cash register, but it showed up in my bank account. OldGloryBank.com/Eric. You can go get a bank account with them as well. Checking or savings. You can do car loans. You can do home loans. You can do CDs. They make it really easy for you. And here's the thing. If you are a active duty military, they waive a lot of fees for premium checking. You can find out more at OldGloryBank.com/Eric. If you're a veteran and first responder, they've got great deals for you. OldGloryBank.com/ERICK. They really are my bank. They can be your bank. Great bank for custodial account for your kids. So much. OldGloryBank.com/Eric. Check them out. A bank by conservatives, for conservatives. Businesses, they've got great accounts for you as well, and they will not debank you. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. Terms and conditions apply. OldGloryBank.com/Eric.
WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
If you're like most folks, you love your home. You love your neighborhood and those that live around you. But when you go inside your home, you see that it is in need of a massive updating, especially those bathrooms, kitchen, and great room. You know that these areas need upgrading, but you also know what a task it is to do it yourself. Hi, I'm Steve Leader Adams, and I've built over 2,000 homes, and I and my partner Larry Postawade have over 70 years of construction experience and have our own remodeling business called call Relive It Remodeling. We also pride ourselves on making remodeling jobs an easy and enjoyable process for our clients. We look after everything from permits to the last paint stroke. We also show up when we promise and stay until completion. And we also recycle any materials through the Wounded Warrior program. And here's one more promise. Nobody, and I mean nobody, does better quality work than we do. For your next renovation job, give me a call right here at WEEB at 692-7440 or check us out on the web at reliveitremodeling.com.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM.
Hey, it's Eric here.
WEEB,
President
Southern
Trump's
Times,
one big...
Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
Breaking news at Town Hall. I'm Bob Agnew in Washington. Republican and Democrat lawmakers showing few signs of meaningful compromise with another vote scheduled today to end the government shutdown. House Speaker Mike Johnson explains the House's clean continuing resolution simply adds no new spending, but Democrats still wouldn't go along.
It's 24 pages. It's the bare minimum. It just says keep the status quo, which, by the way, for all my Democrat friends, is the Biden-era policies and spending that we haven't been able to fix yet. We're in the process of getting appropriations done to repair all that.
The Trump-Gaza peace plan, the subject of today's talks in Egypt between Israeli and Hamas negotiators. Military affairs analyst Lieutenant Colonel Robert McGinnis says it is possible the latest round of talks could yield some fruit.
There's a crack. We'll have to wait and see if it's being exploited by all sides or if we're just, seeing the can kicked a bit down the road again.
Tomorrow marks the somber 2-year anniversary in Israel, 2 years since the Hamas terrorists attacked a settlement there, killing more than 1,200 people. On Wall Street, a mixed bag with the Dow down right now, 107 points, and NASDAQ way up by about 160. It's that time of year to recognize those prized pumpkins.
In Wappingers Falls, New York, Tony Scott's pumpkin is a whopper.
It's measuring about 1,900 pounds.
Plant scientist Alika Borsuk says they don't have as much competition in the pumpkin patch.
They take off all the other growing pumpkins, so each plant only has one pumpkin that it's funneling all of its sugar, water, and resources into.
Scott's pumpkin took third place this year, but growing them isn't easy.
Anything can happen with this thing. It could crack, it could blow out the rear of it.
The keys to pumpkin success: water, nutrients, and care. I'm Ed Donahue.
More on these stories at townhall.com.
NCN News, I'm Mike Rayleigh. It is day 6 of the government shutdown in Washington. The longer the shutdown goes on, the greater the impact on federal employees. Angela Gaskins Moore is a federal employee in New Britain, tells WCTI.
You go to the credit union and get money, but you still have to pay it back. So it's like you might as well charge it on your credit card. But who wants to do that? So it was tough. It was tough, very tough.
She's already gone through one of them. Another legal challenge to stop the president and his administration from deploying National Guard troops. CBS News Justice Department correspondent Scott McFarland says the number of legal cases is growing.
In Illinois, where the president has begun the process of deploying National Guard troops to Chicago and the Chicagoland area, there's a legal challenge by the state of Illinois to try to have a federal judge there block or at least pause the deployment of Guard troops.
Day 6 of the government shutdown. Speaker of the House Mike Johnson at a press briefing says Senator Chuck Schumer is manufacturing an issue.
In his desperation, they decided to create the red herring. They decided to claim that this is all about health care, which the September funding issue never was. That's a December policy issue. He tried to create it as a September funding issue.
The Winston-Salem Forsyth County Board of Education has appointed Dr. Don Phipps as the district's next superintendent, effective December 1st. He told those gathered for the announcement there have been lots of misinformation about the school system.
I want to be a part of the team that turns the about this school system from repetitive bad news stories to stories about the system's comeback.
The mountain areas are in the first stages of showing fall leaf color. Darby Harris, an associate instructor and plant physiologist at Western Carolina University, tells WLOS in Asheville we're getting a combination of good leaf color and conditions.
So far, that's kind of seems like what October has been doing, and so if it can continue to do its thing, then I think that will bode very well for our leaf season.
You're listening to NCN News.
At North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance, you're more than a policy, you're family. With offices in every county, we're close by when it matters most. Our local agents customize coverage to fit your life. And our award-winning claims team delivers fast, quality repairs. It's no surprise Forbes ranked us the #1 auto insurer in America. North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance. Helping you is what we do best.
You don't need a 4-year degree to have a rewarding career that makes a difference in people's lives every day. As a public power line worker, you'll build and maintain a locally owned and operated electric system to keep the lights on in your community. 4 months in a community college program provides the training you need to begin your career as an apprentice line worker in public power. And being a local government employee in North Carolina comes with excellent benefits. To learn more about line worker and other public power careers, visit electricities.com.
From start to finish, we get the job done right. Professional and caring, you're comfortable day or night. We're the local family, you can count on us. Right there, right on time, the ones you come to trust. 4 Seasons Heating and Air. Get comfortable with us.
4 Seasons in West End on Highway 211, 910-235-0606.
Heading into the second half of the day Monday, it's going to be warm just like it was yesterday, with high temperatures across much of the area, ranging between about 80 and 85 degrees under a mix of fair weather clouds and sunshine. Overnight, we're partly to mostly cloudy, with temperatures falling into the low to mid-60s. By Tuesday, we're back in the low to mid-80s, with a few stray showers a possibility, but a better chance arriving from north to south Wednesday. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Chris Michaels in the Weather Center.
This hour, the Eric Erickson Show is brought to you by Clark Chevrolet Cadillac in Pinehurst. Find them at 35 Dundee Road or online at clarkchevroletcadillac.com.
Hello, America. It is Eric Erickson. Delighted to have you with me. The phone number is 877-973-7425. Should you wish to be on the program, I would be very, very happy to have you. Don't forget to text Eric, E-R-I-C-K, to 33777. The Supreme Court meets today. They begin oral arguments today. If you listen to much of the American media today, they're talking about how the Supreme Court is going to take on Donald Trump this term. And actually, there is some sense that the Supreme Court will have to deal with the powers of the presidency. And because of the aggressive nature of the president, there's some speculation among informed court observers that some of the conservatives may be a little more less willing to give him what they might give other presidents. I don't know that I believe that. I think Amy Coney Barrett, Neil Gorsuch, Brett Kavanaugh in particular, when joined with Thomas and Alito, they're willing to just say, what does the law say, what does the law allow, and not get their personal feelings in the way. And I've got to tell you, I don't know Brett Kavanaugh. I haven't met Brett Kavanaugh. We have a number of close mutual friends, but we ourselves have not met. My belief, and it's not even informed, it's just my speculation, it's just my gut. I got to imagine that this has got to be a little radicalizing for Brett Kavanaugh. A Biden-appointed judge sentenced Brett Kavanaugh's would-be assassin who wanted to kill Brett Kavanaugh and his children to 8 years in prison. Why the light sentence? Because the would-be assassin has transitioned. That's, by the way, from the judge. That's not me. It's not my opinion. The judge noted that she was happy that his act of would-be violence caused his parents to come to terms with his gender transition and would be sentencing him to just 8 years in a federal prison. This is a Biden-appointed progressive judge. I have a sneaking suspicion that stuff like that will thoroughly radicalize a guy like Brett Kavanaugh, who he and his children and wife were almost murdered by this guy. What's wild to me, and if you get the show notes, you see this in the show notes. The man is named Nicholas Roski. Nicholas Roski, that's his name. And I want to read for you the NBC News tweet. Man who had gun and knife will plead guilty to trying to assassinate Supreme Court Justice Kavanaugh. Nicholas John Roski of Simi Valley, California, was arrested near Kavanaugh's home in Chevy Chase, Maryland in June of 2022. Now, that was 5 months ago. Here's the headline now. Woman sentenced to 8 years for attempting to assassinate Brett Kavanaugh. The Supreme Court Justice's wife and mother sat in the courtroom as Sophie Roski apologized to the family. So Brett Kavanaugh was not present, but his wife and mother sat in the courtroom as Nicholas Roski apologized for wanting to murder the Supreme Court Justice, his wife, and his children. And the NBC News 5 months ago referred to him as him and now refers to him as a woman, not even a trans woman. Notice, and this is the selective editorializing of the press corps in America. If you go by Sophie Roski, he's still not a woman, he's a trans woman. A news media that lectures you and me on disinformation and misinformation willfully engages in misinformation and disinformation on transgenderism because the would-be Kavanaugh assassin is not a woman, but definitionally, by the left's own words, a trans woman. And the National Press Corps has decided to drop the trans prefix to woman because they want you to believe that Nicholas Roski is now a woman. So if you want to get a light sentence in federal court before this Biden-appointed judge, you attempt to assassinate a Supreme Court justice and his wife and children. In fact, the judge gave a harsher sentence, a 20-year sentence, to someone found guilty of wire fraud. But because this would-be assassin announced he was transitioning, the judge literally cut his prison sentence because of the announcement he was transitioning. He traveled, in the words of, credit where credit is due here, from the show notes today, my buddy Guy Benson. If you travel across the country heavily armed to carry out an assassination plot against a conservative Supreme Court justice because you're upset about an abortion ruling, then later identify as trans, the news media will promptly blare your new pronouns, and a Democrat-appointed judge will drastically reduce your sentence, citing your special identity status as a factor. That really did happen. Really did happen. Now, all of this gets me to Bari Weiss. Our National Press Corps really needs rehab. And they don't even recognize they need rehab. I want to tell you who David Burke is. You probably have no idea who David Burke is. In 1988, David Burke was named president of CBS News. Do you know what he did before he became president of CBS News? He was chief of staff to Ted Kennedy. In fact, he was not just chief of staff to Ted Kennedy. He was chief of staff to Ted Kennedy in July of 1969 when Ted Kennedy drove off the bridge at Chappaquiddick and killed the woman in the car with him, let her drown. No one in the National Press Corps objected to Ted Kennedy's chief of staff becoming president of CBS News. CBS has now hired or bought the Free Press, and Bari Weiss is now going to be editor of CBS News. Editor-in-chief. She sent out a memo today. Dear colleagues, I'm thrilled and humbled to be writing to you as the new editor-in-chief. Growing up, CBS was a deep family tradition. Whenever I hear the tick, 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 or that trumpet fanfare, it sends me right back to our den in Pittsburgh. The opportunity to build on the legacy with you and to renew it in this era, it's an extraordinary privilege. I imagine you have some questions. I do too. My goal in the coming days and weeks is to get to know you. I want to hear from you about what's working, what isn't, your thoughts on how we make CBS News the most trusted news organization in America and the world. What I can tell you on day one is that I stand for the same core journalistic values that have defined the profession since the beginning. 1, journalism that reports on the world as it actually is. 2, journalism that is fair, fearless, and factual. 3, journalism that respects the audience enough to tell the truth plainly wherever it leads. 4, journalism that makes sense of a noisy, confusing world. 5, journalism that explains things clearly without pretension or jargon. 6, journalism that holds both American political parties to equal scrutiny. 7, journalism that embraces a wide spectrum of views and voices so that the audience can contend with the best arguments on all sides of a debate. 8, journalism that rushes towards the most interesting and important stories regardless of their unpopularity. 9, journalism that uses all of the tools of the digital era. 10, journalism that understands that the best way to serve America is to endeavor to present the public with the facts first and foremost. They're openly complaining at CBS News about Bari Weiss. You know one of the ones that they really don't like in this memo? Journalism that holds both American political parties to equal scrutiny. There are lots of yes, buts. Yes, buts. It's what we're seeing, by the way, with the Jay Jones stuff and the Never Trumpers. Yes, but you Republicans can't say anything. You lost your moral authority. It's what they're doing. They don't really want to have to toss this guy. They want to put up a wall of defense and say, oh, you Republicans aren't allowed to say anything, but Trump, January 6th, but Trump. They're not having a good day at CBS News. In fact, one of the former journalists out there for Radio Canada replies to this memo and says, without pretension or jargon, in my experience as a journalist, it's a bad omen. It means leveling down, not raising up people with our journalism. It's okay if our audience has trouble with a word or a concept. They usually look it up. Journalism is an education tool, too. Wow. There you go. There you go. We're not here to dumb down. We're here to talk above. Let's go back to NBC and the Brett Kavanaugh assassin. They couldn't even say trans woman. They had to just say woman, which isn't true. 5 months after their original reporting, they have insisted on making down up and up down. The Supreme Court is meeting today in dangerous times. Police arrested and charged a man with possession of explosives on Sunday outside a Washington, D.C. church where an annual mass to mark the start of the Supreme Court term was set to take place hours later. The so-called Red Mass is held each year to invoke God's blessings on those responsible for the administration of justice, according to St. Matthew's Cathedral. A spokesperson for the Supreme Court told CNN no justices were in attendance on Sunday, though members of the High Court may have previously gone to the Mass. The D.C. Metropolitan Police Department said in a statement, the suspect, Louis Gary, a 41-year-old from Vineland, New Jersey, faces preliminary charges of unlawful entry, threatened to kidnap or injure a person, and possession of a Molotov cocktail. Officers assigned to protect the event approached Gary, who had set up a tent on the steps of the Capitol just before 6 a.m. They arrested him after he refused to vacate. The FBI told CNN in a statement there was no threat to the public as the investigation is ongoing. Cardinal Robert McElroy during the Mass says he hopes the Supreme Court can help bring hope back to an era that he said has witnessed a dramatic collapse of faith in institutions of all kinds. It comes days after the person who admitted to trying to kill Brett Kavanaugh was sentenced to just over 8 years in prison. And I just have to wonder. What would the headline at NBC News be about Nicholas Roski if Bari Weiss was the editor-in-chief there? We're not going to know. She's going to be the editor-in-chief at CBS and potentially, very potentially, CNN. And I bet we'll start seeing a big difference, and I bet it will translate into ratings growth for CBS News and potentially even CNN if the Paramount CNN deal goes through, as a lot of Americans realize, these networks are recommitting themselves to truth and sanity and not just progressive talking points. Look at News Nation, which is now regularly beating CNN and MSNBC on the weekends and growing on the weekdays. It's a network that is just committed to straight, balanced, down-the-middle news. Americans seem to want truth right now, neither conservative nor partisan spin. They just want to know what's going on. They know how to think. They can think for themselves. They just need to know what's going on. And too much of the press on both sides, frankly, is more interested in propaganda than truth. So Bari Weiss and CBS and potentially weaving CNN into this could really stand out by giving people just the news, not the punditry.
Those who love him, listen to find out what he's going to say next. Those who disagree with him, also listen to see what he's going to say next. It's the Eric Erickson Show.
I'm a big fan of the Eden Pure Thunderstorm, and right now you can get 3 of them, saving $200 by going to EdenPureDeals.com. Use the discount code ERIC3, ERICK3. The Eden Pure Thunderstorm is an air purifier, so it traps the dust, it traps the pollen, but where it really shines, the way I use it, odor eliminator. I've got a friend of mine who he and his wife bought a small old lake house. The people they bought it from had died. They had smoked in the house for years, and they bought the Eden Pure Thunderstorm 3-pack and wiped out the smoke odors in the house. I've used it in rental cars where people have smoked in it. I know friends who with dirty diapers, they use it to wipe out the dirty diaper odor or the litter box odor. You name it, it works. You can get 3 of them for less than $200 and save $200 at EdenPureDeals.com. The discount code is ERIC3, ERICK3. You'll wipe out odors. You'll clean the air. You won't be disappointed. It really works. You can plug it up with a USB cord in a car or even directly into the wall. EdenPureDeals.com, discount code ERIC3. Since the 1800s, Hillsdale College has been advancing education across America free, and they can do it for you as well at ericforhillsdale.com. You can subscribe to their podcast network where you get incredible insights on a regular basis from Dr. Larry Arnn, other great faculty and guests with Hillsdale College. It's always insightful and no cost to you. Likewise, you can go to ericforhillsdale.com and you can sign up for Imprimis. I've been getting it since law school. Comes to my mailbox. I've never paid a penny for it. It is show prep for my mind, and for you, it will be as well. And then you can also get great courses from Hillsdale College that you can do at your own pace. Learn more about the Constitution. I went to law school. I studied con law, and I learned more from Dr. Larry Arnn and Hillsdale College than I thought I knew. It was fantastic. ericforhillsdale.com. Subscribe to the podcast network with your favorite podcast app. Get Imprimis and get the free courses, all available to you from ericforhillsdale.com at Hillsdale College.
Garage door broken? If it is, your home is not as safe as it could be. Call Superior Overhead Doors today. Whether you need repairs or full replacement, you can count on us. With over 20 years of experience, no job is too big. Active duty military receive $20 off repairs and $50 off installation. So call Superior Overhead Doors today at 910-992-6227 or visit us online at superioroverheaddoorsllc.com for a free estimate.
With over 20 years of experience, visit Hardy's Equipment and see the new and improved LS Tractor MT2 and MT2E available now. These improved versions of everyone's favorite 32-plus horsepower tractor with an increased lift capacity of 2,000-plus pounds now has more standard features and more operator comfort like added air conditioning and a redesigned roof configuration, providing additional head space for increased visibility. With an LS tractor, now you can do more for less with legendary LS tractor reliability. So mow it, grade it, till it or move it, join the LS Tractor family and do more today. See the complete line of LS tractors assembled right here in North Carolina at Hardy's Equipment, 4809 Vass Carthage Road, or call 910-245-1644. That's 910-245-1644.
Well, congratulations, you got a new computer. But now comes the not-so-easy task of safely transferring all your files from your old computer to your new one.
No.
And do it in a logical way so you can find your new file. Why not let our super geek at WEEB Computer Repair do it for you? Just bring in your PCs or Macs into the WEEB studios on Midland Road and allow our super geek to extract all your files and properly place them on your new computer. WEEB Computer Repair, 690-9723, the home of the Super Geek.
Are you looking for an electrician you can trust, or better yet, even get a hold of when you need them? Call F&R Electrical, your local experts for every job, big or small. Whether you have an electrical dilemma or need a light fixture hung, new outlets, or complete home rewire, F&R Electrical handles it all with professionalism and care. Our licensed electricians are ready to make your home safer, brighter, and more efficient. Don't wait. For reliable service and free estimates, call F&R Electrical today at 910-986-2959. F&R Electrical, powering your home, lighting your life.
Life and business come with plenty of challenges. Making sure they're protected shouldn't be one of them. I'm Bo Davis with Bearing Insurance, formerly FBIS, a banker's insurance company here in Southern Pines. While our name has changed, our commitment to protecting your business, your home, and everything in between remains the same. When was the last time you reviewed your insurance policies? Don't wait until renewal. Take control today. Stop by Bearing Insurance or give me a call at 910-692-5754 to learn more about how we can help you secure the right coverage at the right price.
WEEB, we've got you by the ears.
On the go, take Eric's podcast with you. Available wherever you stream your favorite podcast. Search Eric Erickson.
Hello, my friends. It is Eric Erickson here. I want to take some questions from the audience here. Bill in Ocean Pines, Maryland, be patient with me. I want to get to you as soon as we come back. I just looked at the clock and I ran along in the last segment. I apologize. Thanks for being patient. I will get to you because you're relevant to what I'm going to talk about anyway. When we come back, ICE. The president tried to send the National Guard to Portland, Oregon. A Trump-appointed judge blocked him. He was going to mobilize the Oregon National Guard. She says you can't. So then he says, I'm going to mobilize the California National Guard and send them to Oregon. She says you can't do that either. He wants to. I suspect the judge is going to be overruled, by the way, by the Ninth Circuit. But also, ICE agents in Chicago were surrounded on all sides by Antifa protesters. They were attacked. And we now, over the weekend, have the receipts. The police chief for Chicago told the local police they were not allowed to help ICE. They were not allowed to rescue ICE. They were not allowed to participate in any way, shape, or form. That's right. That's where this heads. The Democrats are attacking members of ICE. They're being called the Gestapo. They're being called Nazis. They're being assaulted. They're being hunted. Their families being hunted. And the Democrats keep upping the ante. At some point, there's going to have to be a response. We'll get to that when we come back. Take Bill's phone call to kick us off from Maryland. Y'all, I've got to tell you, I am a big fan of Americans for Prosperity, and energy regulation has got to be eased in this country. They're backing a bipartisan, common-sense conservative plan. And yes, actually, a lot of red state Democrats, the remaining ones in Congress, realize this is a good thing. It would deregulate energy permitting in this country. Progressives have made it very cumbersome to get pipelines done, to build nuclear power plants and other power plants. There's a bipartisan plan, but it's got to get your support. You can go to AFPvolunteer.com today and sign up with AFP, and then check out the plan at prosperityispossible.com. Prosperityispossible.com is the landing page to get you active on the permitting reform issue. It's not a very sexy issue, sounds like, except it will pay huge dividends in this country if we can engage in regulatory reform for permits. But to do it, you have got to go to prosperityispossible.com and sign up with AFP today, become part of their army of activists, and call your members of Congress to support what, again, is a bipartisan, common-sense plan to make it easier to build pipelines and power plants in the United States. Prosperityispossible.com. Go sign up with AFP today.
With me in the studio is Sue Maxwell, who is a patient at Pinecone Medical Center, where Dr. Sharon Wright practices chiropractic medicine. Now, Sue, you went there with pain. What kind of pain was it, and what did you do about it?
Yes, I had arthritis in my cervical spine, and I had pain that radiated out through my shoulder, down my arm. I went to see Dr. Wright, and she did the pressure wave therapy on me. Through treatments and everything, I actually eliminated the pain in my spine and in my shoulder.
So did the pressure wave work as advertised?
Oh, my goodness, it did. Yes, I am pain-free.
And would you recommend it to your friends?
Absolutely, and I have. I have told many friends.
If you're suffering from pain, why not schedule a free, no-obligation appointment with Dr. Sharon Wright at Pinecone Medical Center? Call 910-420-1911 or visit on the web at pineconemedicalcenter.com.
If you're in the market for a new car, there are a lot of reasons to make the short drive to Cooper Ford in Carthage, but it really comes down to just two: exceptional customer service and the lowest prices guaranteed. Cooper Ford is proud to be the only locally owned Ford dealership in Moore County, and they're also proud to announce that once again they've won the coveted Ford President's Award for an unprecedented 5th year in a row. Online at cooperford.net. The locally owned, award-winning Cooper Ford in Carthage, always working hard to be your hometown dealer.
At First Bank, North Carolina's largest independent community bank, we know your dream may be to make it possible for your child to achieve theirs. Whether you want to start saving for their education, to pay for a first tuition bill, or to help your student be a smart spender, First Bank offers a wide range of products and services to help you achieve your dreams. From student checking accounts to prepaid debit cards, savings accounts to home equity lines of credit, you'll find a great fit at First Bank.
An alternative to public schools, Lee Christian School takes great pride in teaching quality academics while instilling biblical principles in students' lives. With a new STEM lab, a 16-to-1 student-teacher ratio, and a 95% college acceptance rate, Lee Christian School is committed to your child's future. Lee Christian is proud to offer amazing athletics like football and esports. For more information, visit leechristian.org or call 919-708-5115.
When trying to add the perfect window treatment becomes overwhelming, contact the professionals at Comfort Made Blinds. With quality brands like Graver and their expert advice, measuring, installation, and their warranties, all you need to do is sit back, relax, and enjoy your new window treatments. To get your Graver products and others, schedule your free measurement by calling Comfort Made Blinds at 910-692-5500 or visit the showroom at 195 Pinehurst Avenue next to Main Street Glass in Southern Pines. Mention this ad and take 10% off your next purchase.
Attention classic car enthusiasts. Is your vintage ride just collecting dust, begging for a second chance? At veteran-owned Innovation Performance Technologies, we bring your dream ride to life. Our award-winning expert team can restore every detail of your cruiser with precision and passion. If you're looking for a complete frame-off restoration, custom upgrades, or paint jobs, we can do those with ease. Turn that unfinished project into a classic beauty. Contact Innovation Performance Technologies at 910-678-4600 or online at innovationperformance.tech.
More Buildings and Carports has 40-foot RV cover starting at just $3,700 plus tax installed. Need a different size? Let More Buildings and Carports build your custom RV cover today. Call 910-684-7200. Meet It Takes a Village Rescue's Pet of the Week, Leah. Leah is a medium-sized, dark gray, blue-eyed Catahoula leopard hound sweetheart. It Takes a Village Rescue pulled Leah as an expectant mama in the nick of time from a county shelter. Leah had 8 puppies that very night. Leah is ready for her forever home, and so are 4 of her puppies. Visit ItTakesAVillageRescue.com to adopt Leah, her puppies, or any of our adoptable animals. Whether sponsored by It Takes a Village Rescue, 501c3 foster-based animal rescue in Bass. Adopt, foster, volunteer, or donate. Find us on Facebook or visit ItTakesAVillageRescue.com. Meet your new best friend today.
Heading into the second half of your Monday, it's going to feel very similar to what we had out there yesterday. A mix of fair weather, clouds and sunshine, and warm with high temperatures across the board, mainly 80 to 85 degrees. Overnight, we're in the low to mid-60s, partly to at times mostly cloudy. Tuesday's a warm one as well. Maybe a few stray showers, but a better chance of rain arriving along a front as we head into Wednesday. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Chris Michaels in the Weather Center.
WEEB, we've got you by the ears.
He's got the courage to tell you the truth, even when it isn't popular. You're listening to The Eric Erickson Show.
Well, I'm not a sports show. Kind of glad, because I don't really want to talk about Butt Fumble Sanchez and his weekend in Indianapolis. Good gracious. I was like, surely this can't be, but yep, I tell you, you leave your life as a Jets player, you go out, well, like the Jets. Wow. Okay, we got to go back to the phones as promised. I want to take Bill's call. I've been waiting patiently in Ocean Pines, Maryland. So, Bill, to start, first of all, thanks for being patient. Where is Ocean Pines?
Ocean Pines is on Maryland's beautiful eastern shore.
It is, by the way. You say beautiful. Folks, if y'all haven't been that area, it is gorgeous. My sister and brother-in-law used to live up in the Tidewater region in Virginia, and I have gotten up to the Maryland area as well there. It's a pretty place up there.
It's a beautiful place to live, and they say that living is good on the eastern shore. It's the land of pleasant living.
Well,
that was a beer ad.
Well, excellent. All right, so that we not going to hold you hostage to talking about Ocean City, but I know you wanted to talk about the federal property and the troops protecting federal property.
Yeah, I told your screener my name was Big Beautiful Bill, but he didn't pass that on to you. But the question I had was, with all of these military troops being sent into all of these cities, crime is no question. It's come down and people are feeling safer. But how long will the military have to be there? And what happens when they leave?
Now, so I'm glad you asked that last part. What happens when they leave? We are in an interesting situation where they're starting to leave in Washington, D.C., and there's actually some data, Bill. I don't know if you guys have heard this nationally, but we got it in the stack of stuff today. It turns out that a lot of the crime data that came out of Washington, D.C., we now confirm was fake. This is from the Washington Post. Some rank-and-file officers and detectives have complained for months, in some cases years. Managers were recording serious crimes as more minor ones to make their police districts appear safer or avoid the ire of top department brass. Some kept lists documenting cases where they believed a higher-up improperly classified a crime as a lesser offense. One such tally obtained by the Washington Post lists more than 150 instances since just March of 2024 where staff in the Southeast D.C. Police District believed offenses were, at least initially, improperly classified as lesser offenses. So for all the media talking points that the data showed crime was better in D.C. than it had been, we now have confirmation from the Washington Post that police districts were making it up, and crime was actually much worse. But we know that the mayor of D.C. herself, not exactly a Trump fan, has come out and said that there has been a measurable decrease in crime with federal authorities present in D.C. We now have the federal authorities going into Memphis, and in Memphis now they're up over 200 arrests. In a week in Memphis, they've got over 200 arrests, and shootings are down already. Just 1 week of federal law enforcement, and I shouldn't say federal law enforcement, federal supplement to local law enforcement. In just 1 week, shootings are down in Memphis. Murders are down in Memphis. Home break-ins are down in Memphis. Carjackings are down in Memphis. Rape is down in Memphis. Assault and battery down in Memphis. In 1 week, just upping the federal presence in Memphis has reduced crime there. Here's the problem. They eventually do have to go away. So what the feds hope, what the Trump administration hopes, is that we will get an army of people to realize that what they assumed was just a way of life does not have to be. And in so doing, there will be pressure brought to bear on the Democrats who control their local governments to actually take crime seriously. Then there are places like Chicago, Illinois. You know, I don't know that I can find it here. Let me do a quick search to see if I can, because it would be very interesting to see if I could. If you remember, I played this clip a while back. The mayor of Chicago was on with Morning Joe, and Joe Scarborough kept pressing the mayor of Chicago on crime in the city. And do you need more police in Chicago? And he just refused to answer the question. And time again, as Joe Scarborough asked him the question, Mayor Johnson refused to answer the question. He could not bring himself to answer the question in Chicago about more federal troops. And in other cities, they have actually seen a measurable benefit to having federal troops inside their cities. And this guy, for reasons that kind of blows everybody's mind, he just insisted that, no, actually, we don't want federal troops in Washington, D.C., or in Chicago, because we don't need them. And I found the clip. This is it. Joe Scarborough pressing the mayor of Chicago on whether or not they should have a federal presence in Chicago.
So let me ask you, Mr. Mayor, those all sound like great programs. I'm curious, would you also like to get federal funding to help put 5,000 more cops on the street in Chicago? Would that help drive down crime?
Well, look, policing by itself is not the full strategy.
No, I understand that. You've talked about the other things you want, and I said those are good and important programs, but I'm asking also, would 5,000 more police officers on the street in Chicago be helpful to go along with all of those social programs that a lot of cities are engaging in and having success with?
Well, look, here's the best way I can put it, Joe, is that in the 90s when I was in high school, we had 3,000 more police officers and we had 900 people being murdered every single year in Chicago. It's just not policing alone. Of course, we want more detectives.
I know it's not policing alone, but I know it's not policing alone. You've told me everything else you want. I'm curious, and this does come down to an ideological difference between people. Do you believe that the streets of Chicago would be safer if there were more uniformed police officers on the streets of Chicago?
I believe the city of Chicago and cities across America would be safer if we actually had, affordable housing. Look,
Okay,
I'm
but
not
that's
saying
not,
that
that's
we
not
don't.
the question I asked. My question is, and I just need a yes or a no, do you believe the streets of Chicago would be safer if you got all of those other extraordinary programs put back into place, which do have a history of being successful, if that's complemented by having 5,000 more cops on the streets of Chicago?
I don't believe that we should narrow it down to just police officers, Joe, is what I'm saying. That is an antiquated approach. I'm saying we've invested in detectives.
Mr. Mayor, are you hearing what I'm saying? I'm agreeing with you that all of these other social programs are extraordinarily important. I just need a yes or a no, and then this will be the last time I ask. If you get all of those other social programs that 800 million that New York City does, Los Angeles, other people do with great success, would an additional 5,000 cops on the streets in Chicago help complement those programs to make Chicago safer?
Look, we are working hard to make sure that our police department is fully supported. I don't believe that just simply putting out an arbitrary number around police officers is the answer.
That's a over 2-minute clip. 5 times Joe Scarborough asks the mayor of Chicago if 5,000 more police in the streets would make Chicago safe, and 5 times he could not bring himself to say yes. 5 times. I find it very notable that with the Jay Jones situation, it's Morning Joe and Joe Scarborough who was kind of leading the call for Jay Jones should get out of the race and just give it to the Republicans. What I also find very notable is so very few Democrats are inclined to go there. And the same thing with Joe Scarborough and the mayor of Chicago. 5 times Joe Scarborough asks the mayor of Chicago if 5,000 more police in Chicago would make the city safer, and the mayor 5 times refuses to say yes. Goes out of his way to avoid it. In Portland, Oregon, or no, it's Seattle. In Seattle, I think it's the mayor of Seattle has announced in his view that just putting people in prison for crimes is an old way of thinking. And we should take into consideration holistically the person's life. This is where progressive Democrats are headed. They're very bad on crime. In Washington, D.C., a lot of white reporters in the national press attacked Donald Trump for sitting in the National Guard and federalizing the D.C. police. And the mayor says it's actually reduced crime. The mayor has said that. She's not a Republican. She's a female black Democrat. The mayor agrees that Donald Trump has reduced crime in D.C. In Memphis, in 1 week, having a larger federal presence has reduced crime in Memphis. People in Memphis, for the first time in years, feel safe. And now in Chicago, the president hasn't sent in federal troops to supplement local law enforcement, but they have sent in troops to protect federal buildings, and ICE agents have been attacked. This is from Bill Mulligan at Fox News. Department of Homeland Security announces federal agents in Broadview, Illinois, were rammed and boxed in by 10 cars on Saturday, including a woman armed with a semi-automatic gun who had posted online threats to F up ICE and was flagged in a Customs and Border Patrol intel bulletin. Department of Homeland Security says feds fired on her defensively. The Department of Homeland Security statement, Pritzker Chicago Police Department is leaving the shooting scene and refuses to assist us in securing the area. There is a crowd growing, and we are deploying special operations to control a growing crowd. Now, we have this as well from Bill, an update. Multiple law enforcement sources confirmed to Fox News Chicago police officers were instructed by their chief of patrol to not respond to Border Patrol agents' call for help. After they were surrounded by a large crowd of protesters, following a ramming incident and shooting of an armed woman. Bill has the goods. He's got the Chicago Police Department computer screenshot. Let me read you what it says on the screen, taken by a law enforcement source given to Bill Malugan over at Fox. Chief of Patrol, no units will respond to this. Caller, approximately 30 armed Border Patrol agents are being surrounded by a large crowd of people requesting Chicago Police Department presence. No units will respond to this. Got that? The police were under orders from the chief not to respond to help the Border Patrol. What is the Border Patrol doing in Chicago? Rounding up illegal aliens. Not all of whom, but most of whom are criminals with criminal records, gang members. They're deporting the school superintendent for the Des Moines, Iowa school system. Turns out he's not only an illegal alien, he also has criminal charges against him, and as an illegal alien, registered to vote, and it looks like cast a vote in Maryland. Something that isn't supposed to happen, and yet it happened. ICE is cracking down on the bad guys. The bad guys are attacking ICE, and in progressive areas of the country, the progressive local governments are refusing to help the good guys. They've confused the good guys for the bad and the bad guys for the good. Their world is upside down. One of the things that Donald Trump and the Republicans hope comes from this is that local people realize how bad the Democrats are for them. And if people can see there's been a reduction in crime in Washington, D.C., there's a reduction in crime in Memphis, Tennessee. If they see that and they pay attention to that and they realize that it actually is possible to lower crime instead of giving up, they might have an epiphany and think, you know what? Donald Trump is going to keep me safe. And if he keeps me safe, it allows me to conduct my life without fear, to run my business without threat of theft, and to live my life without threat of assault, battery, and murder. He's hoping people see this because you know what? The data shows that's actually what's happening. People in areas that have been terrorized by crime, when they see the feds come in, the crime goes away and the people live safely.
When the truth seems hazy, Eric will clear the way. It's the Eric Erickson Show.
Old Glory Bank is my bank, and they can be your bank. They're a bank founded by guys, you know the names, Larry Elder, Ben Carson, John Rich, Mary Fallon. Those of you in Oklahoma, that was your former governor. They got together and they realized there's a debanking trend happening in the country where progressives are trying to use their leverage as shareholders of major banks to punish conservatives. And they said, we need a bank that protects conservatives. And they started Old Glory Bank. They now have people working with Old Glory Bank across the country. They'd love to have your business. They got my business 2 years ago. I've never looked back. Go to oldglorybank.com. oldglorybank.com/Eric, actually. Go to oldglorybank.com/Eric. Sorry, they just set up this personal URL for me. I want all of you to go to oldglorybank.com/Eric so you can see it for yourself. You fill out the account online, takes less than 8 minutes. That's how I did it. That's how you can do it. Old Glory Bank really is my bank. oldglorybank.com/Eric. Member FDIC, equal housing lender. Terms and conditions apply. It's the start of a new year, new you, new time, new technology. You keeping up with the times? My goodness, Vision Computers wants to help you, your company, your home, your kids keep up with technology. Now listen, college applications are dropping, kids are getting admitted, your kid's going to need technology. Vision Computers can help you. Your business headed into this year, got new technology, you need new graphics cards, you need new computers. Vision Computers can build them. Laptops, desktops, they'll take care of you. Not only that, they'll service your computers. You'll get a phone number that you can call if you have any question about how your computer operates. If something doesn't work, you think, or you need to figure out something, they can help you faster than a Google search. All you need to do is go to visioncomputers.com, visioncomputers.com, or call them 404-COMPUTE anywhere nationwide. Call Vision Computers at 404-COMPUTE. Tell them I sent you. You'll save even more money. Do business with visioncomputers.com. Call them at 404-COMPUTE. You'll never lose sleep over your computer again.
Looking for a dealership that truly puts you first? Visit Pinehurst Toyota Hyundai, where your satisfaction is our top priority. Whether you're in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, or your current car just needs a little TLC, we've got you covered with the Pinehurst Advantage Plan. You'll get 24/7 roadside assistance. That's 5 years of unlimited coverage, including towing, battery jump starts, and flat tire changes. Plus, with any major service, enjoy a complimentary loaner car so you're never left stranded. With our 100% customer satisfaction guarantee, if you're not completely satisfied within 72 hours of purchasing your new or pre-owned vehicle, just bring it back. It's no wonder for the 3rd year in a row, we've been voted Best of the Pines in 2024 for Best Dealership Service Department. Ready to experience the Pinehurst difference? Visit us online at pinehursttoyota.com or pinehursthyundaionline.com. Call us at 910-692-2424. Pinehurst Toyota Hyundai, where quality meets customer care.
From start to finish, we get the job done right. Professional and caring, you're comfortable day or night. We're the local family, you can count on us. Right there, right on time, the ones you come to trust. 4 Seasons Heating and Air. Get comfortable with us.
4 Seasons in West End on Highway 211, 910-235-0606.
I'm Ella. And I'm Eva. We and everyone in our family are patients at Sandhills Weekend Dental. We love going to the dentist, especially to get our teeth cleaned. The hygienist told our brother Ashton he needs to brush his teeth really well every day to get rid of the poop that the sugar bugs leave behind, or else he will get cavities, and he doesn't want that. We feel everyone should go to Sandhills Weekend Dental and eat, kiss, and smile better, except we don't kiss.
Make your appointment today. Call Sandhills Weekend Dental at 687-4423.
Get the podcast, live stream, email, and social media links by texting Eric to 33777 now.
Hello there. Let's go to the phones here. I want to go to Eric in Edgewater, Florida. Welcome to the show, sir. How are you?
Great topics today, sir, as usual.
Thank you.
How are you?
Great. What's going on?
I just wanted to expound on your talk of the media earlier. The list is pretty lengthy. I'm sure there's some Republicans, but the Democrats in elected office have many siblings and spouses that are in the media. And one of the ones that stood out, Susan Rice, like the right arm of Barack Obama. Susan Rice is married to a man named Ian Cameron, who at the time, I think he moved up the chain. At the time, he was the senior vice president of NBC News. Now, if I ran a news agency and my wife's administration had a scandal, I'm pretty sure that I wouldn't be talking too loudly about it. And I would do the same for ABC and CBS. And we all have a little agreement where, hey, let's keep our families looking good. What's your take on all that?
You know, I once did a PowerPoint presentation for a number of very prominent conservative donors who were being pitched on the idea of building out some alternative media structures. And one of the things I showed them that blew their mind was how many members of the National Press Corps who feigned objective journalism status jumped into the Obama administration early on. Jay Carney, who was the White House correspondent for Time magazine, became Barack Obama's press secretary. Shyla Murray, who was the Washington reporter for the Wall Street Journal, became Joe Biden's press secretary. And you had this massive number of Democrats. The entanglement between much of the national press and the Democratic Party is obscene, just how big and expansive it is. It happened with the Biden administration, then the Obama administration, in ways it never, ever happens with a Republican administration. It's very incestuous between the press corps and Democratic administrations. Now, a friend of mine bought an Eden Pure Thunderstorm the other day, and I saw actually a picture on Instagram she had put up about that it actually did work. Yes, it does. I hear this all the time. I don't leave it running as an air purifier because it generates ozone, but ozone works to wipe out odors. And that's how I use the Eden Pure Thunderstorm. So if you've got a musty part of your house, or you burn something in the kitchen, or you got a smelly dog, or you got dirty diapers from a kid, or somebody smoked in a rental car or hotel room, or even in your house, the Eden Pure Thunderstorm wipes out those odors. It's very small, it's highly portable, and you can get 3 of them for less than $200. You plug it into the wall. You can even plug it up with a USB cord. It will wipe out every odor. You go to EdenPureDeals.com. That's the website, EdenPureDeals.com. Put in the discount code ERIC3, ERICK3, no space, ERIC3 at EdenPureDeals.com. Get 3 Eden Pure Thunderstorms, save $200, get them for less than $200.
Are you ready for guests at your house this holiday season? You already have enough to prepare for with decorating, cleaning, and cooking. But what about the bigger jobs like painting, exterior power, and window washing? That's where Teeple's Painting and Janitorial Service comes in. They've been making homes here in Moore County look inviting since 1997. So call Tammy at 910-255-0202 to schedule an appointment and let Teeple's Painting and Janitorial Service help you welcome guests to your home this holiday season. That's Teeple's Painting and Janitorial Service, where one call does it all.
If there was a better way for financial planning, when would you want to know? Hi, I'm Roger Harris, host of Whitehorse Financial Solutions, which airs Saturdays from 9 to 10 a.m. and Sundays from 1 to 2 p.m. Tune in to learn how we can help you optimize your assets while eliminating losses, create better retirement plans with more paychecks, more playchecks, and a tax-efficient legacy. That's Whitehorse Financial Solutions every Saturday from 9 to 10 a.m. and then on Sundays from 1 to 2 p.m. You can reach us online at whitehorse-financial.com or call 910-339-2625.
Hey, wouldn't it be great if life came with remote control?
Breaking news at Town Hall on Ball Avenue in Washington. House Speaker Mike Johnson says Senate Democrats are the only people now who can end a shutdown, the one they caused.
It's shameless. It is sad. Real people are hurting, and it needs to end. They'll have another opportunity this evening, and I sure pray, and I hope you all will, that a handful of additional common sense people on the Democrat side will change their votes, reopen the government.
President Trump says federal workers are being fired as he threatened. He told reporters last night it's taking place and it's all because of the Democrats. Military Affairs Analyst Lieutenant Colonel Robert McGinnis hopes at least one point will quickly be agreed upon in the latest talks underway between Israel and Hamas.
I would hope that there would be a movement toward the release of hostages, and that's something that everyone is concerned about. You know, I think that it's going to be a harder nut to crack with regard to what the future of Hamas is, whether or not it's going to allowed to exist and, move outside of Gaza.
President Trump says the deal could usher in a wider peace in the Middle East if things go well. Mixed bag on Wall Street. The Dow right now down 33 points. The Nasdaq up 176. France's new prime minister is out, as Charles de Ledesma reports.
France's new prime minister, Sébastien Lecornu, has resigned just a day after naming his government and less than a month in office. France's president, Emmanuel Macron, has accepted his resignation. Macron's opponents immediately tried to capitalise on the shocking resignation, with the far-right national rally urging Macron to either call for snap elections or resign. On the far left, France Unbowed also wants Macron's departure. The resignation rattled investors too, sending the CAC 40 index of leading French companies plunging. The index was already down by nearly 2% on its Friday close. I'm Charles de Ledesma.
More on these stories at townhall.com.
NCN News, I'm Melissa Dale. Day 6 of the government shutdown, and neither side seems to be budging. CBS's Stacey Lynn with the latest.
Speaker Mike Johnson defended his handling of the shutdown.
The House has done its job.
Dismissing Leader Hakeem Jeffries' challenge to debate on the House floor, calling it theatrics.
This is a Chuck Schumer decision. The ball is in the Senate's court now.
So is there anything Republicans are willing to give?
There's nothing for us to negotiate. I cannot go to the CR and go, you know what, Democrats, you're right. Let me take out these 3 Republican priorities.
Because he says he didn't add anything to the House bill. Stacey Lynn, CBS News, Washington.
Israeli and Hamas officials have launched indirect talks in Egypt on a potential ceasefire in Gaza. They're discussing the U.S.-drafted peace plan to end the war on the eve of its second anniversary. The negotiations focus on a ceasefire's first stage that includes the partial withdrawal of Israeli forces and the release of hostages in exchange for Palestinian prisoners. 2nd District Democratic Congresswoman Deborah Ross is weighing in on the ongoing government shutdown. In a video call, Ross criticized Republicans for what she says is a failure to act on continuing enhanced tax credits in the Affordable Care Act.
This crisis is all thanks to the Republicans who have repeatedly voted to spike health care costs, from gutting Medicaid for hundreds of thousands of North Carolinians to putting rural hospitals at risk of closing.
Republicans have argued that the additional subsidies were passed during the height of the COVID pandemic and should not be continued. At least one person is dead Monday morning after a 3-vehicle crash on I-95 North in Cumberland County. A disabled dump truck was parked in the breakdown lane with a service truck nearby on the side of the road. A semi-truck sideswiped both vehicles, hitting the mechanic and rear-ending the dump truck. You're listening to NCN News.
Seniors, know your rights when looking for new housing. Licensed adult care homes come with rights to quality care, oversight, and a long-term care ombudsman to advocate for you. In registered multi-unit assisted housing, services are arranged separately, and you could have fewer care-related rights. For more information, contact your regional ombudsman today, because knowing your rights means protecting your future. Go to ncdhhs.gov/contactnc for more information. Brought to you by the North Carolina Department of Health and Human Services.
The Medicare open enrollment period runs through December 7th. This is your annual opportunity to review your Medicare health plan or Medicare prescription drug plan and make sure you're getting the best coverage to meet your needs for the next year. Be sure to review your Medicare, your handbook, and the annual notice of change from your current plan. Visit ncshiip.com or call toll-free at 855-408-1212. SHIP provides free, unbiased help in all 100 counties.
Thinking about updating your kitchen? Now is a great time to do just that with KitchenAid appliances from Keys Appliance Center. Now through December 31st, customize your collection of KitchenAid major appliances and receive up to $3,000 in rebates via prepaid MasterCard. So head on over to the appliance experts at Keys Appliance Center and visit with any sales associate for complete rebate details and list of eligible KitchenAid models. Keys Appliance Center, located in downtown Aberdeen.
Heading into the second half of the day Monday, it's going to be warm just like it was yesterday, with high temperatures across much of the area, ranging between about 80 and 85 degrees, under a mix of fair weather clouds and sunshine. Overnight, we're partly to mostly cloudy, with temperatures falling into the low to mid-60s. By Tuesday, we're back in the low to mid-80s, with a few stray showers a possibility, but a better chance arriving from north to south Wednesday. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Chris Michaels in the Weather Center.
This hour of the Eric Erickson Show is brought to you by Ward Rowland, your State Farm agent in downtown Southern Pines at 277 West Pennsylvania Avenue. Call 910-725-0915.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome. It's Eric Erickson here across the United States. The phone number is 877-973-7425. If you want to be on the program, if you text Eric, E-R-I-C-K, to 33777, you can get the live stream, the show notes, the podcast, and a great deal more. I am happy to have you, and we got to talk about the Gaza deal. When was it? A week ago now? A week and a half ago, Benjamin Netanyahu was in Washington, D.C., meeting with the President of the United States. There's actually a story out from Axios about Trump and Netanyahu's interactions. This is from Mark Caputo, probably the most well-placed reporter with the best sources from the Trump administration. When Hamas came back with a yes but to President Trump's Gaza peace proposal on Friday, Trump called Netanyahu to discuss what he saw as good news. Netanyahu felt differently. Bibi told Trump this is nothing to celebrate and that it doesn't mean anything, says a U.S. official. And Trump fired back, I don't know why you're always so effing negative. This is a win. Take it. The exchange, which a second official confirmed, reflects how determined Trump is to push through Netanyahu's reservations and convince him to end the war if Hamas makes a deal. In its official response to Trump's plan, Hamas says it's willing to release all remaining hostages in return for an end to the war and a full Israeli military withdrawal from Gaza. But the group requested negotiations on many of the details. In private consultation Friday, Netanyahu stressed that he viewed Hamas's response as a rejection of Trump's plan. Trump's mood was very different. He had been concerned Hamas would reject the plan outright and saw the response as the opening for a deal. When Trump called Netanyahu, the Israeli prime minister's tepid reaction wasn't what he expected. Trump issued a statement calling on Israel to halt its airstrikes in Gaza, and 3 hours later, Netanyahu gave the order. Netanyahu's aides stressed on Saturday he and the president were totally aligned, and Netanyahu recorded a video message praising Trump and emphasizing the parts of the remarks he agreed with. A U.S. official said the dynamic between them on Friday was much more contentious and that Trump was annoyed. But both U.S. officials emphasized the pair had reached an agreement. Now, the president is sending a public message to Hamas saying essentially, you got to hurry up and negotiate. And part of the negotiations must involve all hostages being released and the bodies of the dead hostages being released, not incremental, not in bits and pieces, but release the rest of them now. Indirect negotiations are continuing in Egypt. I want to play you some audio from Dan Senor, who made a point that very few people have talked about. Now, for those of you who don't remember, Dan Senor was a senior advisor in the Bush administration, and listen to this.
We've heard a lot over the last 2 years, really over the last few months, that this is a genocide, which I obviously strongly dispute. But I think the first moral obligation for anyone who's been calling this a genocide for the last 2 years is there's now an opportunity to stop, to quote-unquote stop the genocide. So why anyone is not rushing to embrace the deal that would quote-unquote stop the genocide, to me, reveals that you were never serious that this was a genocide. It was just a political argument to use against Israel.
Yes. I notice how few people are pointing this out. Is it a genocide or not? If it's a genocide, shouldn't you want to stop it? If it's a genocide and the plan to stop it is we're going to rebuild Gaza, you get to stay there and help, but Hamas has to go away, should those terms not be acceptable? After all, we're told the Palestinian people are not Hamas. If they are not Hamas and they think there's a genocide, and the way to stop the genocide is for Hamas to go away, give up all the hostages and go away, shouldn't they want it? Notice, my friends, how quiet they are. Notice, my friends, how all the people who have been screaming genocide seem very quiet about whether or not Hamas should take the deal. And notice to Hamas, which says, we're willing to negotiate. Hamas is always willing to negotiate. Hamas just never actually keeps its word. And Hamas is asked by Donald Trump to go away. Hamas is being asked to lay down its arms and go away. Gaza will be rebuilt. A board of peace will oversee it. and there will be peace. And Hamas is like, nah, we'll talk. They're going to talk. But what else are they going to do? I mean, this is just it. You can, doesn't matter your views on Donald Trump. The issue is, what about Hamas? What about Hamas? Is there going to be peace or not? Is Hamas going to go away or not? It doesn't seem like Hamas wants to really lay down its arms. It doesn't really seem like they want peace. It doesn't really seem like Hamas is committed to returning the hostages. It just says it will talk. That's all. It will talk. It's time to move beyond the talk. You know, in the Middle East now, you've got this situation where I mentioned on Friday the comedians went to Saudi Arabia. I'm not going to attack the comedians. I'd have gone for $10 million too. They didn't invite me, but I totally would have gone for $10 million and told them some jokes. Saudi Arabia, however, is becoming increasingly a major player. Saudi Arabia actually has a lot of clout with the Trump administration because of their oil. But what Saudi Arabia does not have is clout with Hamas. You know who has clout with Hamas? Iran. And Iranian officials are still stewing over Israel's wiping out of their nuclear capacity with the United States. And Iran is trying to find the money to help Hamas. Qatar, the attack on Hamas in Qatar was not successful. We didn't kill all the people Israel didn't kill all the people they wanted to kill. Do you know what Hamas is doing now? Hamas is relying on Iran and Qatar to fund social media influencers in the United States to spread anti-Semitic talking points. You know, the latest conspiracy theory being spread is that Turning Point USA was behind Charlie Kirk's assassination on behalf of the Jews, that the Jewish donors to Turning Point actually got Turning Point to assassinate Charlie Kirk. This is actually starting to come into more mainstream conspiratorial voices of the right who believe the Jews are behind everything. The Jews are using Turning Point USA as a proxy to kill Charlie Kirk. They're even going so far as to point out that, Charlie Kirk met his wife on a trip to Israel, and guess who's in charge of it now? This is the mind-numbing conspiracy theory stuff, not from people on the left, but from people on the right. And Qatar throws money at this stuff. Qatar is not really our friend. And the president has now told Qatar he'll protect Qatar and defend Qatar from any attacks, including by Israel. The Middle East seems to be slowly unraveling because a lot of the hatred of Jews that seemed like they were willing to get past can't be gotten past. But I say that, and at the same time, Saudi Arabia, which has not recognized Israel, recognizes its need for Israel. And in the process, it's in back-channel conversations with the Trump administration, pushing the Trump administration to really shut down Hamas as a proxy for Iran, because the Houthi in Yemen are also a proxy for Iran, and they've been attacking Saudi Arabia. And guess who has wiped out much of the Houthis' capacity? Not the United States. Israel has. The Saudis are realizing that though they may not have formal peace and recognition between Saudi Arabia and Israel, Israel is protecting the Saudi regime. I got to say this. I don't think the president can trust Hamas, and I don't think he should have done a deal with Qatar. But the president forcing the realignment in the Middle East has been a good thing. The Abraham Accords have been a good thing. Saudi Arabia's increasing recognition that Israel is actually better for them than an emboldened Iran or even a Syria or an Iraq. It's a good thing. Notice the countries that we're not hearing a lot about, Bahrain and Kuwait. Whatever happened to Kuwait? It's still Kuwait City, the richest city on planet Earth, still producing a lot of oil. You don't hear a lot about Kuwait. No drama there. Pro-America allies. Bahrain, the Fifth Fleet, is stationed in Bahrain, right next to Qatar, between Qatar and Saudi Arabia. It's an island nation. You're not hearing a lot about them. Behind the scenes, Kuwait and Bahrain are more and more recognizing, like Saudi Arabia, that Israel is a better protector of their interests than the United States. Because there's a strain within the Trump administration that's isolationist, and in a Democratic administration would be pro-Iran. And anything that's good for Iran is bad for Bahrain and bad for Kuwait and bad for Saudi Arabia. Isn't it a weird realignment? For a long time, a lot of people on the left were all upset with George W. Bush and the invasion of Iraq and Afghanistan. We'd never have peace in the Middle East, and it was all George Bush's fault, and he was too pro-Israel. And along comes Donald Trump, and he's more pro-Israel than George W. Bush ever was, and in the process is able to get deals done and recognition given to Israel by Jordan and the United Arab Emirates, by Oman, by Bahrain. You got Kuwait involved in the process. The Democrats only want to deal with Iran. None of the other Middle Eastern nations want Iran. None of the other Middle Eastern nations like Iran. But the Democrats love Iran because they see them as a wedge against the Jews. And right now, we're waiting for Hamas's response to Donald Trump's peace deal. They want to negotiate. It's what they do. They want to negotiate. If they release all the hostages at one time, the dead and the alive, Donald Trump may cut a deal where they don't actually have to go away, but they'll have to disarm in some capacity, and even that is a step in the right direction.
Follow Eric on X, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and Rumble. Search EW Erickson.
Hey, it's Eric here. President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill Act is now the law of the land. He signed it on July 4th. It's a fantastic achievement for the president and his agenda. It'll strengthen immigration enforcement. It'll unleash American energy. It'll keep taxes from going up next year. And he kept a lot of his promises, like no tax on tips and no tax on overtime, reducing Social Security burdens for senior citizens. I'm confident to say no other organization put as much time, effort, or money into making this happen as my good friends at Americans for Prosperity. Now listen to this. Americans for Prosperity had 1,500 meetings with Congress. They contacted 1 million voters. They had over 750 community events. Now that the bill is passed, AFP has plans to defend those who took tough votes to support the president's agenda. That's the kind of grassroots activism Americans for Prosperity is famous for. As we move on to issues like spending restraint, it's good to know AFP and its grassroots army are locked and loaded. You can join the winning team. Check out AFP at afpvolunteer.com. That's afpvolunteer.com. I'm a big fan of the Eden Pure Thunderstorm, and right now you can get 3 of them, saving $200 by going to EdenPureDeals.com. Use the discount code ERIC3, ERICK3. The Eden Pure Thunderstorm is an air purifier, so it traps the dust, it traps the pollen, but where it really shines, the way I use it, odor eliminator. I've got a friend of mine who he and his wife bought a small old lake house. The people they bought it from had died. They had smoked in the house for years, and they bought the Eden Pure Thunderstorm 3-pack and wiped out the smoke odors in the house. I've used it in rental cars where people have smoked in it. I know friends who, with dirty diapers, they use it to wipe out the dirty diaper odor or the litter box odor. You name it, it works. You can get 3 of them for less than $200 and save $200 at EdenPureDeals.com. The discount code is ERIC3, ERICK3. You'll wipe out odors, you'll clean the air, you won't be disappointed. It really works. You can plug it up with a USB cord in a car or even directly into the wall. EdenPureDeals.com, discount code ERIC3.
It's Karastan month at JB Short Carpet One. For a limited time, elevate your home with the timeless luxury of Karastan carpet and plank flooring. Known for its beauty, durability, and style that lasts. Whether you're refreshing one room or redesigning your entire home, now's the perfect time to save big on Karastan flooring. But hurry, this offer ends soon. Karastan month, now at JB Short Carpet One. JB Short Carpet One, Highway 1 North between Southern Pines and Vass, or on the web at shortcarpet1.com.
My name is Tony Keith of Keith Hardware in Carthage, North Carolina.
I'm the third generation of a family-owned business. We've been in business for 83 years. We sell live bait, crickets, minnows, and worms, fishing tackle, nuts and bolts and screws by the piece. You can still come in and get nails weighed out by the pound, or ones or twos, however you'd like.
The guys, they know what they're doing. You don't have to ask for service. You tell them what you need. If they ain't got it, usually they can conjure it up.
Keith Hardware has been a tradition in this town for as long as I've been in business, 42 years, and they run a good business and they're good people.
I came in with 2 pieces of plumbing. I handed it to this guy, and he took off the back, picked it up, and brought it back. Their knowledge is invaluable to me.
With Keith Hardware for 28 years. I rent the building from them next door. And Tony and Ginger are doing an excellent job. I'm proud of them.
Come visit Keith Hardware today at 207 Monroe Street in Carthage.
We're just an old-fashioned hardware store.
Do you want to earn a higher return on your savings without worry? Fort Liberty Federal Credit Union is here to help. You can lock in an incredible 4.60% APY with our 12-month CD, starting with just $25,000. And your investment is federally insured up to $250,000. Now that's a fast and reliable way to build your savings. Fort Liberty Federal Credit Union. Safe, secure, smart. Visit myfortlibertyfcu.org or any branch to learn more. Federally insured by NCUA. Rates are subject to change. Terms apply.
Power outages don't have to put your life on hold. At GenPro, we specialize exclusively in installing and maintaining Generac home standby generators, nothing else. Our skilled team will assess your needs to find the right size generator, handle a seamless installation, and provide ongoing maintenance so you have reliable power when the lights go out. Trust GenPro for professional, dedicated Generac generator solutions. Contact GenPro today at 910-986-2959. That's 910-986-2959 and experience true peace of mind.
Get Rovin to Dunrovin Country Store in Vass. We have small batch Amish foods made in North Carolina, Ashe County cheese, Sandhills honey, and glass bottle milk. Enjoy 24 flavors of ice cream or try our homemade fudge. Shop kids' toys, home decor, kitchen gadgets, and cast iron cookware. Try your luck mining for gems, seashells, or arrowheads. Open 7 days, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. 5456 US 1 South in Vass. You'll never be Dunrovin at Dunrovin Country Store.
WEEB, we've got you by the ears.
He may not tell you what you want to hear, but he tells you what you need to hear. It's the Eric Erickson Show.
Hi there, welcome. It is Eric Erickson across the United States. A lot of people keep asking, what's the end game? Well, why are the Democrats doing this shutdown the way they're doing it? They're still shut down, no signs of reopening. Russ Vought is plotting who to fire. They bought him enough time to get people fired. I want to play you this clip. This is Mike Johnson. He was on MSNBC, of all places, went on MSNBC to have this conversation.
But you're going to discuss it and potentially make a decision on these ACA subsidies after families have made their decisions. How is that fair to them?
Well, not necessarily, because we have the entire month of October. Most of the notices for the insurance companies go out in early November, and that's a few weeks ahead of us now. As soon as we get the government open, the sooner the better, so that those things can be resolved. And that's what we're saying. Now, look, Chuck Schumer and all the Democrats who voted against opening the government right now have said all this themselves. Chuck Schumer gave passionate speeches as recently as March of this year. I mean, roll the tape. He's the one that voted for the exact same CR, the exact same spending levels just 6 months ago, and said that we could not possibly shut the government down. He's changed his tune. And I mean, I'm not trying to be, mean about this, right? I respect Chuck Schumer as a person, but he's got a political problem that he's trying to solve using government funding for it. He's afraid, this is very clear and obvious to everybody, he's afraid he's going to get a challenge from his left flank in his next re-election bid. So he needs to show a fight against President Trump and the Republicans, and he's chosen government funding for that. I think it's selfish, I think it's foolish, and I think it's hurting real Americans. We need to get the lights turned back on so we can finish the discussions on these substantive debates.
The speaker is absolutely correct here. It is increasingly obvious that Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez would like to jump into the Senate and challenge Chuck Schumer, and Schumer has got to show his ability to fight Donald Trump, because we're hearing this more and more and more and more and more, that you got to fight. They're fighting, but not smartly. just as an aside here, if every hill is a hill to die on, you're going to get slaughtered. And Chuck Schumer has made this a hill to die on, and I'm generally baffled as to why he would do that. Because what's he going to gain? Donald Trump is Hitler, but he can keep on Hitlering if we negotiate on health care. That's essentially his message. And I just got a sneaking suspicion that's not actually going to be the best message for the Democrats when it comes to placating both progressives and the public as a whole who are upset by the government shutdown. And yet Schumer has got to do something to look like he's fighting in order to deal with the Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez fight from his left flank. Look at where New York City's going with Mamdani. They're willing to head off the deep end and take Chuck Schumer with them. When we come back, remember all the SIM cards they found in New York? First speculation was Russia. Turns out it's China. I've got the details. But first, I got to tell you about Hillsdale College because they would love to give you one of their classes for free. They have some great ones on C.S. Lewis, on Shakespeare, on the founding of our constitutional republic, on the Roman Republic, on economics, chemistry, and math, on the Federalist Papers. They've got so much to choose from. A great one on capitalism. Every class is a 30-minute video from the finest faculty at Hillsdale. Depending on the class, depends on the number of 30-minute videos you watch. You go to ericforhillsdale.com today to sign up, ERICK, ericforhillsdale.com. You sign up with Hillsdale College, and their faculty educate you. They don't indoctrinate you. You get a certificate of completion, and you don't pay a penny. You improve your mind. You get smarter. You get smarter for free from Hillsdale. The capitalism class, it's a good primer everybody, I think, needs right now as capitalism comes under attack from the left. But they got so much there. Just 40 classes to choose from. Surely there's something you're interested in. Go to ericforhillsdale.com today. Sign up today with Hillsdale College and let them help you. When we come back, we got to deal with the China story. And also, the head of police in Chicago is having a press conference. I'll bring you some of that when we come back.
WEEB, we've got you by the ears.
Looking for a dealership that truly puts you first? Visit Pinehurst Toyota Hyundai, where your satisfaction is our top priority. Whether you're in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, or your current car just needs a little TLC, we've got you covered with the Pinehurst Advantage Plan. You'll get 24/7 roadside assistance. That's 5 years of unlimited coverage, including towing, battery jump starts, and flat tire changes. Plus, with any major service, enjoy a complimentary loaner car so you're never left stranded. With our 100% customer satisfaction guarantee, if you're not completely satisfied within 72 hours of purchasing your new or pre-owned vehicle, just bring it back. It's no wonder for the third year in a row, we've been voted Best of the Pines in 2024 for Best Dealership Service Department. Ready to experience the Pinehurst difference? Visit us online at pinehursttoyota.com or pinehursthyundaiονline.com. Call us at 910-692-2424. Pinehurst Toyota Hyundai, where quality meets customer care.
My name is Ward Rowland. A good insurance agent has to put the needs of his clients first. As a law enforcement officer, I spent 11 years protecting and serving my community. It is my honor and privilege to serve Moore County and North Carolina residents with their insurance needs. Come in today or call 910-725-0915. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Football is back, and Char Bar 7 is the ultimate spot for food, friends, and to catch the game. With a casual yet upscale vibe, you'll feel right at home indulging in their perfectly cooked burgers and seared steaks, all while catching every NFL game with their NFL Sunday ticket. Char Bar 7 also offers a variety of dishes like fresh seafood, chicken, signature salads, and sandwiches. So if you're looking for a great place to relax, eat some food, hang out with friends, and watch some football, we invite you to visit Char Bar 7, located at 100 Pavilion Way in Southern Pines.
From the WEEB Community Calendar.
Young Life of the Sandhills is having their annual fundraising banquet. The mission of Young Life is to introduce adolescents to Jesus Christ and to help them grow in their faith through fun, life-changing, and skill-building experiences. This year's banquet will be on October 27th at 6 p.m. at the Fair Barn in Pinehurst. with featured guest, storyteller and musician Jonah Werner. Learn more about Young Life, its positive impact on Moore County's youth, and to RSVP for the banquet. Go to sandhills.younglife.org.
If you're like most folks, you love your home. You love your neighborhood and those that live around you. But when you go inside your home, you see that it is in need of a massive updating, especially those bathrooms, kitchen, and great room. You know that these areas need upgrading, but you also know what a task it is to do it yourself. Hi, I'm Steve Leader Adams, and I've built over 2,000 homes, and I and my partner Larry Postlewaite have over 70 years of construction experience and have our own remodeling business called Relive It Remodeling. We also pride ourselves on making remodeling jobs an easy and enjoyable process for our clients. We look after everything from permits to the last paint stroke. We also show up when we promise and stay until completion. And we also recycle any materials through the Wounded Warrior program. And here's one more promise. Nobody, and I mean nobody, does better quality work than we do. For your next renovation job, give me a call right here at WEEB at 692-7440 or check us out on the web at relivitremodeling.com.
This weather forecast is sponsored by American Water Treatment, a Platinum Pentair dealer and Rainsoft service agent. Call 944-3140.
We're talking to Ron and Donna Van Hoover from Pinehurst, happy customers with American Water Treatment.
We have been with American Water Treatment for years, probably since its inception, or at least 8 years of dealing with them. We've never had a problem. We engaged with them initially because we were looking for someone who could purify our water throughout our whole house. There's never been a complaint on our end, which is saying tons about nowadays how people do their jobs. Whenever we've had any dealings with either Paul or Marty, we have found them to be so friendly, courteous, personable, down to earth, always on time, and very professional.
And they are always spot on.
So if you need American Water Treatment, call 910-944-3140, 910-944-3140.
Heading into the second half of your Monday, it's going to feel very similar to what we had out there yesterday. A mix of fair weather, clouds and sunshine, and warm with high temperatures across the board, mainly 80 to 85 degrees. Overnight, we're in the low to mid-60s, partly to at times mostly cloudy. Tuesday's a warm one as well. Maybe a few stray showers, but a better chance of rain arriving along a front as we head into Wednesday. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Chris Michaels in the Weather Center.
Listen to us anywhere on your smartphone or tablet with the TuneIn app, free at your app store. Simply search for WEEB.
Sharp analysis, cutting through the chaos, giving unfiltered takes on politics, culture, and faith. It's the Eric Erickson Show.
Hello, it is Eric Erickson. The phone number is 877-973-7425. Should you wish to be on the program, I would be happy to have you. Remember when the president spoke at the United Nations the other day, there was the Secret Service notice of a potential plot to thwart the telecom system in New York City. This is from ABC News. A thwarted plot to cripple the telecom system in New York was bigger than investigators first realized, adding to the urgency of their search for answers. Federal agents discovered additional locations and more equipment as they worked to determine the ultimate goal of what the Secret Service said was a China-linked plot that could have crippled every cell tower in the nation's largest city, jammed 911 calls, and unleashed chaos on communications networks. Agents from Homeland Security Investigations found an additional 200,000 SIM cards at a location in New Jersey. That's double the 100,000 SIM cards, along with hundreds of servers that were recently seized at 5 other vacant offices and apartments in and around the city. Investigators secured each of those locations, seized the electronics, and are now trying to track down who rented the spaces and filled them with shelves full of gear capable of sending 30 million anonymous text messages every minute, overloading communications and blacking out cellular services in a city that relies on it for emergency response and counterterrorism. ladies and gentlemen, I want to paint for you a broader picture than what is painted in the national press. A few months ago, multiple Chinese citizens working in colleges in the United States, in laboratories, some of whom I think were in Michigan, they were arrested by the federal government. They were attempting to bring into the country fungi and other materials that could wipe out American crops. They claimed to be testing it. They were smuggling it in from China. The pathogens that could kill American crops. In Los Angeles, an illegal Chinese-owned biolab was raided with pathogens from HIV to Ebola found inside. It was a bioweapons lab run by agents of the Chinese Communist Party. So you have a bioweapons lab run by China in Los Angeles. You have Chinese scientists trying to bring in pathogens that could kill American crops, particularly corn crops. You have what are called Chinese police stations all over the United States, where it's Chinese government agents working to harass, detain, and threaten Chinese dissidents inside the United States. And now you've got a massive cybersecurity and telecom operation in New York and New Jersey with 300,000 SIM cards and a massive pile of servers that could overwhelm and crash the entire cell network in the greater New York metropolitan area. In addition to all of that, there's TikTok that this government continues to not treat as a serious national security threat when it is documented that it is. Y'all, we got problems. We have real problems when we're not taking this sort of stuff seriously. The Chinese are an enemy now. They're not a trading partner, they're an enemy. Whether we like it or not, we're in a Cold War with them. They had a bioweapons lab in California, an agricultural pathogen import business with Chinese spies in Michigan, a cell tower cyber terror service in New York and New Jersey. And we pretend to treat them as if they're just a trading partner. We need to stop treating China as a trading partner. They mean to do us harm. China is preparing more and more and more. China wants to wipe us out. Let me read you another story that's completely unrelated, except it's not. This is from June 2nd. Ukraine on Sunday orchestrated a massive drone attack targeting 5 key Russian military air bases in its most long-range operation, striking targets deep into Russian territory, thousands of kilometers from the front line. Under the covert operation codenamed Spiderweb, Ukraine's security service struck at least 41 aircraft used to bomb Ukrainian cities, including Tu-95 and Tu-22 strategic bombers and the A-50 radar detection command aircraft. Moscow confirmed that 5 of its airfields in Murmansk, Irkutsk, Ivanovo, Ryazan, and Amur regions were struck by Kyiv using first-person view drones. How did they do it? They put them inside vehicles that looked like Russian vehicles. They were hidden deep inside the trucks and trains and released on their targets as they got close. Because the drones couldn't make it there on their own. With fuel, they had to be driven most of the way. We had a Chinese spy balloon sail over this nation from the Biden administration. It actually collected more data than the Biden administration admitted at first. They didn't shoot it down until they made it to the Atlantic. We've had a number of drones in this country disrupting military airfields. The Chinese mean business. Have we not been paying attention as a nation? The Chinese mean business. They're setting up bioweapons labs in the United States. They're bringing in agricultural pathogens. They're launching attacks that could shut down New York City's communications grid. We have these drones. You notice how the stories about the drones over the military bases has slowed down or stopped? Some of it was actually commercial drone infrastructure that we knew and just Americans weren't paying attention. But a lot of it was real and serious. It wasn't demons, it wasn't aliens, it was the Chinese. And still this nation does not take them seriously. The Chinese are preparing. They're testing our resolve and our defenses. They want to invade Taiwan. We've got to stand with Taiwan. There's a lot of wobbling on what we do to stand with Taiwan. We got to stand with Taiwan because the Chinese won't stop there. They'll come for Guam. They'll come for Hawaii. They'll come for the United States. They don't want to be a regional superpower. They want to be an international leader, and that means taking us out. And they're working internally inside the United States right now to do it. You know what? If I were a Tom Clancy type to write a book, you know what I would write a book about? All the little small Chinese restaurants in China where people immigrating to the United States can go and they can actually take classes and learn how to start a Chinese restaurant in the United States. They learn, much of what we eat as Chinese food in this country isn't actually Chinese food. And what you do in these classes is you take the classes and you learn what flavor profiles Americans like. You learn how to make the Mongolian beef and the sesame chicken and the sweet and sour pork and shrimp and the General Tso's chicken. You learn all these recipes. You learn how to make the egg foo young and the things that aren't really Chinese. They're originated in San Francisco, but you learn how to run an American cash register, and you learn English enough to run a restaurant, and then you can go to the United States and you can open a little mom and pop restaurant. If I were a Tom Clancy type, I would do kind of like a Black Widow series. Black Widow and Marvel it's all these little Russian girls who were brought in at an early age into the communist regime, and they were trained as children to be assassins. Except in my story, one of the things the Chinese would do when they start World War III is all little mom-and-pop Chinese restaurants who went through these schools in China. They learned that on the appointed day at the appointed time, they were to poison the food to start the war by giving Americans poison through the food system. That's just me. That's what I think. That would be an intriguing book. And the CIA would think, no, this is crazy. This can't possibly be. I mean, the Chinese are using TikTok as a surveillance app on Americans. They could clearly be using the mom and pop Chinese restaurants. Now, that being said, I'm not going to stop eating at them because I love Chinese food. I have been a lover of Chinese food since I was a kid. I wish I could get the Chinese food as good as I used to get it overseas. In fact, I had a local restaurant near me that made it as good as I got overseas, and it closed down years ago to expand a Kroger. Then once the restaurant closed, Kroger decided not to expand. I was very disheartened because they had the best Chinese buffet in town. I love Chinese food. Fried wontons, with pork on the inside, yes. Sesame chicken, yes. Mongolian beef, oh my goodness, yes. But I'm just saying, it would be a plot. I wouldn't put it past the Chinese. We can't trust them. We cannot trust the Chinese. They're using every possible advantage they can get on us. We have time to overcome those advantages, but I don't think even in the Trump administration they're taking it too seriously. Too many people in the Defense Department busy fighting each other, not looking at China. There's a lot of talk from the Defense Secretary, but the chaos inside the Defense Department does not leave me reassured. Now, to the phones we go. James, you're going to be up next. Welcome to the show.
Hey, man. Something somebody's talking about is we're farmers, my family is, and we've got our fields in a CRP conservation program, along with 667,000 more American farmers. That's 27 million acres that's in CRP that none of us are being paid for because of this government shutdown, and nobody's talking about it. These Democrats care more about...
Okay, so wait. Just hang on a second. Just for the lingo, for people who don't know. So it's CRP is Conservation Reserve Program, which is a voluntary program that pays you guys to take your land out of production.
That's correct. We get paid every October for it. Everybody does. I mean, 27 million acres of it gets paid for every October, and nobody's being paid for it because the government shut down. The Democrats care more about illegal alien health care than they do us farmers. It's sickening. And nobody's talking about it. I heard nobody say anybody anywhere.
Well, you know, I'm glad you called, James, because I honestly, I didn't know the payment was is it a monthly payment or is it a yearly payment?
It goes out every year for all of us in October.
Wow.
All of us gets in October. None of us are getting our money because of this shutdown.
Man, James, listen, I'm glad you called and put this on. I'll blast this out on Twitter as well because I had no idea. So, yeah, for those of you who don't know what this is, I'm familiar with the program. It's a voluntary program within the Department of Agriculture where farmers can take land out of production. They can plant permanent vegetable cover don't plant kudzu, that'll take over, but grasses and meadow flowers and things like that. They take the land out of production, and the federal government pays them to take it out of production. You can enroll for 10 and 15-year contracts in some of this land. And guess what? As James points out, farmers are not getting paid. Over 27 million acres of land not getting paid by the federal government because of this. That's something that James, I promise, I will raise awareness on. The Democrats are too interested in trying to pay for illegal alien health care to worry about the farmers. And notice how the national media, they too would rather focus on the illegal aliens than on the farmers.
You're at the intersection of politics, news, culture, and current events. It's the Eric Erickson Show.
Recently, 10 regional banks had their credit downgraded. No problem. They'll just keep racking up profits. Get some sweetheart bailout if things get worse, or quietly be sold to a mega bank that's too big to fail. No wonder Swiss America has been sounding the alarm about a secret war on cash and an all-out assault on our freedoms. With soaring interest rates squeezing the economy, banks teetering on collapse, let Swiss America educate you on ways to protect your hard-earned assets now. Get and read their shocking report, The Secret War on Cash. Your copy's free by calling or texting 800-289-2646. This all-out war on cash, including digital forms of currency, is spreading daily. So please read The Secret War on Cash free to my listeners. Just mention Eric Erickson when you call or text 800-289-2646. That's 800-289-2646, or visit SwissAmerica.com/Eric, ERICK. Message data rates may apply. Hey, it's Eric here. President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill Act is now the law of the land. He signed it on July 4th. It's a fantastic achievement for the president and his agenda. It'll strengthen immigration enforcement. It'll unleash American energy. It'll keep taxes from going up next year. And he kept a lot of his promises, like no tax on tips and no tax on overtime, reducing Social Security burdens for senior citizens. I'm confident say no other organization put as much time, effort, or money into making this happen as my good friends at Americans for Prosperity. Now listen to this. Americans for Prosperity had 1,500 meetings with Congress. They contacted 1 million voters. And they had over 750 community events. Now that the bill is passed, AFP has plans to defend those who took tough votes to support the president's agenda. That's the kind of grassroots activism Americans for Prosperity is famous for. As we move on to issues like spending restraint, it's good to know AFP and its grassroots army are locked and loaded. You can join the winning team. Check out AFP at afpvolunteer.com. That's afpvolunteer.com.
Two local powerhouses, Carolina Air and Carolina Power and Generators, have united to bring you something bigger, smarter, and stronger. Introducing Carolina Air and Power. Now you don't have to choose between keeping your home comfortable or keeping your home powered up. Because with Carolina Air and Power, you get both. That means reliable heating and cooling systems backed by the security of whole home power solutions. And right now, take advantage of Carolina Air and Power's special limited time offer. Get $2,000
$100 off HVAC installations and $1,500 off generator installations. That includes a free 10-year parts and labor warranty on your generator. Because life doesn't stop when the power goes out, and your family deserves comfort and confidence no matter what. Carolina Air and Power. Comfort and power together at last. Call today at 910-241-4677 to learn more and experience the strength of two trusted names, united as one. That's Carolina Air and Power.
Looking for a dealership that truly puts you first? Visit Pinehurst Toyota Hyundai, where your satisfaction is our top priority. Whether you're in the market for a new or pre-owned vehicle, or your current car just needs a little TLC, we've got you covered with the Pinehurst Advantage Plan. You'll get 24/7 roadside assistance. That's 5 years of unlimited coverage, including towing, battery jump starts, and flat tire changes. Plus, with any major service, enjoy a complimentary loaner car so you're never left stranded. With our 100% customer satisfaction guarantee, if you're not completely satisfied within 72 hours of purchasing your new or pre-owned vehicle, just bring it back. It's no wonder for the third year in a row, we've been voted Best of the Pines in 2024 for Best Dealership Service Department. Ready to experience the Pinehurst difference? Visit us online at pinehursttoyota.com or pinehursthyundaiονline.com. Call us at 910-692-2424. Pinehurst Toyota Hyundai, where quality meets customer care.
Listen to us anywhere on your smartphone or tablet with the TuneIn app, free at your app store. Simply search for WEEB.
Text Eric to 33777 and get the 4 Things You Need to Know podcast. Eric tells you the 4 things to pay attention to after the show. Also available on YouTube and your favorite podcast app.
Hello there. It is Eric Erickson here. Too late to call in, I'm afraid. That being said, can I be real honest with you? I don't care about, I don't care about Bad Bunny. I don't know who Bad Bunny is. Well, I kind of know who he is, but I couldn't care less. Now, for those of you who don't know who Bad Bunny is, he's the most popular rapper in Puerto Rico, the king of Latin trap, they call him. I could not care less that he is going to be the performer. He's actually a huge star. Now, he's not a star that I care about. He's 31. He's at a different demo than me, and I couldn't care less. I don't listen to his music. I wouldn't recognize his music if you played it for me, but he's actually a huge, I know enough to know he's a massive celebrity, not just in Puerto Rico. And the National Football League, they're not trying to lock in viewers like me. They're trying to get 20 and 30 young 30-somethings and teenagers to tune in to the NFL. And Bad Bunny is popular with them. He also doesn't like Donald Trump and ICE and MAGA and all of that. And I don't care. I don't expect the National Football League to put someone who shares my politics on stage for the halftime show. And some of you will be like, Erickson, you should. I see there's a petition going around for a Christian contemporary artist, CCM. Most Christians I know don't particularly care for Christian CCM. I'm one of the few that does. But even I don't like a lot of it. There's some I like. The Third Day reunion is happening. God bless them. I love them. But y'all, I just, who cares? I don't know about you people, but I watch football games for the football. I don't watch for the halftime shows. I don't see the halftime shows. I think the last time there was a good halftime show at the Super Bowl, it was Prince. The Madonna one started off good and went off the rails. They typically find some boomer who's past their prime who will do it for free to get back in people's imagination. Taylor Swift won't do it because they didn't want to pay her anything. She's like, don't you know who I am? And they're like, but even Taylor could use exposure. No, she's like the most overexposed artist in America now. The Bad Bunny thing, I don't care. I know some of you get worked up and like, I got to have somebody who shares my politics. I would never watch a movie if I cared about people's politics. The movies they produce for people like you and me with all the actors who completely agree with us, they're bad movies. They're dumb movies. The washed-up actors who can't get jobs in Hollywood because they're not great actors are like, it's because I'm a conservative. No, it's because you're not good. I don't need to see a bad singer. I'm not going to watch it anyway. So spare me the outrage. Just please spare me the outrage over Bad Bunny. I am going to watch the Super Bowl. I'm assuming Indianapolis is going to be in it. We'll see. Now, I got to tell you about Swiss America. Swiss America has been sounding the alarm on a secret war on cash. The government is trying to steer you away from your cash into using plastic. They don't like anonymous purchases. They certainly don't like your crypto. Swiss America would like to give you their report on the secret war on cash completely free. All you have to do is call or text my name, Eric, to 800-289-2646. You know that war on cash does include digital forms of currency. You just mentioned Eric, E-R-I-C-K, when you call or text 800-289-2646. It's 800-289-2646. You can also go to SwissAmerica.com/Eric. SwissAmerica.com/ERICK. Let Swiss America help you. Message and data rates may apply. Swiss America can give you the report for free. And by the way, my son passed his driving test. Hallelujah and praise the Lord. See y'all tomorrow.
WEEB, we've got you by the ears.
With over 20 years of experience, visit Hardy's Equipment and see the new and improved LS Tractor MT2 and MT2E available now. These improved versions of everyone's favorite 32-plus horsepower tractor with an increased lift capacity of 2,000-plus pounds now has more standard features and more operator comfort like added air conditioning and a redesigned roof configuration, providing additional head space for increased visibility. With an LS Tractor, now you can do more for less with legendary LS Tractor reliability. So mow it, grade it, till it or move it, join the LS Tractor family and do more today. See the complete line of LS Tractors assembled right here in North Carolina at Hardy's Equipment, 4809 Vass Carthage Road, or call 910-245-1644. That's 910-245-1644.
Broadcasting from the top of the North Carolina Sandhills, 97.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB, Southern Pines, Pinehurst, Aberdeen.
Breaking news at Town Hall. I'm Bob New in Washington. Hopes for peace are fresh today in the East. However, there's a lot of work to do at the negotiating table between Israel and Hamas. Sam Mednick explains.
After 2 years of devastating war in Gaza, there is some hope of a breakthrough. Israel and Hamas are in Egypt meeting with leaders to discuss U.S. President Donald Trump's plan. But there is still a lot of questions and uncertainty, and there is no clear way out. While Israel has clobbered its enemies in the Middle East, it hasn't achieved its war goals in Gaza. Hamas has been weakened, but it's not defeated, and there are still hostages that remain there. Hamas has said that it is willing to release the hostages, but it hasn't addressed the issue of disarmament.
This is Sam Mednick reporting. The stalemate over how to end the government shutdown is stretching into another week with no resolution in sight. The Senate is expected to vote again at 5:30 p.m. Eastern Time today on dueling measures to end it. At a news conference, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt, serious consequences are right around the corner if the shutdown continues.
If the Democrats do not vote to open the government tonight, federal workers will not receive their net full paycheck. Additionally, the special supplemental nutrition program for women, infants, and children will run out of federal money very soon.
A snowstorm has trapped hundreds of hikers on Mount Everest.
Villagers with their oxen and horses have ascended the mountain as part of rescue efforts amidst the heavy snow. They're aiming to clear paths and bring down the trapped people. A hiker who managed to descend told Jimun News that the snowfall.
NCN News, I'm Melissa Vale. There's cautious hope for a ceasefire agreement to end the war in Gaza. There are indirect talks underway in Egypt between the two sides. BBC correspondent Barbara Plett-Usher has more on the talks.
They are basically looking at the technical details of how to do this hostage for prisoner exchange. So they're trying to work out the conditions on the ground as to where and how the hostages would be released. The Red Cross is standing by. Conditions for a ceasefire that would make this possible. Arrangements for how to retrieve the bodies of the deceased, because 28 of the hostages are thought to be dead. But it will take some time to find them because they are buried somewhere in the rubble of Gaza.
Republican House Speaker Mike Johnson says it's up to a handful of Democrats to stop the madness on the 6th day of the government shutdown and pass a stopgap spending bill that earlier passed the House. Johnson said Monday the House has done its job and there's nothing to negotiate. Republican and Democratic lawmakers have provided few public signs of meaningful negotiations to break an impasse on reopening the federal government, which shut down last week. A house collapse in Rodanthe marked the 9th unoccupied home to fall on Hatteras Island in just 1 week. The collapse in Rodanthe occurred as the cleanup process for multiple fallen homes further south in Buxton is still underway. Homeowner Maria Bucher tells WAVY.
It's heartbreaking because I know that we put our heart and soul into our places that we have here. We come here because we love it. We love the peaceful spirit that, Hatteras Island brings. And my heart aches.
Renewed calls for safety on the light rail had several stops swarming with security officers Friday night. Charlotte Area Transit System officials say armed officers from professional security services will use bikes and utility vehicles to patrol the Blue Line. Authorities want to add more security by giving overtime to Charlotte-Mecklenburg police officers. You're listening to NCN News.
At North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance, you're more than a policy, you're family. With offices in every county, we're close by when it matters most. Our local agents customize coverage to fit your life. And our award-winning claims team delivers fast, quality repairs. It's no surprise Forbes ranked us the #1 auto insurer in America. North Carolina Farm Bureau Insurance. Helping you is what we do best.
You don't need a 4-year degree to have a rewarding career that makes a difference in people's lives every day. As a public power line worker, you'll build and maintain a locally owned and operated electric system to keep the lights on in your community. 4 months in a community college program provides the training you need to begin your career as an apprentice line worker in public power. And being a local government employee in North Carolina comes with excellent benefits. To learn more about line worker and other public power careers, visit electricities.com.
Two local powerhouses, Carolina Air and Carolina Power and Generators, have united to bring you something bigger, smarter, and stronger. Introducing Carolina Air and Power. Now you don't have to choose between keeping your home comfortable or keeping your home powered up. Because with Carolina Air and Power, you get both. That means reliable heating and cooling systems backed by the security of whole home power solutions. And right now, take advantage of Carolina Air and Power's special limited time offer. Get $2,000 off HVAC installations and $1,500 off generator installations. That includes a free 10-year parts and labor warranty on your generator. Because life doesn't stop when the power goes out. And your family deserves comfort and confidence no matter what. Carolina Air and Power. Comfort and power together at last. Call today at 910-241-4677 to learn more and experience the strength of two trusted names, united as one. That's Carolina Air and Power.
Heading into the second half of the day, Monday, it's going to be warm just like it was yesterday, with high temperatures across much of the area, ranging between about 80 and 85 degrees, under a mix of fair weather clouds and sunshine. Overnight, we're partly to mostly cloudy, with temperatures falling into the low to mid-60s. By Tuesday, we're back in the low to mid-80s, with a few stray showers a possibility, but a better chance arriving from north to south Wednesday. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Chris Michaels in the Weather Center.
We are living in an unprecedentedly dangerous moment, maybe the worst crisis in America literally since the Civil War.
And to be clear, members of Congress, we still get paid. I just wanted to put that out there because I like to be fully transparent.
So, Senator, Republicans say what you're really fighting for is taxpayer dollars for, as they put it, illegal aliens.
It true is a directly, but out lie.
Freedom is back in style. Welcome to the revolution.
Yeah, we're coming to your city. Gonna play our guitars and sing you a country song.
Sean Hannity. The new Sean Hannity Show. More behind-the-scenes information on breaking news and more bold, inspired solutions for America.
All right, thank you, Scott Shannon. Thanks to all of you for being with us. Write down our toll-free telephone number if you want to be a part of the program. And things are changing. This is an off-year, election year. Usually not a year that is favorable to Republicans when you look at the races that we're following, but things are changing as we speak, moment by moment, and it's getting very, very interesting, maybe with the exception of Commie Marxist Mamdani in New York, who seems to still have a steady, a slide path straight to the, Gracie Mansion in New York City. I don't know what that says about New York City, but I will tell you this. New Yorkers are getting a little bit nervous because they know when it came out last week that they had more Goldman Sachs employees in Texas that work in Texas, based in Texas, employed in Texas, running their business out of Texas than they did New York City. The sirens ought to be blaring in New York City, because I can tell you, living in the free state of Florida, that Wall Street South is very real. Every private equity firm, every bank, every big financial firm that you can name or think of, and every small one on top of it, has offices in the free state of Florida. And I can only imagine that those offices are going to get bigger and bigger and bigger, to the point where Wall Street is probably going to be in Florida and Texas, probably mostly Florida, to be honest, because that's where they seem to be basing their headquarters, with the exception of Goldman Sachs. But they're getting the hell out, and they're getting out fast. Just quick headlines out of New Jersey. Democrats now, top Democrats, are increasingly scared to death and alarmed that they could lose this gubernatorial race in this deep blue state of New Jersey last month, because of a series of unbelievable stumbles and controversies as a result of the Democratic nominee, Mikey Sherrill. Jack Ciattarelli now is dead even. And actually, if you look at New Jersey Republicans, they are returning their mail-in ballots at a higher clip than Democrats, which is a huge positive early sign for Jack Ciattarelli. Polls showing a tightening in the race. But anyway, as of now, so far, Republicans have notched an 18.61 return rate for their mail-in ballots, outpacing Democrats 16.55%. You add to that the controversy that we learned that Mikey Sherrill did not walk with her class at the Naval Academy, is not in the yearbook for the year she graduated, and all but admitted she was part of a cheating scandal, although she tries to claim, well, I didn't want to rat people out. But that's not what the honor code of the Naval Academy calls for. And that's just on top of it. She goes into a debate and says in high-tax New Jersey, she's not going to talk about cutting taxes for people that are overtaxed, overregulated, and that is not resonating anymore. These high-taxed, overregulated states have had it. Now, New Jersey does have this history. Now, New Jersey, like New York, too, has a little bit of a demographic problem, because migration out of deep blue states is very real. However, they have shown a level of independence, particularly when it comes to electing governors in New Jersey, going back to Tom Kaine or Christie Todd Whitman or Chris Christie. It's not like it would be that far out of the ranks. But had I known how close, the polls did not indicate how close Jack Ciattarelli got in the last election cycle 4 years ago. And Murphy could have been defeated, the current governor of New Jersey. He could have been defeated. Anyway, and now the financial aspects of this are huge. There's tens of millions of dollars on both sides being spent. The prospect of a close election or a loss for Democrats in the state of New Jersey has a lot of Democratic hand-wringing going on. So much for the Democratic resistance if we're struggling to win a New Jersey governorship, while Donald Trump is taking a wrecking ball to the Constitution. Watching the Democrats implode is a sight to see. And this is what we're seeing before our very eyes. You see it with the government shutdown, for example. Caroline Leavitt was great today in laying out the truth that Democrats will only reopen the government if illegals if they get their $1.5 trillion, which includes health care for illegals. The Center for Immigration Studies showed a whopping 39% of illegal aliens currently living in the U.S. now are accessing free health care, taxpayer-funded health care. But what's happening, what's amazing to watch in this moment is the Democratic Party implode. And the leaders in name only, like Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries, are completely powerless and impotent. And there's nobody that will emerge. The only voice that has tried to emerge is John Fetterman to try and rein in the radicalism of this party. And no one else is doing it. And Donald Trump now is winning on every issue. I've never seen a party on the wrong side of every major issue that this country faces. How does a party justify voting against the largest tax cut in American history? And they're going to run on that? I think most people like tax cuts. I really do. Most people feel they're overtaxed, not undertaxed. No tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security. Pretty favorable things to run on as well. But watching the Democrats fretting and in a state of panic over New Jersey is interesting. Even as they invest all this money, this early voting advantage is huge. I mean, Chitterelli's, very competitive. He's got about $30 million versus Mikey Sherrill's $42 million. I'm sure a lot more is going to be spent in the last month in the state of New Jersey. You've got a couple of Democrats now jumping ship, and they're supporting Jack Chitterelli. So if you're in New Jersey, I'm not promising you an outcome. I'm promising you that you're in the game. And the same thing is now evolving in Virginia, as both the AG candidate and the gubernatorial candidate, Abigail Spanberger, are in a whole heap of trouble. In the case of Spanberger, she got in trouble over the issue of this guy, Richard Cox, a biological man claiming transgender status, who, exploited local bathroom laws to repeatedly expose himself to women and children in Northern Virginia locker rooms. And then Fairfax County police said they had, no intention of charging him with a crime. Then it gets worse. Now we got this attorney general candidate who's an absolute lunatic and consumed with hate. And we'll get into this in the next hour. And, fantasizing about the Speaker of the House in Virginia, and saying, three people, 2 bullets. He sends in a text. Gilbert, Hitler, Pol Pot, the former member of the Virginia House of Delegates, continued. Gilbert gets 2 bullets to the head. This guy's running for AG. Spoiler, put Gilbert in the crew with the 2 worst people, he receives both bullets every time. National Review reported this late on Friday. And, and then even the person that he was writing said, please stop. Stop writing this stuff to me. I've said this to people in my life. Not about this, but it bothers me when you talk about hurting people or wishing death on him. Anyway, this guy goes on. This Democratic AG candidate, who initiated this exchange, and bemoaning the glowing tributes of people. If those guys die before me, he said, of Republicans praising, I will go to their funerals and piss on their graves. Wow. Send them out awash in something. And then it even gets more, grotesque, calling for the assassination of the Speaker of Virginia, the state speaker, and then suggesting that he wished that his wife would watch her children die. Who thinks like this? Anyway, the Republican AG candidate is going to join us. You weren't trying to understand, he said. You were talking about hoping that children would die. And here's the worst part of this. Now, President Trump has weighed in on this. And he's called on Virginia's Democratic candidate for Attorney General to drop out of the race for this. But the worst part, the very worst part of this, is not one Democrat, including their gubernatorial candidate in this race, that has the courage, and I'm talking about Abigail Spanberger, that has the courage to disavow this attorney general candidate with, graphic assassination threats against the state's House Speaker. What is going on here? Winsome Sears is an awesome candidate. And Winsome Sears now, I think, has an opportunity to get this thing in play. By the way, on the New York side, I don't see a whole lot of hope. I wish Curtis would win, Curtis Sliwa. It would be Rudy 2.0. He'd clean it up with the news that J.P. Morgan Chase now employs more workers, I think I said Goldman Sachs, in Texas than New York City. That is a huge development. I'm telling you from experience, I'm seeing it. But, the city's financial services sector, shrank by 8,400 jobs on Wall Street from January through August of this year. And where those jobs are going? They're going to Florida, my free state. They're going to Texas, the free state of Texas. Anyway, 2 years ago, Greg Abbott, the governor of Texas, rang the closing bell at the New York Stock Exchange to promote an index that tracks the stocks of Texas companies visiting the Post editorial board, celebrating the state's zero personal corporate income tax rates, as well as reasonable, predictable regulatory environment that they have. I mean, I'll say this. If Chinarelli can win New Jersey, I'm telling you, I do feel confident, because if you look at the map of New York in terms of elections, New York State is mostly red. It is not blue. You got a problem, though. You got a densely populated area. You've got New York City. You got the outer boroughs that slant solidly Democrat. New York City, 10-1, 12-1, whatever the latest registration numbers are, Democrat to Republican. But if Kami Marxist Mamdani gets in, I just see people fleeing in droves. There's going to be another wave of massive migration out of New York City. We've got a big problem that we've got to deal with here today, and that is we now have in this country drug cartels that are offering bounties for anybody that kills an ICE agent. I'm going to give you the details of that in a second. We do have a federal judge that has cleared the way for President Trump to defund, finally, sanctuary cities. I'd like to see that happen. But then you have another federal judge in Oregon claiming Trump doesn't have the authority to call up the California National Guard for deployment, just like they couldn't bring in the Portland National Guard. I mean, nobody's really understanding how dangerous it is getting for ICE agents in these cities. And one of the major reasons are these Democratic politicians. I'll give you an example. You have two longtime ranking Chicago police officers and sources sharply rejecting the department's assertion that officers responded to calls from help from ICE agents who were being rammed and surrounded by protesters on Saturday, and saying that, this is CYA BS. And anyway, their comments come. Fox News was able to obtain an internal dispatch revealing that Chicago police officers ordered by their chief of patrol not to respond after Border Patrol agents called for help, not to respond, saying that they were boxed in, surrounded, following a ramming incident against ICE vehicles outside of the city. Anyway, after reviewing the computer-aided dispatch message sent to Chicago police officers, the message instructed officers not to respond to this ramming on the southwest side of the city, in which an armed woman was shot and agents were being boxed in and surrounded by lunatics. Police chief of parole: no units will respond to this. Approximately 30 armed patrol ICE agents are being surrounded by a large crowd of people requesting Chicago Police Department assistance. And I'll give you the details of it. And it gets worse when you listen to this idiot governor, J.B. Pritzker. I mean, it was they were boxed in by 10 cars. They were being surrounded by a mob. It's unbelievable. Then in Portland, you have the police chief, touting crowd support approach as ICE facilities facing 100+ nights of attacks without any police response. This is insane. But if you listen to J.B. Pritzker, it's Trump that's inciting the anti-ICE protesters. Oh, Donald Trump's fault. Donald Trump's trying to help these cities and protect our law enforcement agents, our ICE agents. 2 years ago tomorrow, the equivalent of 40,000 Americans was slaughtered in a day. If you look at Israel's population and compare it to ours, that would be the equivalent of 40,000 Americans in a day. I'm not sure what part of murder, rape, torture, kidnapping, beheading, some people don't understand, but we understand it. We have moral clarity on this show. And we're hoping upon hope, and we'll get into this later in the program, that this peace deal, basically it's the last chance that President Trump is giving Hamas to release these hostages and bring peace to the region. He's been able to get Arab nations to join. And then he said this weekend, if they don't take this chance, they will be obliterated. And that's how it's going to end. Their fate is in their hands. But there's so much humanitarian need in Israel right now because so many tens of thousands of Israelis have been displaced. We proudly have aligned ourselves with the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews. They have their Flags for Fellowship coming up, and it unites churches all across America, every faith, planting over 1 million Israeli flags on our land. And together, we'll combat hate, the scourge of anti-Semitism, which is growing around the world, college campuses, halls of Congress, in the punditry class. Anyway, to get more information about how you can join the Flags of Fellowship, help our friends at the IFCJ. They're good people. They're doing good work, providing food, water, shelter, medicines, clothing, you name it. Go to ifcj.org. That's ifcj.org today.
Sean Hannity.
All right, folks, let's talk about the timeshare nightmare. Now, if you are stuck paying endless maintenance fees and assessments, you need to call my friends at Lone Star Transfer today. Now, they've been shaping the timeshare exit industry now for over a decade. They're still leading the way with their exclusive solutions. And our friends at Lone Star Transfer, they make getting out of your timeshare faster and easier than ever before with a guarantee in writing. Lone Star Transfer is a family-owned company. They have helped tens and tens of thousands of owners break free from their timeshares over the last 15 years. They have earned an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. I have endorsed Lone Star Transfer for almost 10 years now because I know they are the only company that I would ever trust that will deliver results for you, my listeners. Now, they'll give you a free, no-obligation consultation. Call now, 833-594-0075. 833-594-0075. On the web, it's one word, LoneStarTransfer.com. Following the attacks on 9/11/01, FDNY firefighter Daniel Foley assisted in the rescue and recovery efforts at Ground Zero. Now, at that time, he could not have known that his heroism would later cost him his life. Now, Daniel spent months and months at Ground Zero searching for victims, including his firefighter brother, Thomas Foley, who was killed in the attacks. Now, Daniel's father also took part in the efforts at Ground Zero. He died years later from a rare 9/11-related leukemia. Now, Daniel's death was also the direct result of 9/11-related cancer. He leaves behind his wife, Carrie, and their 5 children. Tunnel to Towers paid the mortgage on the family's home. Now, your donation today can make the world of difference to a family like the Foleys. If you can join us, donate $11 a month to the Tunnel to Towers Foundation. Go to their website, the letter T, the number 2, the letter T.org. The letter T, the number 2, the letter T.org for the Tunnel to Towers Foundation. The Towers Foundation.
It wasn't long ago when residents in the Sandhills had to call 2 different companies for plumbing or heating and air conditioning service. But Fields Plumbing and Heating and Air Conditioning was the first to offer all 3 services and still do. At Fields Plumbing and Heating and Air Conditioning, it's our goal to offer customers fast, dependable, and creative solutions to your home and business needs. Experience counts. Call Fields Plumbing and Heating and Air Conditioning 910-949-3232. 910-949-3232.
Brick's Wood-Fired Pizza in the Kohl's and Hobby Lobby Shopping Center has updated their menu. Many of their salads, pizzas, and wings are still available, plus several new ones. Now their fresh pizza dough is made with authentic Italian flour from Naples, Italy, the birthplace of pizza. So experience genuine Italian flavor. Brick's is the fun place for family and friends. Dine in or sit on the patio? So jump into the fire at Brick's Wood-Fired Pizza in the Kohl's and Hobby Lobby Shopping Center. Brick's Wood-Fired Pizza is open daily from 11 a.m.
Since 1973, the Arts Council of Moore County has inspired and strengthened our Sandhills community through the arts. Each year, we reach over 15,000 children, support artists and arts organizations, and generate over $13 million in local economic activity. Our home, the historic Campbell House, has been a beacon of culture for over a century, and with your help, it will shine even brighter for the next 100 years. Together, we keep the arts at the heart of Moore County. To learn more about upcoming programs or to give, visit moreart.org.
Are you looking for an electrician you can trust, or better yet, even get a hold of when you need them? Call F&R Electrical, your local experts for every job, big or small. Whether you have an electrical dilemma or need a light fixture hung, new outlets, or complete home rewire, F&R Electrical handles it all with professionalism and care. Our licensed electricians are ready to make your home safer, brighter, and more efficient. Don't wait. For reliable service and free estimates, call F&R Electrical today at 910-986-2959. F&R Electrical, powering your home, lighting your life.
Does the outside of your home need a refresh? Imagine relaxing in a custom-built screened-in porch or patio, enjoying the fresh air without the hassle of bugs or the elements. At Carolina Siding Company, we don't just upgrade your home, we enhance your lifestyle. Whether you need new energy-efficient windows, durable siding, or a beautiful screened-in retreat, our expert team brings quality, craftsmanship, and over 25 years of construction experience to every project. Get your free, no-obligation estimate by contacting Carolina Siding at 910-294-8644 or visit carolinasidingcompany.com.
Attention classic car enthusiasts. Is your vintage ride just collecting dust, begging for a second chance? At veteran-owned Innovation Performance Technologies, we bring your dream ride to life. Our award-winning expert team can restore every detail of your cruiser with precision and passion. If you're looking for a complete frame-off restoration, custom upgrades, or paint jobs, we can do those with ease. Turn that unfinished project into a classic beauty. Contact Innovation Performance Technologies at 910-678-4600 or online at innovationperformance.tech.
All right, a lot to get to. Video, by the way, has emerged this second attack by Chicago's anti-ICE radical leftists ramming an ICE vehicle. And what does the radical left leader of Illinois do? Just double down on dumb, dumber, and stupid. I've never seen a party so unwilling to have any level of self-reflection, introspection, and course correction. I just never have. But it's political suicide unless you're in a deep, deep, deep blue state.
Beaver Equipment in Aberdeen is under new ownership, but you'll still find the same great products like Walker Mowers and Echo Power Equipment, and the same outstanding service for all your outdoor power equipment needs, no matter the brand. We're Joel and Kayla Cagle, try to continue the tradition of quality and care you've come to expect from Beaver Equipment. So stop by and see us, open Monday through Friday, 8 to 5, at 2833 East Indiana Avenue, at the intersection of Highway 211 near Coldcraft, or call us at 910-944-0402.
An alternative to public schools, Lee Christian School takes great pride in teaching quality academics while instilling biblical principles in students' lives. With a new STEM lab, a 16-to-1 student-teacher ratio, and a 95% college acceptance rate, Lee Christian School is committed to your child's future. Lee Christian is proud to offer amazing athletics like football and esports. For more information, visit leechristian.org or call 919-708-5115.
Attention classic car enthusiasts. Is your vintage ride just collecting dust, begging for a second chance? At veteran-owned Innovation Performance Technologies, we bring your dream ride to life. Our award-winning expert team can restore every detail of your cruiser with precision and passion. If you're looking for a complete frame-off restoration, custom upgrades, or paint jobs, we can do those with ease. Turn that unfinished project into a classic beauty. Contact Innovation Performance Technologies at 910-678-4600 or online at innovationperformance.tech.
now offering in-home sales consulting. Hi, this is Katherine Phelps, owner of Appliances and More, where creating relationships is our business. No matter if you're replacing, remodeling, or building a new home, Appliances and More now offers in-home sales consulting in the comfort of your own home. This will allow you to find the right appliance that fits your individual needs. Remember, low price guarantee, price match policy, we will not be undersold. Contact Appliances and More, featuring Cara Aloha in the Town and Country Shopping Center, Aberdeen.
Let More Buildings and Carports build your two-car garage with concrete slab for just $13,900. Right now, take $800 off. Offer in soon. Call 910-684-7200. More Buildings and Carports on US 1 South in Bass.
Are you a DIY person, a do-it-yourselfer? That's great for so many things, but not for your Medicare insurance. Hi, this is Insurance Agent Phyllis Owens. I've done every Medicare insurance company and plan here for years. It's what I do, it's all I do, and my expert help costs you absolutely nothing. Nothing, ever. Medicare is complicated, but you don't have to do it yourself. Call our office at 910-684-8814.
It's time for family fun at Aloha Safari Park's Fall Festival, October 25th and 26th from 10 to 5. There's pumpkin painting, treasure hunts, candy stations, potato sack race, and even wagon rides. If you're hungry, grab a bite from local food trucks. All activities included with regular admission, and wagon rides are just $3 a person. Join us October 25th and 26th at Aloha Safari Park's Fall Festival. Visit alohasafaripark.com for details.
Are you ready for guests at your house this holiday season? You already have enough to prepare for with decorating, cleaning, and cooking. But what about the bigger jobs like painting, exterior power, and window washing? That's where Teeple's Painting and Janitorial Service comes in. They've been making homes here in Moore County look inviting since 1997. So call Tammy at 910-255-0202 to schedule an appointment and let Teeple's Painting and Janitorial Service help you welcome guests to your home this holiday season. That's Teeple's Painting and Janitorial Service, where one call does it all.
It's fall, and at Greenhaven Plant Farm, our mums are bursting with color, our pansies are cheering up cool mornings, and our plump pumpkins are ready for your porch. Open Monday through Saturday, 8 to 5. Find us at 255 Greenhaven Lane off Highway 22 in Carthage.
This is Patrick McBrayer at the Insurance Center in Southern Pines. With so many changes to Medicare this year, along with carriers pulling out of the market, there has never been a more important time to have a local, trusted agent to help guide you through your options. We have a team of agents ready, some who used to work for First Medicare Direct, to help you guide you through your annual enrollment. Call us today to schedule your appointment at 910-692-9251 or visit us online at sandhills-ins.com.
Heading into the second half of your Monday, it's going to feel very similar to what we had out there yesterday. A mix of fair weather, clouds and sunshine, and warm with high temperatures across the board, mainly 80 to 85 degrees. Overnight, we're in the low to mid-60s, partly to at times mostly cloudy. Tuesday's a warm one as well. Maybe a few stray showers, but a better chance of rain arriving along a front as we head into Wednesday. For the North Carolina News Network, I'm meteorologist Chris Michaels in the Weather Center.
Show the mainstream media loves to hate. This is the Sean Hannity Show.
All right, 25 now to the top of the hour. 800-941-SEAN is our number. You want to be a part of the program. Everybody needs a home security system. If you don't have one, you want one that is proactive, not reactive. Now, that's where Simply Safe Home Security comes in. They can stop a crime before it starts, and that's because they take action while a criminal is still lurking outside of your home. I mean, some security systems, they'll give you a call. Oh, by the way, somebody just broke into your house. Maybe you're in the house. At that point, it's too late. No, with Simply Safe, they have Active Guard outdoor protection. They have AI-powered security cameras that will identify and alert Simply Safe professional monitoring agents. Those agents take action immediately. They can talk to these people in real time. You, sir, with the mask, you are trespassing. Police are on the way. They can keep talking to them in real time, put spotlights on them in real time, call you in real time, call police in real time. That's what makes Simply Safe different. 24/7, it's like having a security guard stationed right outside your home. That's why millions and millions of us trust Simply Safe Home Security. Protect your family, protect protect everything. I mean, you don't want people getting into your house. Oh, people just broke into your house. A little late. Go to simplysafe.com/Hannity today, and you'll get 50% off your new Simply Safe Home Security system. That's simplysafe.com/Hannity, because there's no safe like Simply Safe. As I mentioned, cartels, gangs, terror groups have now put bounties on the heads of several federal immigration agents, offering $10,000 to kill them, $2,000 for their capture. Here's Kristi Noem talking about it.
They're making plans to ambush them and to kill them. We have specific officers and agents that have bounties that have been put out on their heads. It's been $2,000 to kidnap them, $10,000 to kill them. They've released their pictures. They've sent them between their networks, and it's an extremely dangerous situation and unprecedented. So we've put protective detail around those individuals, changed some of our operations to keep our officers safe.
And then you have states like California. You have 1,000% increase in threats against ICE agents after they repeatedly are called Nazis and fascists and brown shirts and Gestapo and every other name in between. And Gavin Newsom, just in the sanctuary state of California, is now, he signs a bill that would prevent ICE agents from wearing masks. Thankfully, he does not. He's not read the Constitution Supremacy Clause and doesn't understand the jurisdiction of enforcing federal law lies with the federal government. This doxing is out of control. One major win, a federal judge ruled against 2 sanctuary cities last week, ensuring President Trump could move forward with blocking the Department of Justice grants to jurisdictions that refuse to cooperate with ICE. That is a win. And now you have another federal judge whose district is in Oregon, go figure, temporarily blocking the Trump administration's late Sunday from deploying National Guard units to Oregon. And then, from California, it's just, I mean, these ICE agents, I'll give you an example. ICE agents were rammed and boxed in by 10 cars in Illinois on Saturday. 10 cars. Homeland Security's Tricia McLaughlin, confirming to Fox News. They were forced to deploy their weapons, fire defensive shots at an armed U.S. citizen. The armed attacker, a woman who is a U.S. citizen who was named in the Customs and Border Protection Intelligence Bulletin, doxing agents, posting online, hey, to all my gang, let's F those mother effers up. Don't let them take anyone. Firefight takes place. Agents, this is in Zero Hedge, reportedly performing routine patrol, a suburb of Chicago called Broadview. No agents, thank God, were injured in this incident. If we're not, the people are going to die here. And these politicians are they're brain dead. And frankly, some of them are going to end up with blood on their hands. Today in Chicago, members of our brave law enforcement were attacked, rammed, and boxed in by 10 vehicles, including an attacker with a semi-automatic weapon, wrote DHS Secretary Kristi Noem in a post on X. I'm deploying more special operations to control the scene. Reinforcements are on the way. Hours earlier, in response to plans by President Trump to federalize 300 members of the National Guard, this idiot, J.B. Pritzker, posted a barrage of statements on X accusing the Trump administration and federal law enforcement of unprecedented escalations and aggressions against Illinois citizens and residents. And he goes on to, say, against our will. Well, they're not keeping anybody safe in Chicago. They're not keeping anybody safe in Illinois by any stretch. And this idiot Pritzker claims that Trump incited all this. Listen.
That's the case. He was claiming that it's mayhem on the streets of Portland. He's saying that, Chicago is a war zone. None of that is true. They're just making this up. And then what do? They fire tear gas and smoke grenades, and they make it look like it's a war zone. And they get people on the ground are frankly incited to want to do something about it appropriately. I mean, if you are on the ground and you're having tear gas pellets fired at you, as they have been doing in Broadview, Illinois, you want to react. You want something to happen, and unfortunately, they're using every lever at their disposal to keep us from maintaining order.
All these decades now, we've covered all these innocent people shot and killed, and nobody like J.B. Pritzker or any of his predecessors or any of the mayors in Chicago have lifted a finger to keep the innocent people in Chicago safe. There's no law and order there. There's no safety and security there. And, here the president is trying to keep agents safe in Chicago. And you have this dopey mayor, Brandon Johnson, claiming that ICE lies and people die, announcing an executive order establishing ICE-free zones in Chicago. Hate to tell you, he has no authority to do so. None. Listen.
They told us that this was about the worst of the worst. In reality, they are going after anyone who objects to families being ripped apart and community members being disappeared. ICE lies and people die. We cannot allow this to continue. We must take action more drastic than what we have taken before, because what we are seeing is a more radical attempt to undermine our democracy. And today we are signing an executive order aimed at reining in this out-of-control administration. The order establishes ICE-free zones. That means that city property and unwilling private businesses will no longer serve as staging grounds for these raids.
Yeah, well, sorry, you don't have the authority to do so. You don't have the authority, Mr. Mayor. And then, of course, blaming the extreme right and then trying to play the race card, comparing this to the Civil War and the right not accepting the results of the Civil War. How we got to this point, I can't explain.
The Trump administration is seeking to destabilize our city and provoke chaos. We said that they would use ICE as a pretext to send in the National Guard. And now they are doing just that. I've also said for the last couple of years that the extreme right in this country refused to accept the results of the Civil War. They have repeatedly called for a rematch. But in the coming weeks, we will use this opportunity to build greater resistance. Chicagoans are clear. Militarizing our troops in our city as justification to further escalate a war in Chicago will not be tolerated.
Where's the passion to stop the violence, the predictable shootings and murders that will take place every weekend in Chicago? And not to be outdone, just to show how lost and how pathetic and what a lost cause Illinois is, their Senator Tammy Duckworth accuses ICE of being Gestapo. Now, ask yourself, does this incendiary kind of language repeated over and over and over again, does this have the ability to, tip people to the point where they would act thinking they're doing God's will? Listen.
We know the Trump administration lies consistently. And what I am hearing is that for the large part, people are being very quiet, are being very respectful, but ICE is being very aggressive. Remember that they are zip tying children. They are raiding apartment blocks in the middle of the night, separating children from their families, pulling people out onto the streets naked. They are using Gestapo tactics in Chicago. And this is what Trump wants to do, right? He wants to intimidate the people of Chicago. That's not going to happen.
Now, as these ICE agents were being surrounded and their cars were being rammed, the ICE agents that were working in Chicago, asked Chicago police for help and assistance. And we have now learned that the police department, rank and file, were ordered not to respond to this ramming incident on the southwest side of Chicago, in which an armed woman was shot and agents were boxed in and surrounded. The dispatch said, please, Chief of Patrol, no units will respond to this. Approximately 30 armed patrol agents, ICE, were being surrounded by a large crowd of people, requested Chicago Police Department. And then the Chicago Police Department disputed the claims. And then you had two whistleblowers come out, long-time ranking Chicago police sources, outright rejecting it as complete CYA total BS. The nation's largest police union condemning these reports that officers told not to help ICE agents when they called for help after being surrounded, calling it shocking, a violation of law enforcement's duty to protect fellow officers in danger. Presidents of the National Fraternal Order of Police and Illinois State Police Union expressing shock at reports that Chicago's chief of patrol directed officers not to assist ICE agents as they were surrounded by these protesters. Let me be clear. National FOP, Illinois FOP, believe that when an officer calls for assistance, you answer, no matter what. Anyway, it's pretty unbelievable. Number one, unwritten rule in law enforcement. We respond to any calls from officers in distress. What would have happened if the local police were facing threats and nearby federal officers were told not to assist, which would never happen under Donald Trump? What an unmitigated, disgusting, repulsive reaction. DHS confirming these ICE agents in Chicago, boxed in by 10 cars. And armed people. We have the doxing of these agents, the never-ending calls of Nazi, fascist, never-ending comparisons to brown shirts and Gestapo. And in Portland, it's not any better. Their police chief defending his department's reforms and crowd support policing, even after federal agents facing violent anti-ICE protesters without any help there. I mean, you have 100-plus nights of attacks without a police response. Anyway, the director of Portland's ICE office said the facility has endured more than 100 straight nights of violence, with Portland police largely absent under the direction of the mayor and the city council. What is wrong with these people? David Marcus wrote a piece. Residents are in denial about how awful their once great city has become. And it has become that bad. Unbelievable. And then Pritzker turns it around. Donald Trump incited the anti-ICE protesters. Pritzker says Trump ordering 400 members of the Texas National Guard to Illinois and Oregon and other locations. By the way, Greg Abbott's sending them. Greg Abbott is an amazing governor. Greg Abbott understands law and order. Greg Abbott had to go it alone, as did other states. Border states. And, probably the greatest political jiu-jitsu move of all time is when he started sending all of these illegals on planes, buses, trains, whatever, to sanctuary cities and states. Trump is going to federalize the Illinois National Guard, and then they're going to sue. And then we'll have to take it to court. By the way, did you know that Bush and Obama sent the military to the border? I'm just pointing that out. Key details about the president's plan to deploy National Guard troops, but it's not the first time that's happened. Looks like George W. Bush and Barack Obama both did it in two operations. They spent over $1.3 billion. George Bush announced the plans in 2006. In 2010, Obama ordered the deployment of up to 1,200 troops to the U.S.-Mexico border. Wow. Seems to me that's called a double standard, inconsistency. There was no calls of Nazism or, or whatever other names there. I mean, I can't even keep up with the names. One ICE video has gone viral as the agency uses a cart to wheel a Portland protester into custody. If you refuse to walk, we'll give you a ride. Now, a video has emerged of the second attack, as I told you. This is scary. These are scary times. By the way, all of this as the Schumer shutdown continues. By the way, Caroline Leavitt was great today, pointing out, here's all the money they want and how much we're spending and what's in their plan for government-funded health care for illegals. New study pointed out, Centers for Immigration Studies, that 39% of illegals currently living in the U.S. have access to taxpayer-funded health care. And the Democrats, they just keep doubling down on stupid. Dumb, dumber, stupid. You know, they're on the wrong side of every issue. The border, law and order, safety and security, taxes, even Iran, even radical Islamic terrorism. Unbelievable. How soon we forget. 800-941-SEAN is our number if you want to be a part of the program. Look, society works because we have freedoms guaranteed by the First Amendment. And, you know, I never say thank you enough to all of our great sponsors because they make this show possible, one of them being a veteran-owned company known as Pure Talk. Here's the beauty of Pure Talk. And I hope you'll consider, if you haven't made the switch already, to make the switch. They use the same cell tower, same 5G network as the big carriers. And that means you get the same exact service. The average family saves over $1,000 a year. Businesses are saving tens of thousands, a lot of money. For $25 a month, you'll get unlimited talk, unlimited text. You're going to save a ton of money, plenty of data. And they also create American jobs, support American businesses, support American veterans. And it's a company you're going to be proud to be in business with. Make the switch. It's simple. It's fast. It's easy. You dial pound 250. You say the keyword save now. Switch to Pure Talk. If you do it now, you'll save an additional 50% off your first month. Pound 250. Keyword save now. Make the switch to Pure Talk today.
Keeping Uncle Sam accountable to you every day.
Where's my money?
Hannity is on.
.3 FM, 104.1 FM, and 990 AM. WEEB. We've got you by the ears.
At the Moore County Republican think tank, Senator Tom McInnes looked voters in the eye and promised he would never vote to expand Medicaid. But when he got to Raleigh, Tom McInnes caved. He voted for Medicaid expansion, siding with Democrats and big government. Now, Moore County is left paying the price. Higher costs, longer wait times, and a senator who can't be trusted. Tom McInnes broke his word. Moore County deserves better. It's time for leaders who keep their promises.
Paid for by Ray Daly for North Carolina Senate.
Sandy Ridge Memory Care provides all the amenities of home while providing personalized resident care and a dedication to a safe, secure, and comfortable environment for your loved one. Providing care for dementia and Alzheimer's population has been our specialty for over 20 years. Research